喉から出る手追われてる脳が鍛れてる右脳で吐き溜めてる向こうから来るハートに溺れる内向囚われの向こう途方もない壮大なるビッグボールいけるかどうか頭口だけを頼りロービーツ浴びさんさん浴び共感ないないではワクワクタイムスリルマニアただのファン佇まないただならないから傾かない看板見つからない安牌安定させさ10年黙々とリハーサルそう簡単にはしくじらない始まればあっけがないのっけからくれるまで荒ぶって洗える手ひねり出して手に入れる高ぶらないはずがないが押さえつける平然畳みかける経験時に旗になるつけっけにハサミ入れて万全実行する時はいつも審議体が整っていいポジショニング取りしてるいいキッコ導く方程式緻密な計算式蹴ると踏んだフリーライター向こう見つ思われがちかがリミッター外すからってキックできれば実感できるのさこの体の奥に眠る力がかけてく全て心実行できる日々没頭ミッション君自身にピンと合わし読みが甘くそうなくじけそうになる時には目閉じ下げるルート今夜はヤバそうだ生きるのも戻るのも困難舞台は荒れているフットワークから口から血から吸い上げる疾患期間胃がキリキリ舞うシックさ残すインパクトベントシーサージグザグなゴーサイン出す回が効かないこの先には一体何が起きるのかななんやらこの界隈はそう簡単にはしなかったバイバイ残した俺という存在あいうえのバイアイばかりだったあの頃から何も変わんないなら残ってる俺のトリビューはある地点まで行ったらもう戻れない到達しなければやりがいがない張り合いがないラッパーは虎の意借りたなんだかやりがいでも簡単に壊れちゃうんだ Yeah
Cook it up, no type of slang. Yeah, yeah. This shit spicy. 君ら汗かくどうぞ try me. 怖いものもないし相手になって somebody bite me. Nothing at me. 気にしないよだって I have no time to know ya. Pass me some weed 落ち着きたいよだって飛び級いらない子から飛ばすテスラ vroom vroom 誰も見たことない move. Let's go face to face. Hey you, come on to the stage. Hey hey. 作り出す new sound. 無理やるおじさん。私ちょっと生意気でもほどの the sun 揺らしな to the right yeah to the left 風呂はいつも lit マジで熱くさせて汗yeah汗汗yeah汗yeah
汗日が出るだけのバレ大人たちはみんな金ブレなエメでタゲバレ好きなよやるだけで騒がしてく負けこの目果てるまで足は止めずラネ揺らすフロアいつもレ上げるセンスでもダウンあれとは全然違うよく見ろやりすぎ来席飽きよもしかしたらさこれも陰謀俺とビートスティッチとリロ見たく相性も一緒ヘラに言うたる気象 You know 死ぬまで最先端 like クリスチャンディオ
作り出す new sound 無理やるおじさん私ちょっと生意気でもほどの the sun 揺らしな to the right yeah to the left 風呂はいつも lit マジで熱くさせて汗yeah汗
味半端ね俺マジ半端ね yeah 俺のせいな見た目になってるヘイターまだにらめっこおっさん言うてる俺らも言うてる間におっさん時間がない仕方ないトラウマタイズの結果全部直感
Hey 作り出す new sound 無理やるおじさん私ちょっと生意気でもほどの the sun 揺らしな to the right yeah to the left 風呂はいつも lit マジで熱くさせて汗yeah汗yeah
Yo, final showdown. One more throwdown. Smoky when I'm zoned out. Gang all in, I don't fall out. Full house with house money. Bodyguards with a musket. You had one chance, but it's it. So now, yo, fold up, I get folded. Cool off, but don't cool in. Walk out, keep walking. Yep, you've been told to the guy just fall back and get wasted. All black means basic. Face it, it's over. Look, fold up, I get folded. Cool off, but don't cool in. Walk out, keep walking. Yep, you've been told to the guy just fall back and get wasted. All black means basic. Face it, it's over. Yo, done and dusted. Another one busted. We shouldn't have rushed it. We act smash and crushed it. Got a full house with house money. Bodyguards with a musket. You had one chance, but off it, so walk out. This was a must-see. They up ugly, they walked in for the talking, then the journey turned bumpy. Full house with a house money. Bodyguards with a musket. You had one chance, but so now you go. Charged, mad thing, raged up, amping, all out, no ramping. Yep, you've been told to the guy just fall back and get wasted. All black means basic, just face it, it's over.
You're always your biggest enemy. Your mind can always tell you one thing, and you don't even have control of it if you let it. I think that's why I try to take things into my own hands and to prove everyone wrong. I think I didn't expect what would come with signing with Liquid. I only just thought about the positives.
We were always trying to be at the forefront of the meta, trying to really think outside the box with putting people on different agents, pushing players outside of their comfort zone. Around this time, let's say the experimenting wasn't always going as we wanted. And at this time, we had a couple of players that could potentially be replaced. There was Eccles, there was Dom.
When I was watching someone else trial for my position, just sitting on the side, not playing, watching your own team play, I was like the last thing I wanted. Like I'd hate just to get removed and then just have to sit there and watch.
This was his dream to join the Liquid team, and being kicked out so quickly without showing his full potential, that was quite harsh.
I spoke with Eamon afterwards and I was like, let me stay, let me try call a bit more, let me have more of a voice. I knew what I still had left in me. All of a sudden, I kind of had this fire come out from within me that I never thought was even possible. It didn't even seem like it was part of like my personality trait to just have this kind of vengeance to like prove everyone wrong.
Grinning in his face, Soulcast! Oh, what a hero play! Gonna see the first of the lineup for him, Soulcast with a quick 2.
I think this was a good lesson in like, trust yourself.
My mindset was the only thing that was holding me back. I think the skill was always there. It's just the mental side is always the toughest. Like, you're always going to be your biggest enemy.
Always gonna be negative people.
You have to learn to ignore it, work hard, and you will prove them wrong.
Soulcast! Oh, he's owning them right now. But Soulcast is in a good spot. He's able to get 2 with the Vandal.
The way he thinks about Valorant and how intelligent of a player he is, coupled with his mechanical prowess, led him to be one of the best supports going through 2021 into 2022.
Huge kill, my God, Soulcast!
Never touch yourself, never touch yourself.
Push playing styles, oh, going in with the satchel.
It's okay to Soki.
Yeah, my body rock clothes that way too expensive. Yeah, I pay for that till it get you minutes. Don't you worry about them dollar sign, worry about them digits. Then they'll purple light sitting on the cloud, trigger finger itch. Yeah, I'm the attitude talking about no drugs. Baby, take a bus, you know we going up. These service jeans in Beijing, this shit fitted. Yeah, this a lean, I bought it, I got a straight from the clinic. I ain't had no one, I ain't had no one, I ain't had no hope, I ain't had no one, yeah, I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. Yeah, yeah. I ain't had no hope. 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 Yeah, I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. Yeah, yeah. I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. On my feet, I'm dripped from head to toe. We get lit, middle day that you is in my highs and lows. You ain't built, I ain't got time for none of that, you already know. Yeah, I'm rockin' on red like I'm about to close. Yeah, I'm spotted with but if we get too close. Yeah, red bottom shoe look like I'm just on the road. Yeah, these red going shoe, no shoelaces on no. I ain't had no hope, I ain't had no hope, I ain't.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
We have 4 unbeaten teams that are ready to take the stage, and today we're going to find out which 2 are heading to the upper bracket final. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 8 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo. Of course, coming at you live from the Tipstar Dome Arena right here in Chiba. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, and joining me on the desk, it's actually Achilleos, and I'm so happy to say his name in a live event. It's Paper Thin! It's good to see you, buddy.
I'm excited to be here, man. We had a great time yesterday casting the NRG DRX match, and now we're going to have a lot of fun watching two really good games today.
Yeah, and
great time might
fans,
be a little bit
bold. The fans are loaded up, but, you know, Seth, why are you wearing sunglasses, bro?
Because I knew I was going to be on a desk with 2 bald guys, and that light was just going to be bouncing off and just blasting me in the face, so I figured I'd just go ahead and shield myself.
I brought an extra pair just in case you needed them. So,
oh, what a friend. Always look at that. I mean, obviously, there's just a lot of shine coming that way, but that just means that we shine bright like a star, boo-boo. That's all that really means.
I feel like Psycho right now.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
So we'll call Don, let him know it's good. In any case, guys, let's go ahead and talk about what happened in yesterday's elimination matches. First, it was Loud facing off against Edward Gaming, and then, of course, we were served the upset of the year. As we saw it happen, it happened to us in real time. We had to accept it and believe it. I can't believe Paper Thin, Loud, 0-4 here in Tokyo.
It's shocking. I mean, you could understand maybe they drop one and they're just kind of getting warmed up. They talked about it in some of their, post-match, interviews and press conferences and things where they just didn't feel like they were comfortable. They felt like some of the other teams maybe had an advantage because they got to play in the group stages and those kind of things. But
yeah,
clearly that was not the case. I mean, this is just a team that it just wasn't fully anticipating what EDG was going to bring against them yesterday. I don't think a lot of teams can. I mean, obviously Team Liquid handled them well, but EDG is on another level.
When you think about Team Liquid, that situation in itself was a little difficult for them because it came down really to a 50-50 in the end. So if anything, EDG proved that they can also take it to the #1 EMEA seed.
No, they absolutely can. The run that they have been on has been absolutely incredible. TL's been the only one that's been able to deal with them so far, and they are still fired up. And that was still a very close series, as you say, went down to the wire, and that last final map. But you could see that they weren't necessarily really upset with it. They've already achieved their goal of making it into the top 8. Anything from here is a bit of a bonus for the side of EDG.
Yeah.
But the camaraderie that was shown on stage, Rengar standing up, applauding after the ace there for Kong Kong, it was just such a wholesome series. And I think there's a very real chance that we could see those teams potentially clash again as well.
Oh, yeah, and I really, really am excited about that one. But of course, it takes us over to our next matchup. We have DRX, who would be taking on NRG yet again. And it was hilarious because we had Achilleos and Paperthin casting another DRX game, your first game that you casted here in Tokyo, Paperthin, and it was a DRX matchup. Unfortunately for the boys, it was not the outcome that they wanted. NRG looked really clean.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, this has now kind of been the story of this NRG core versus DRX is that they have their number. They have good reads against them. Yeah, DRX came out swinging on Pearl, but Haven was just a masterclass. NRG has such a good read on that map. They had such good reads on how DRX wants to play. And, you know, I was talking to Finesse before the match yesterday, and he just said, look, we play very similar. So sometimes it is close, but clearly yesterday they really had them downloaded.
Yeah, I mean, the wheels have been coming off for quite some time, to be frank, for DRX. So, you know, as upset as we are to kind of send them home, we also anticipated that this was going to happen because NRG just have been a bit of a cut above. Even with their own struggles, they have been a cut above DRX this season, and it's just the way that it is. And all we can hope for as specific representatives is that DRX get their stuff together when it comes down to champions. They've got a little bit of time to try to prepare for that one. For NRG, though, not as much time to prepare because they're still here in this tournament, and there's very fast turnarounds when you're in that lower bracket.
Oh, yeah, indeed there is. It does feel weird, though, to have a tournament and have no Korean representation left in this, you know? It's a bit of a heartbreaker for sure.
We claim Potter.
Yeah.
We claim Potter.
You know what? I like that. I like that. That go ahead and takes us to our bracket, of course. With those two eliminations, we're now down to our top 6. And boy, oh boy, is this shrinking down. So as you can see, we have PRX and Fnatic, and then our first match of the day is going to be Team Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses. And awaiting the loser of those games down in the lower bracket will be NRG and EDG, who are also set potentially on a collision course with one another as well. This bracket, Seth, just it's nuts. I mean, genuinely, we have still Pacific representation left, which is nice, but it's going to be tough because they're going up against Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, I said the same thing because they were going up against DRX. Clearly, that didn't matter. DRX failing to just be able to beat content creators. They lost to SOM, they lost to CTRS. So if you're a streamer, you've got a leg up over them, I suppose.
Think back to F4Q as well back in the day.
That's true. First team to take them down. Content creators, just their curse, I suppose.
Just a couple streamers.
Yeah, just a couple streamers in a dream, keeping it alive. But yeah, it's still going to get tougher for here for the side of PRX because, again, DRX have already been looking disjointed. PRX were already able to take them down. And now that they best them with CTRS in the mix, there's still some hope here, but it's going to be difficult.
I always appreciate the Pacific hopium. It's always nice, but I hope as well. And we'll talk more about that matchup later on today. But before we get into the matches, we actually did want to spend a moment to highlight actually some of the really cool things that are happening here in Chiba. Actually, there's this suspended monorail that you can go through the city, and it's wrapped completely with VALORANT Masters swag. It looks really cool. The fans have been taking it every single day to come to this venue. It really has been super cool to watch, and also I just love transportation in Japan, if I'm being real with y'all. So yeah, this is happening, and it has been really cool to kind of see how the city of Chiba Paperthin has been embracing this, but also it's kind of cool to see how our fellow talent team has been taking it as too, because I don't know if y'all know, but Mimi is like a big train fanatic. She has her day off today, but today we're going to celebrate her love for trains.
Well, this is where she and I get along very, very well, because I also love trains. Every time I come to Japan, I'm like, I got to take the Shinkansen, I got to take the trains, and they're always laid out with these really cool designs, so it's really awesome to see that VALORANT is on there. A lot of times it's, you know, local Japan stuff, even anime stuff sometimes, so now we get to have this full experience of this absolutely wonderful country.
By the way, I'm taking credit for this, by the way, because I wanted to go to I think it's Geigo or Gigo, I don't remember, I don't know how to pronounce the name of the arcade. Right. I wanted to go, I found the train game, and then Mimi sat there the entire time.
Yeah, I wanted to tell her about it, but you know, didn't get to see her until last night. And I was like, oh, there's a train game in the arcades, by the way. She's like, I have already been playing.
Already been playing. But actually, the reason why we're talking about this is that, you know, we wanted to like learn a little bit more about what, you know, like easy access to events and the ability to be able to come to a venue like this means to, you know, the folks who live here. And of course, the people in Chiba have been really, really kind to allow us to be able to go and check out and even film on the monorail. And we did get an opportunity to really figure out what does the train systems, what does the resident public transportation mean to the people of Chiba. Mimi went for it. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hi, I'm Mimi, and I'm here at the Chiba Urban Monorail at the Chiba Koen stop. This is the last stop on the line for fans coming to VALORANT Masters Tokyo, and this system is very unique for a train. It's what's called a suspended monorail, which means the train is actually hanging from a single track above it, and it's one of only 7 such systems in the world, but this one in Chiba is the longest, and the train itself is quite unique, but for its use, it's just like any other train in Japan. People use it to go to work, to meet friends, get food, or go to an event like this one. And for fans of Valorant, for the longest time, it's been separated. With COVID and restrictions here in Japan, fans have been at home, watching their favorite teams play, playing the game themselves, learning and growing in excitement for it. So events like this are something special here. In Japan, the trains provide an element of connection that not a lot of other countries have. Really, no matter where you are in the country, you can hop on a train between cities and maybe find yourself here at the last stop at Chiba Koen to arrive at this event. Well, trains are just a form of transportation, something mundane. It's also something that brings people together, allows people, like the Valorant fans arriving for this event, to meet up with old friends, find new ones, and experience something that they wouldn't otherwise.
Firstly, I do want to say very well done, Mimi, on that, and also to just see him. Like, we're talking about this because the audience that have been here has been nothing short of remarkable and incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And I really hope that if we ever get to do an event here again, that more fans from around the world get to come and experience this, because this truly is an experience unlike anything I've ever experienced in my career. So it really has been fun to witness that.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first esports event being in Tokyo. I've come here a couple times, been to concerts, and the crowd even in concerts and whatnot here in Japan, very similar vibe. Everyone is just having a great time. Everyone is just cheering for the music, whether you're there to see that opening act band or the one after it. You stick around, you applaud for everybody. It's been absolutely incredible, and I'm just happy that it also has bled through to the broadcast for the people who are watching at home, because you can just tell how electric it is in here, how kind everybody is, and how excited they are to just sit down and watch Valorant.
Yeah. And everybody here is like so aware of what's going on. They're cheering for all the players, all the teams. It is really just exciting to see them just be passionate about this esport in general. And I had the chance to come to the Riot 1 event in Yokohama last year, where there was, I think, about 8,000 people or something like that, and it was crazy. And I mean, at the time, they couldn't cheer because of the COVID restrictions like they can today. Now they just had to use their boom whackers, but man, it was such an emotional event. It was the
boom whackers.
I don't know.
Boom sticks.
The boom sticks.
I get it, but boom whackers is a good one.
That's what we call them in, back at home. But.
No, honestly, and we do want to thank the people of Chiba for allowing us to be able to film on that train. It was very kind, and there's plenty of more coming from that as well. So hopefully you guys get to see it. But in any case, though, if you're out there tweeting about trains, make sure you use that hashtag VCT as well as Valorant Masters. We want to hear from you throughout the broadcast today. And since we're talking about trains, let's go ahead and transition over to today's poll question. Which team is on track for the upper bracket final? People hate me. The Evil Express, Train Liquid, the Paper Train, or I can't believe it, Train Addict? That doesn't sound great. Of course, scan the QR code below, and of course we'll have the results in just a little bit. Train Addict. Train Addict.
Where you put all your train sets.
Okay. That's where
you build them in a box.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. In any case, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to preview our first match of the day. We're talking about Boostio versus Redgar, Potter versus Doom Bros. It's, of course, going to be Evil Geniuses taking on Team Liquid. Of course, we'll see you on the other side. And I, of course, meant Emil.
Unbelievable.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tokyo. That's another John Locke special. In today's first match, though, we have NA Cinderella team of evil geniuses taking on the EMEA champs in Team Liquid. And Seth, this is a matchup that we're all excited for because this is obviously going to be, you know, of course, according to the standings, right? Say what you will about Fnatic, but this is the #1 team coming out of EMEA going up against a plucky underdog in EG that has proven a lot of people wrong. But for Team Liquid, they have been tested. We've seen them be taken to the limit against EDG.
Yeah, no, it was a really close series. Again, Liquid, they were tested. It's the only series that we've seen from them so far here at this event, given that they were seeded forward. But even saying, like, the EMEA champions, it still feels a little bit weird.
It does.
Because it did not look like that was going to be at all possible, given the way that the year started for them all the way back over at Lock-In. It has been a monstrous glow-up for the side of Team Liquid to be able to, you know, best Fnatic and then come into this series as an opening match and be the ones to send EDG down to that lower bracket. It was hard fought, but they managed to get it done at the very end, did drop that map, you know, in the midway there of split with 13 and 8. But this one, as we got the Lotus, it was completely down to the wire, but TL were just barely able to clinch it at the very end with Soulcast delivering that triple kill to get them across the line. This is a team that can make adjustments, that is, you know, at times looking absolutely unstoppable, but so too is EG. And this is going to be the biggest test potentially for them in this entire tournament.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree with that. I mean, it goes without saying, though, Paper Thin, right, that this Team Liquid squad, despite them being challenged, understands how to overcome that kind of adversity on the server.
Yeah, they really are just this battle-tested team. It seemed like even with some of the really unique macro ideas that EDG is bringing, stuff we haven't really seen from them before, like on Haven, where they're pushing a lot of space to fake hit and to like do different things, that Team Liquid really adjusted nicely to some of those unique ideas that EDG was bringing. So I was really, really impressed with the way that they handled some of this adversity. A really strong EDG team, as we all know now for sure, that it's not just the individual talent on this EDG squad that is bringing them over the line anymore. It is now these macro ideas as well. But Team Liquid has this great wherewithal, especially players like Nats and Soulcast, who kind of can just read the moves of EDG a little bit better and make these brilliant counter moves.
Yeah, and thankfully we were able to get an opportunity to catch up with Redgar. Doug is standing by. Doug, what you got for us?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Redgar, quick question for you. You've taken down Kong, but now you have to deal with Demon 1. That's a different beast. Is your approach the same?
Yeah, of course. We already stormed one hype guy. It's time for the second, right?
Best of luck to you today. Back to you, GB.
There's Redgar, looking forward to seeing what he could do. Of course, Team Liquid being led by the big man with the big brain. And look, I'm a Redgar stan, always have been, always will be. Nothing will ever change. And what helps out is that he also delivers in the server when it counts. It's not just the calls. He's honestly kind of feels like Busio in that instance, right? Where they both contribute effectively. I just love that Redgar always goes for very Redgar ideas.
Yeah, every now and then he comes up with something and you're like, okay, what in the hell is he cooking? You know, what is going on? And sometimes those things fall flat, but more often than not, as of late, they've been looking better and better. And when he does pull off something wild, you're like, wow, okay, he's just a genius. He's a madman, he's a mad scientist, but it's working it.
Yeah, it truly is. But of course, for a close... Oh, what were you going to say, Pippin? Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, I just think that there's brilliant macro ideas for them as well. Sometimes there's some weird micro mistakes, but yeah, overall, they're really good.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you 100%. It definitely is going to be very interesting to see how they kind of incorporate, you know, those micro ideas, especially against evil geniuses, who they're always looking for those opportunities to shut that down. But of course, for a closer look on the squad, and of course their road here in Masters Tokyo, let's go ahead and hear from Redgar and Safe once again.
I think in Sao Paulo, when we lost to Team Secret, it was like hard punch into our faces, and we should like find out what was the issues, what was the problems. We didn't give up after one lose. We didn't think about the changes in the roster. We just want to win. So our performance during the season, it was, in my opinion, kind of good because we evolved during the season, like I thought, because our play style and all other stuff, it's that thing that you can't like make in one day. You need a lot of games to find out what is like works for you, what is not, and I think we did pretty good during the season. I think it surprised me that during the season some teams play worse than I thought, because I think we had in EMEA really like good teams. I really thought that we have a strong like individual players, but sometimes they're not stacking, and I'm really disappointed. But I thought that on the next season we're gonna be much stronger, but right now we protect our EMEA crowd.
I didn't see Fnatic as unbeatable, I guess. You could say that they had a head start from the other teams because they had the core of their roster and we needed more time, and the more time we had, the better we got, and we proved it. Revenge is sweet.
And the winners, the VCT EMEA Team Liquid!
I mean, Nats gives me complete freedom because I can rely on him anchoring any site. I can rely on him getting the 3Ks or 2Ks, or at least delaying long enough for me to just pop off or get ready to help him. With Redgar calling, I feel like he gave me the responsibility to decide what I'm gonna do and what I do with the players around me. And that made it super easy for me to play, and it also unlocked a lot of ideas in my own head, how to approach the game, the timings people take, and what I can do to counter that. So yeah, my IGL is GOATed.
I think that the Safe can like win them all, you know, because it's my dudes, it's my teammate. I know that he's better, and I can't lose confidence in my teammates. I think when a lot of people saying that it's right now the Fnatic era and no one can beat them and the other stuff, they might be true, but the main thing is when you're winning one tournament and proves nothing in esports, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but if they won like 3 or 4 tournaments in a row, yeah, that you can definitely say like these things, right? But every time you need to prove that. I think that we can win not only Fnatic but all other team. If I gonna think that we can't win them or the other team on the tournament, why I'm here? I already start from EMEA, I made like my goal is real. The second is Tokyo and the third is Champions, so let's make the second point valuable.
Very fascinating perspective there, and obviously very much founded in reality, because they beat Fnatic. They are the champions of EMEA, Clinton, and on top of that, where they were at the beginning of the season, lock-in till now is just like a crazy turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make the argument this is the most improved team throughout the year. I mean, losing to Team Secret at lock-in, coming all the way through to where they are now is just very impressive. But Evil Geniuses as well, man, I am...
Speaking of improvement.
Yes, both these teams are incredibly improved. I mean, that's why I'm saying you can make the argument, right? Team Liquid or EG, maybe T1 if you wanted to go down that route, but these are both just teams that have really worked out a lot of the problems that they saw at the early part of the year. They were really just like able to sit down and kind of talk it out, kind of get on the same page and find just impressive performances. So, you know, on the screen here, is EG the real deal? I say yes. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind now.
And then when I do think about that Team Liquid EG conversation, yeah, they both have had similar pathways. Just the difference is when it mattered most, Team Liquid were able to get that championship, beat Fnatic in the finals, whereas EG struggled at that point. But now it feels like we have an even different version from EG than what we saw in America, Seth. Like they're growing over time. It's like Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah, I mean, obviously limited pool because they have just kept themselves in this upper bracket. So we haven't gotten to see too much of them, but it still just feels like they continue to iterate on everything that they've had in the past and just grow it. Find, you know, where the holes are in the armor and say like, okay, now we're going to patch that up and reinforce it. And a lot of that has been on the back of Potter. She's been absolutely stellar for this team, and the team has been working with her system to ensure success. And they're just, absolutely insane, this squad.
Yeah, and they've been doing just such a brilliant job, Clinton, of like really anticipating what their opponent is going to be throwing at them and then playing effectively with that information. The growth from this team, as Seth had pointed out, is really outstanding.
Yeah, I fully agree. And a big part of it is not just like their prep and their strategies, it's their on-the-fly thinking, coming in there and being able to react, knowing, you know, the situations when their opponent has their ults ready and how to play ahead of it. You know, they'll get ahead of these rolling thunder so that they put their teams in bad positions or other ults like that, where they're able to really counter some of the macro ideas, the strategic ideas that teams want to come into a round with, try to use against them, and they're one step ahead of you almost every time.
Yeah, it really has been fascinating to watch EG grow into this dominant force. And I know a lot of people are still questioning whether or not this team is legit, but I mean, I think it goes without saying they're here now. They most definitely are. Earlier, though, we did get Doug, who managed to catch a word with Boostio. Doug standing by.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Boostio, quick question for you. What will be the key to success for you guys to take down Liquid today?
Yeah, the key to success is probably just Demon 1 go kill, and then just hit B.
Excellent strat. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Hit B. Hit B.
Guess we're getting Pearl today.
Yeah, Boostio's giving us all the good good materials.
Can't believe he laid out the whole strat book right then and there.
I mean, just pulling a page out of Team Secret's book, right?
Yeah.
Just hit A every time on Haven and it'll work.
You know, but now all the players know, everyone knows. Oh boy, but see, even when you know what's coming, it's very hard to deal with this young man. Jogamo has been unreal. Truly does have that dog in him. Real talk. I mean, just even when you have a conversation with the kid, you can just tell he's got that attitude that just really propels him. It gives him a good perspective on the game, and he approaches that in the server as well.
He really does. And I mean, look, we've been flipping back and forth as, you know, we highlight on EG and whatnot, you know, which player do we want to talk about? You can talk about anybody. Honestly, all of these players deserve to be highlighted. They deserve to be featured because they have all had their individual performances. They have all had their impact. It's not just the Demon 1 show. As much as Boostio's joking, saying like, "Oh, Demon 1 go kill" is the strat. Jogamo has been putting up absolutely insane numbers. Yeah. He's just been so consistent. But then even then, you've got Ethan, you've got Boostio himself, who continue to deliver, and it's just an excellent full-fledged roster. There's not really a weakness. You know, nobody's been having really like off performances so far. It's just been strength across the board.
Yeah, and it's the way they play off each other as well. I mean, almost every one of those highlights that we just saw from Jogamo was set up by the initiators or by someone else to really get him going, whether it be leading with those sky flashes, leading with the breach utility, with the fault lines, the stuns and those kind of things, to make sure that he's set up for success when he's on that raise. And when he shifts over to the Omen, he's almost just as good. I mean, he's able to anchor really well. He's got great timings with the paranoias and all those other things. So this is a really great thing for this squad, to have a Raze player who can come in on these maps now where you need Raze, you need Fracture, you need Split. In particular, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of those maps here today because of the way they've been playing on them, and that really seems to be their key to success, is to have that flexibility between some of these different roles.
And that, I think, is a part that oftentimes gets pushed aside because Jogamo's such an impact fragger, but he also has a very versatile agent pool as well. He could play a bunch of different things. This team does have a lot of looks. It's quite scary.
He does, and we haven't had to see too much of the pool. It's really just been the Raze and the Omen. But even then, that's still such a massive transition as far as how you're going to be playing the map. So we've been seeing him go over to the Omen when they're playing on things like Ascent and whatnot. But then otherwise, he's on that Raze. But regardless of which one he's playing, he's still impactful. He's still fragging out of control.
Yeah, he has been really, really awesome to watch. And let's go ahead and hear from the man himself, because here's Jogamo on today's matchup, as well as why getting 13-0'd by Loud genuinely changed everything. Take a look.
It felt really nice to just get that revenge, and like we just know we have control over that map, especially with the new meta, which is we're trying to bring in, which is the Sova. I think that just can beat almost any team that that does not expect a dart, because the dart's really like random on that map. Like, it used to be Fade Eye, but no one's ever seen Sova, so give credit to Calm for that as well. Just polishing all that stuff out. My brother did come for the Loud game that we lost, the 13-0, and I think from that day, like, I definitely woke up and I was like, this might be my last year being a pro. Just kind of was scared about that, and then from that day, I just like had no more cares. I just didn't care. Like, if we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose, but as long as I try my hardest and I know that I was gonna grind out and make sure these rounds are long as I can, I think that's been my motivation since then.
He can't do it. Aspas is there. Loud's gonna get dangerous here. Demon 1. Oh, this guy is monstrous.
Team Liquid. We scrimmed them before we had their matchup that's coming up, and they're looking insane. Like, Nats is crazy. Like, he's always been hyped, and I just actually want to play him on stage. Like, I know he has some good lurkings, but I'm ready to play against Nats. I think he'll be sick.
And I think that is the reason why you got to put respect on Jawgamo's name, man. Most people that walk in that situation, they'll point fingers. They'll look at what went wrong, who did their thing wrong, blah, 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 all that garbage. No, that team hunkered down and got to work, Seth.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, yes, it was a 13-0, but they were still able to take a map in that set where no one expected it. They thought it was, you know, everyone kind of said, oh, this is going to be a 2-0 blowout.
Yeah,
loud is loud. They're going to be able to beat EG. So yes, while it does sting a lot to end things with that 13-0 loss, the bounce back clearly has been seen. You know, he said, we're going to hunker down. I'm going to give it my all in every single series from here on out. That has been evident. That is absolutely noted in the performances that he's put up ever since then.
Yeah. And I think it's a trust in the process thing. I mean, I think this is for both of these teams where they had struggles early and they said, okay, let's work on our team strategy. This isn't one individual player making mistakes. This is a bigger picture thing. How do we square this away? How do we get all of our ideas on the same page? How do we all start playing together and working off of each other better?
Yeah, it's been really just been a genuine joy to see these teams grow over the course of the season. But of course, early on in the show, we asked you guys a very train-related question. Which team is on track for the upper bracket final? Of course, the results are in, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. What you guys said on the internet. It's the Evil Express is on track for an upper bracket final today. Clinton, how you feel about that?
I'm just happy the paper train's making the board here because there's two reasons for that, right? A,
paper thin.
B, PRX. See, this is a double whammy.
Paper train, paper thick. Love it. All right.
I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, granted, look, I think EG, they come in here, they're on the Cinderella run. I think people want to see them succeed, but I am surprised to see only a 10% vote there for the side of Team Liquid because this is a team that are champions. They need to be respected. They also have veterancy behind them, so I am shocked to see a little bit of a lesser turnout for that squad.
All right, real quick before we jump into it, I just want one word. Who you think's winning?
EG.
EG.
I'll go TL.
Team, the desk is split. I feel like I'm picking between my cousins over here because I love both of these teams equally, so I'm going to stay out of this one. But
what?
I'm sorry,
Come
I can't.
on.
Redgar's my boy. I DM'd him as soon as they won, and then Boostio's my homie. It's very hard for me. Everyone on those teams are all fantastic. I wish everyone can win, but that's not the way it works in these competitions because we have two incredible matchups today. EG versus Team Liquid, Fnatic versus PRX. Day 8 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo starts right now.
Last night I can't sleep at all, so I'm really nervous. When I'm walking on the stage, I feel overwhelmed. Oh, I'm here.
Sometimes things happen out of our control that can hit our mental. Finals at lock-in. My game wasn't going good. I felt like I'm not speaking as much as I did in previous games, and I just felt the same feeling as I did 2 years ago.
But everyone in PRX never give up. It's 5 people, one heart. So that's why I'm gonna try my best.
I need to do my best as a teammate. I need to start communicating, and I think that brought me back to the game. We lost to them in Copenhagen, and so did Leo when he was in Guild, so really looking forward to the rematch.
ผมรักในการแข่งขันมากแล้วก็ดีใจที่ได้อยู่ตรงนี้แล้วก็ได้พิสูจน์บางอย่างออกไปแล้วก็อยากให้ทุกคนได้มีความสุขที่ได้ดู We have to take the game.
Some people say it's the easiest role in the game. I'd say that's the complete opposite. You're the front man, you're the spearhead. You're going in first. When people doubt you or doubt your team, you need to be able to do things that you've never seen anyone do.
I've only been here for 2 months. I'm learning everything. I'm just trying everyone with 0 experience. Just wait until I get that experience.
I do think they're in very good form. They play very well together. It just seems in sync.
Of a scale of like 1 through 10, how of my peak I am right now in Valorant, maybe like a 7.
I have no doubt or anxiety about what other people think. The most important thing is that I do the job that's been given to me.
People put a lot of words to compare me, but to be honest, I'm just Demon 1.
All right, match 1. Let's go ahead and get started. TL, you are higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So EG, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban.
Okay, we will ban Bind.
Bind, your ban.
We are banning Pearl.
Pearl. EG, map number 1.
We pick Fracture.
Side on Fracture.
What do I start with Fracture? Futures.
Defense, okay.
Alright.
Map number 2.
We're gonna pick Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven.
Unexpected.
Countered.
Oh, what about defense, Haven?
Defense. Okay, so we're gonna start with the next set of bans, starting with EG. You have Ascent, Lotus, and Split.
Check out Lotus.
You know Lotus. Okay. You have Ascent and Split.
We remove this and pay this. Okay, we ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Map number 3 is Split. EG, side on Split.
Defense, please.
Defense. Okay, so we're gonna go through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have EG with Bind, TL with Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with TL on Defense. Map number 2 is Haven with EG on Defense. Next set of bans are Lotus and Ascent. Decider number 3 is Split with EG on Defense.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
good? Go with T-Bow.
Good luck,
guys.
Good luck.
Teams from different parts of the world who faced similar adversity this season, but despite it all managed to persevere. No one gave them the time of day, but now this day belongs to them. Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid, let's get it on.
They earned it. The time of day is theirs, and everyone has to pay attention to these two squads now because they have been absolutely captivating in their runs to get to this very moment. And I cannot wait to see this clash. Can we just start the game already? We know the maps are just get in there.
I'm with you, man.
But get the agent select. We'll find out when we get in the lobby.
Real quick, though, let's talk about the maps real fast, Paper Thin, because honestly, seeing that Fracture come in first, that's pretty big for EG, a tone setter without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a map they've been very good on. They have great reads on this map. Their rotations are phenomenal. Everything about the way they play this map, I love. They kind of have a really unique read on the way to play it compared to some of the teams that like to run the Neon and things like that. That hasn't really bothered them playing against some of those high-tempo teams like Lao, you know, with Aspas switching over to the Neon. So this is a really good start. I like this map pool a lot for EG.
EG, at the beginning, I'm right there with you, and I feel like this could very well go to 3. I say this all the time, and it never happens, so hopefully it does happen today.
Jinx.
Because that Fracture, there's 7-2 on it this year right now, EG. They have been so strong. This is their bread and butter, dropping it only twice this year to teams, you know, like Cloud previously, and then they were able to best them again just, you know, a couple days ago. So it was a really strong performance from them on this one. But then you get to Haven as a map too, and that's where it starts getting concerning for them because this year they're 1-4. It has been one of their weaker maps in this pool. So I feel like as long as TL are able to show up today, if they're in form, that this is going to go the distance, that we are going to be seeing that split at the end of the bell.
Yeah, and we saw that Team Liquid has a really good read on Haven, especially against EDG. They had even though EDG was throwing some really unique, really interesting things at them, they still handled it very nicely. So yeah, certainly you got to feel good about that. But then, you know, you go back over to Split, you get Jogamo back on that raise, and I feel pretty good about EG here today. I mean, they did beat NRG on Haven last time. They do run the Astra instead of the Omen in their last Haven matchup, so that's going to be maybe one of the stylistic differences that you're going to see there. So that sometimes can play a role, but you know, generally teams like the Omen, because of the ability to use the TPs, you know, the smokes are a little bit easier to control. You're a little less predictable because the Astra Star is one of the most predictable kind of utility in the game, right? You know where those stars are going to go. You kind of can anticipate how your team is going to approach the map.
All right, and here we go with the Prime Gaming Agent select for Fracture, and there's that pesky Cypher that could be a thorn in the side of EG, courtesy of Nats.
And this is kind of one of the big reasons why I strayed towards TL being able to take this series, because they have better incentive. And I think if they can knock down, if they can pick up, start off this map in a really strong fashion, that's going to offset potentially the mentality of this younger squad of EG. And if you could do that, if you can inflict that mental damage, that can be your avenue to success. But that Cypher trapping Jogamo, stopping those really aggressive dives in onto the sites here on Fracture. Nats has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's shown time and time again that throughout history, he's able to deal with it.
And I'm really keyed in and calm right now with those shock darts to take care of that Cypher utility. How well is he going to be ready for Nats lineups?
Well, we are ready to go, and for this epic matchup, you needed two epic freaking casters, and I couldn't think of a better pair than my friends, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, you guys have set this matchup, I think, quite perfectly, because you have two teams here that could not have had bigger strides coming from lock-in to now with this matchup here. Josh, if I saw this on paper at lock-in, I'm calling in sick.
Yeah.
Mate, I'm like, listen, this match would not have been a banger, but we are literally witnessing two teams here, Liquid and EG, that are reaching their peaks at just the right time.
Yeah, the glow-up is absolutely absurd from both of these squads. And for Liquid, they already managed to win their domestic tournaments, be able to lift that trophy, outpace Fnatic, and yeah, peak at the right time. With this EG squad, though, was saving themselves a little bit. The form that they've been on at this tournament is ludicrous. I don't know whether we've seen anything quite like it. They've won 11 out of 12 of their pistol rounds. That's like 92% win rate in pistols. That doesn't happen. And then they've taken that and overall been converting about 2/3 of all of the halves into a bonus round as well. So they go up 3-0, often 4-0. You cannot beat a team that's doing that. You have to stop them.
Already we're seeing some ideas at play. There was a nade being held there by Safe, but very slow beginning. And you're right, Josh. It's EG's pistol rounds, conversion into the bonus as well. That's been their bread and butter. Shock darts close, just in case there are some trips. A fault line that's sent flying as well into halls.
And Demon One's just feeling this out. He knows that there's a reactive push coming. Yeah. You can feel it in his bones.
Absolutely. That's why that triple face and triple contact played as it can to watch some of that. Demon One is going to be quite integral here to try and put a stop to this push. Spots it out with the jiggle. Is going to be calling for reinforcements potentially.
And that was a headshot through the box onto Safe. He's down to 62 health. What is this guy?
Set up now that Solcast has a bit of a one-way smoke, but there's been a timing. No one was watching for that one. Boostio's already lurked his way through. Trips being caught as well from Boombot. Nats catching that time and pushing through the smoke, finding a kill.
And that's great. That helps the rest of his team control Arcade for the retake.
Really quite important. A bit of a tap onto the spike to try and force out Util again. Another fight to be taken. Running and gunning is the name of the game here for Save. Trailblazer now trying to supplement, pushing forwards as well, but that's a double face. EG. I'm sure that they've got good control over this one. Left it up to just Redgar. Sole player from Arcade. He was spotted out earlier from Demon One. And yeah, EG, not a kind of team that are going to be leaving any gaps in the play. You can see it already with the high-low setup. Should be clean, and it is at that. Quite clinical. Another pistol round win for EG, Josh.
Keep track of them at home.
How far can they really take this, man? Because they are burning bright with this kind of form, but how long can they keep it going?
That's my big question, honestly. Because I don't think we've seen a team be able to keep this up. I mean, obviously, you can't keep this up long-term, winning 90+% of your pistol rounds and taking a ton of them into winning bonuses. But can you keep it up for a tournament? It actually could be possible. Let's keep track of that over the course of this match. But on the other side of things, I watched many Team Liquid Eco wins in their run in EMEA, and partly due to the performance of these players with the Ghosts. They've got 4 players grouped up here going into Boostio.
outlandish. I mean, Boostier's playing a common position for the Sentinels. That's a turret that takes out Safe. Okay, I mean, are we going to get started with this? A bit of tomfoolery from Team Liquid early on.
He was weak off the Bulldog shot, but that
also what?
shouldn't happen.
How is that occurring? Okay.
Team Liquid really are the tomfoolery team.
Yeah, you just...
But
know,
it sometimes disguises how excellent their tactical play is too. Liquid really are going to give you some amazing rounds in this match. I can guarantee it. They'll also give you a bit of trolling.
They will. They will. They do love a bit of trolling. Redguard tagged up by the drone, flashed up. Look at that util. I mean, we talk about the excellency with a supportive util that comes out from players like Ethan, Com. But yeah, I mean, you just got to keep an eye out for it, honestly, over the course of this entire series, because it is amazing. Enabling players like Jorgamo, who's really also coming alive. This guy's always been a fantastic player, but on this map in particular, it's Demon 1 who's playing the Brimstone, taking a bit of a backseat. Jorgamo playing the Raze.
And I would say over the course of the Americas season, Jorgamo's not been as impactful as he was last year. Throughout 2022, he looked like a star player when he was on the Jet and the Raze. This year, taking a little more of a backseat on some of the more supportive roles. And then here at this tournament, found his form again and just looking absolutely electric. A lot of the other players on EG, absolutely integral to the way that the team plays.
Yeah.
Right? Ethan and Com with the supportive utility, potential for clutches. Demon 1, we all know what he's able to produce. You've seen it just with his raw aim. But then you've got like the X factor, and to me, Jorgamo is that X factor player. Right, Brent?
Here we go.
Now let's see what EG have got cooking. Remember when they played against Loud, this bonus round ended up going into tower. It was a huge util dump onto Sadak. But it was important that they got Com's Hunter's Fury online for that play. Com has not got the ult around. They're 3 orbs away from Boostios. Do they make a play for the lockdown? That to me seems a bit too slow.
A bit too slow, a bit too obvious. You can be playing for the orbs like that, but EG, they do love to cook on these bonus rounds. The city approach. It's Com who's holding the north side. Deep dart towards drop. This is meant to make it feel like, I believe that there's more players towards that direction. A lot of teams do that with their 1-4 defaults on Fracture. They run their initiator player on the north side, and it does make it feel like there's more presence there.
Yeah, great point. And Team Liquid are using the same setup they did in the pistol.
But a deep push as well. This reclearance through into main. Turret's going to be tacked in that one. It's a, well, Satchel. Jorgamo jumps on the opportunity. Strikes, and he's rewarded with the kill onto Yampi. There's another reclearance. Halls, the doors opens up. They're going to be aware of this. Lucio's just holding it quite delayed. The spray transfer. That's cheeky little two-piece. Might have done enough as well to salvage some portion of this round because he's brought it to a 3 versus 3.
I think that is the play that potentially saves things for Liquid. You're right. Because if he falls there, the whole of the A site completely open. Now EG has to do a little more. Save still has full utility here, tucked into such an unusual spot at back dice. Jorgamo has nade for it.
You see players do use it in that portion. Safe underhand nade as well, preventing a deep push as well, but it is the tight squeeze. Wrapped around, Com pushing past it now. Aftershock in his face, Shock does to try and clear through. Not shying away from the fight, is he? Takes it straight to tower and regains control of this one. Left up to Nats and low enough that a single bullet will do it. There's another bonus round for you.
It started already, Brent. It started already. The EG snowball. They win the pistol. 12 out of 13 pistol rounds at this event won. Only 1 that they've dropped against Loud on this map, in fact. And then they convert the bonus.
Yeah.
So that's now, I'm trying to keep track, that's 9 out of 12 bonus rounds won as well. It's just truly unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you see it with the small eyebrow raise on safe space. How do they win that? It's not through any kind of elaborate utility play. It's by baiting out dry reactive info pushes from Team Liquid and then punishing them.
Sheer punishment happening here. A lot of presence over towards Hordes. Nats is essentially alone when he's making that play. Cage down with the cam as well. Play now towards it. Safe with the sheriff shots. They do land, so Jorgamo will fall. Maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. They attempted to pivot there. I mean, Nats is Solgas. Sheriff. Marshall. It's the one before being traded. Site is going to be theirs, though, so she should be able to get this plant down.
But this is a major opportunity for Team Liquid to strike back quickly. Here are the ults, though.
I mean, this is quite reasonable. Using the lockdown to try and clear this one out. Team Liquid going to be feeling that time pressure again. Yampy going for a cheeky play. The time is running so down low here, though. And he is going to get detained. Not going to be hunting this one out, though. Probably going to be suspecting that he's actually in spawn. So Yampy's going to be tucked safe in that position. Yeah. And they're not going to be aware of this at all. This is actually a lovely play. I quite like this. I don't think Com's going to be expecting it. Shots whipping. No. Okay, rifle aim. They know that tower's compromised. It's Yampy up there. Nanoswarms, though, to delay further. Ethan just left to hold it down. Satchel pushing him back again. The Nanoswarm kill. Boostio. Ridiculous
no time.
with it. No time. 6 bullets. There it is. Round win. Everybody falling in the end. No survivors on either side.
Yeah, Safe choosing also not to keep the Vandal into the round that's coming up next. So, weird one, but okay.
I don't think that was intentional, though.
Yeah, it's not going to affect the economy that heavily either. But all right, everybody falls on both sides, and EG managed to get away with that one. After, you know, some nice plays there that could have potentially turned things around.
Yeah.
I am worried, though, a little bit about the way that Liquid are playing this defense, because they're stacking 3 players over towards A halls a lot, and so much of what they're doing is just without utility. It's a very, very slow composition that Team Liquid are playing. It's excellent if EG just run into them, but EG themselves recognizing that if they slow the pace down, Liquid don't have that much ability to go and grab info around the map.
Yeah. This double smokes comp as well that Liquid are running used to be much stronger in the chamber meta. You could have your chamber player set up in A halls at this corner here, which the drone is clearing now, and with the Omen one-way smoke on top of it, it was really quite difficult to chew through. But the A halls hold becomes a little bit weaker, doesn't it?
I mean, Redguard was set up for a trap play over towards Dish there, off the cam. And now it's completely stuck against a Hall.
Fury into the corner. An expenditure of the ultimate to see if he gets the value. He does. Redguard caught out alone on the side. Still swarming onto the location, but kills are being found. 2 players already falling. It's up to Com to try and stop this reflank attempt as well. He's an important one. About to take contact into 2 of these players. Loses his duel. So they lose the backside of Hall, slowly losing positioning over this post plant. Pushing him up onto the site. Here's a showstopper. Let it rip close though. Safe doesn't land it. Hit it at all. Nats has also just been waiting and wandering right into the crosshair. Boostio, deep flash on top of it. Needs to be a fight taken and forced out of them through main. Overall popped off. Nats really landing his shots. Precision's there. Seeker's earned and a wide face into it. Yampy. Good take. Understanding what they needed to prioritize there from Team Liquid, taking away that horse control.
And already dangerous, though. Redguard was set up, like I said, for some kind of trap play over towards Dishko, caught on sight by the Hunter's Fury. And it is the reflank retake that comes through. EG didn't really know how to respond to it. They didn't actively go and push forwards in the post plan, but they also didn't send anybody backwards to help with Com. And if those flanking retakes are going to find value, Team Liquid are going to lean into them. Liquid are one of those teams that likes to hammer home strats that work.
Yeah. It's a good understanding from Team Liquid. Earns them the round win. First one on the board for them. Dart's going quite far out here. Here's a rolling thunder. Anything else to push off of this? There's a snake bite at your feet. Ethan, he is being sandwiched and squeezed. Showstopper from the back. And already the kills are landing. Still, it's Team Liquid again. It's that fast reclear from drop that I was talking about prior. Ethan wasn't aware of it, but they get the plant down anyway. And look at the reposition. All of EG playing close up into the spawn. They realize that they've lost arcade control.
Yeah, now you see the reaction from EG, what they should have done their prior round.
It's a nasty shot to hit. I mean, the nade pressure behind him still finding it. Redguard, last one left, and yeah, watching the wrong angle for it. EG. It's deafening silence across the arena, man. I can hear the primal screams from the EG players from here.
It's the ultimates, though, Brent. There is no team in the game right now using their ultimates as well as EG are. It actually reminds me of Fnatic at Lockheed. And Fnatic themselves still use ults really cleverly. But the way that EG have been combining them together, especially on Fracture where you can access the ult orbs and get more ults online, this team combines those ults together to be able to win eco swing rounds like I've never seen. They're playing 2025 Valorant.
Valorant of the future, I believe.
I mean, look, they're one away from being able to get their orbital strike online this round too. You know, they're using ults to chain into ults.
And, well, straight up duels as well. Listen, Soulcast have a, what was that, a Vandal or a Guardian? Not too sure, but can't win it out. Dart spots in. methodical. Oh, really? Redgar?
That's messy.
He's tagged up there by the turret. Yeah, Boostio couldn't quite kill him.
Remember, Boostio's the IGL, may have been looking at the minimap in that situation. Redgar, what in the Redgar am I looking at again? He's just silently taking the ropes behind the entirety of EG.
Yep.
Hasn't caught a timing, but is going to be faster than they will expect on this flank.
It was Team Liquid's fast flank into A-Horse to take away that space.
Oh, no.
He's got his knife out though, Redgar, man, please.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, boy.
But I can respect it, you know? This is the round to try something like that. When you're at an eco disadvantage, a player disadvantage. But the threat neutralized by EG being diligent and rechecking balls. So they're going to go up to 6 here, 6-1. This is absolutely dominant. And classic EG. Everything that's been working for them so far in this tournament, the pistol, the bonus, the ult plays, it's the same story. It's not the exact same tactics, but it's the same story.
The playbook is thick, man. They have so many different looks on this map. Individually, they're all popping off as well. And this is a real test for Team Liquid. You know, we haven't really gone into this match thinking that, but you know, Team Liquid haven't played as many matches compared to a team like EG. We know that EG's in red hot form. We've seen that consistently now over many series that they've played so far at Tokyo. And this is a match that's playing for minimum top 3.
Yeah.
That's essentially what this is for. You move into the upper finals, the lowest you can drop is in that top 3 position. It's a huge stakes on the line.
What? Okay.
For Liquid, we do need to see that step up, I think, to try and get back into this map.
Team Liquid are playing an anti-lockdown setup, but not by northside crunching, as most teams would do, with an aggressive composition. With their slower, more defensive comp, they're actually planning to just play full B retake. You saw the Cypher and the Viper, Nats and Soulcast just leave the site so early on. They're not caught by the orbital strike either because nobody had to leave.
Something that EG do like to do. They combo the lockdown into orbital strikes and Hunter's Fury, so good awareness from Liquid.
Okay, but now with the plant, Com gets his Hunter's Fury online. This is the threat, though. Retake coming from many different flanks.
It's 3 players onto on the arcade north side. Trailblazer leads this one in. They are still running out of time. Snakebite at his feet. His Hunter's Fury is being used preemptively. I mean, at this angle as well, straight into the spawn. Just too much to really watch for. The nade over the top, sails right through. It does collect the kill into tower here. Feeling the heat. EG now, Demon 1 has to take a timing through the smoke. Will it be watched for? Team Liquid are really starting to do the most. Spamming into the smoke. Wild. It is blind. It is a pivot. It is absolute DPI increases as well as Team Liquid were just looking for any sort of possibility to get a kill.
And if I ask you, what won EG that round? Would you possibly say the ultimates? The fact that they had a free access to the B site because there's a lockdown on one side and an Omen ult on the other. The composition that Team Liquid's picked is not a bad comp for Fracture. I don't want that to be people's takeaway. But you look at the ult differential, and that's why EG are so dominant with this composition on Fracture. Is because they have insane ults to play around every round.
They min-max it. They really do. I mean, Team Liquid, their setup there did indicate to me at least that they had done their homework and they were ready for some level of play. Because Nats wasn't playing, you know, particularly close up, straight to the lockdown angle.
No,
they didn't get caught by the orbital strike. He was pretty far back. They had plenty of players on the north side as well, where they thought it was going to be weaker with the arcade reflank. But
listen, that is all just to say that Team Liquid still had to play a 5v5 retake.
Yep.
And even though they approached it in the right way, having, you know, 2 towards arcade, 2 towards tree, 1 holding spawn, and then Redgar went away, so there was 3 arcade. Like, I like the approach from Team Liquid, but they're still at that point having to play a 5v5 retake where there's ults on board for EG, and that's really difficult. Ethan the whole time just acting as the final layer of defense in tunnel with his aftershock to stop the plant, an angle onto Redgar. It's immaculate gameplay. EG are currently playing the best Valorant right now. Whether or not they can keep it up is the only big question for me.
to see some kind of response from Liquid. There's a fast play, disrespecting first layer of this Viper wall. Already taking up all that space towards Arcade, making a lot of noise in the process. There it is, aftershock with the boombot. The emphasis there. Snakebite to push back anybody who might be pushing in the tower, and well, Soulcast pre-aiming the position of where he's expecting maybe the satchel peek. Jogamo falls, but he wants to refight. This does get the second one before it's traded, but the fight's just been won out anyway.
Com got 2 from Arcade. How has he managed that?
He's just alone when he's doing it. He's holding the angle as I'm guessing Team Liquid just trying to flood out of the smokes. But
perfect awareness, though, from Com.
He's brought it right back into their favor once more. EG have just been in control of almost every round. Now, this has been slowed down a tad. They lost control of Canteen, and look at it. They wait for the phone line to come back on, to regenerate, to set themselves back up onto the angle, but they don't actually take the space from it. Forcing out the ults. Now Boostio just takes a straight up fight. Knows where he is, and that is just precise. It's surgical, man.
So well played. Incredibly well done there. I mean, we've got to see Com's kills in the replay, I think, because those are the ones that end up winning the round for him. So let's take a look. Dodges the flash. Finds the... Oh, yeah, just very good. Safe a little late on the trade, perhaps, but Yampi was certainly thinking that he would be able to get the line in the favored fight with that flash. Team Liquid had forced into that round as well because they recognized there weren't any ults online for EG. So they don't just want to go for an eco and grant EG more opportunity to build up the ult economy. But now, after having won a straight-up gun round without a big ult advantage, thanks to Com's 2K and Boostio towards the end, now EG have a chance to go ult farming again. Even if they don't pick up ult orbs, they're favored to get them off the bodies of Team Liquid.
We are approaching the end of this first half, and it's just been non-stop. Turret takes the contact once more, but Boostio's ready to receive and shut it down. Oh, man. Any pushback. The line is held. Alarmbot even spotting out safe, so he knows that there's one additional player, maybe more. Also trying to fight him out. Nate to set him up. It's a beautiful piece of util there from Safe, but just buys him a bit of space. Does have the showstopper on top of it, but really you need to see a bit more. With Com lurking this deep as well, you don't expect this of your Team Liquid.
No, the pressure from the front is just too much. You're not even thinking about this.
I mean, Com set up for the freest kill of his life. He should just take this. He does. Bit of a play now towards Hall. It's on top of it, but again, the setup is just too damn good. Dart lighting them up. Last player. They know where he is. Safe. Threw the nade earlier. 3-2-1 double face. Satchel to try and set up a nicer fight. There's one. Can't reset the aim for the second one, though. So 9-1, EG. This is just sheer domination.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, it's a team that is unstoppable right now. The playbook on Fracture, I was scratching my head a little bit at Liquid, not opting to ban it. Fracture is the best map of EG right now. They have so many different looks at it.
The thing is, Liquid just permaban Pearl.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to see a team in this tournament beat EG until their map pool works against them. Because look at the map pool that we've got for this match. I would say EG's best two are Fracture and Split.
Yeah.
And yet they've got in here with Liquid allowing them Fracture and actually choosing to go to Split for the final instead of Ascent. It's a bit of a picky poison thing, though, because EG are great at Ascent, too. All right, so now EG, more ults available here. This is the same play that we saw previously from them.
Yep, showstopper. Okay, Hunter's Fury into the Rolling Thunder. This time, Jogamo will fall there. Red Garcia to contain. It is even fights being taken, but again, Com is that last line of defense as he just pushes up onto drop. Catches it onto Yampi. 2 players left standing. They know that Nats likes to play in spawn here. And already Boostio's just creeped up towards it, but is Nats going to be aware? That's a question because they have missed each other just like that. Granted Nats a kill. It's 2 versus 2 now. Ult, given a bit of information. Look at Ethan. Just trying to hunt for a timing here. Neural theft, revealing his position. Still jiggling onto the corner. Spam down. Bit of damage. Com, know his positioning as well. Just fired that dart off Snakebite to collect a kill as well, but no! He's vulnerable up. Shots don't land for Soulcast, left it up to Nats, and look at the discipline immediately. Retreating up to Crossfire setup. As soon as Ethan takes contact, it's going to be a swing from Com. In fact, okay, well, Com just swings out. Well, time's running low anyway.
Yeah.
They know the round's won. It's just so damn clean.
It really is.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dropping the bag at the end as well. Com has been performing spectacularly on an individual level for this map. He's really made the difference in a couple of crucial rounds, getting big kills there on Soulcast, and the one that he got from Drop as well. Now, it does look weird from Jogamo here, but I do want to explain that this is a similar set play to one that they ran, I believe, against Loud, and so Jogamo wants to go for different pathing. Previously, he went for that double blast pack, but he went into sand to follow up, so he's thinking, I'll swap it up this time a little bit, just to throw people off, and he ends up, you know, improvising into his own breach ult. So there is a little bit of method to the madness, even when it looks silly.
A little bit troll. He's earned the ult now, though. Picks up the orb. Showstopper's online. Final round and a half. They want to end it with a bang. Spotting out the cam. Flash to set him up into tower. Clears that one through. Playing into spawn.
And Team Liquid are trying to go for these flank retakes, which I think is a nice idea. But what utility? How are they getting their way in? And can they stop the post plant setup?
That is a nano swarm at their feet, so nobody can follow up through those seekers, by the way. That was laid down earlier. Com does fall, though.
That's big.
It could be a potential massive opening, but the timing with that fight that Jorgenmo takes is just immaculate. Busio holding close to Jenny, a bit of a jiggle of the movement. Again, he's got his teammates to back him up. EG. Man's backing with it. Nats, though, pushing all the way forwards. A bit of a tap onto the spike, forces out the aftershock. There needs to be an attempt and a play towards this one. Still low, Ethan. Last one left. Onto the spike, it's a tap. Damage done, gets him on with it. He knows it, he takes the fight again. EG are firing on all cylinders. They are feeling it.
Bren, they don't even need the Red Bull clutch. They could have had a 10-2 half even if Ethan had lost that.
Mate, it's 11-1.
He just drives another nail into the coffin.
Enemy remaining.
You can't play Fracture against this team. I don't care who you are.
They're just unstoppable. I mean,
you can't play Fracture.
This feels like we should be tossing to the end of the map, but it's not, Josh. It's the halftime.
I have a feeling we might be fairly short.
Possibly. We shall see. I mean, Over the Desk has got plenty prepped for it, but let's send it down to them as well to break down the half.
Wow, wow, wow. Evil geniuses come out all fire cylinder. Well, you know what? English eludes me. I had a little too much coffee. But the point still stands. They're playing so well that your boy can't speak.
It's unbelievable. And like we were talking about how good Fracture is for them and that we anticipate, like I said, that this could end up maybe going to 3 just because, you know, Haven has been a bit of a thorn in their side. But good God, EG on this map, and just in general, continue to look absolutely
92%?
Yes. It's bananas. I mean, winning this many pistols and then having the bonus conversion to back it up, how do you beat a team that's doing that? You can't.
You can't. And the other thing, too, the reason why this is so important to stress, right, is because of the way that Valorant is played in the MR12 format, right? These pistol rounds are freaking important. And Evil Geniuses manages to take it every single time. The bonuses every single time. It has to be daunting to play against Clinton.
Yeah, if you're winning, you know, every pistol, if you're winning both pistols on a map, it's something like 80% that you're gonna win the map itself, like over the history of competitive Valorant. It's just disgusting what they're doing.
I mean, to put it a little bit in context, the second place team right now is Fnatic because they played one series. They went 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And then it was Liquid, who's at 4 and 7, third place as far as pistol wins are concerned. So just at 57%. For bonuses, T1 is in second place, but they have half the sample size as EG.
Yeah.
75% of the time to be able to start off a half 3-0 up is just absolutely disgusting. I have to agree with Josh and Brett. I think that we're going to be right back on this screen in a matter of moments because this is looking like it's done.
Yeah, with the way that things are looking, it's very clear that Evil Geniuses are men on a mission here to try and end this Fracture right away. But I'm not trying to count out Team Liquid quite yet because even though they're struggling a little bit, we've seen them put in these kinds of positions before. It's going to be challenging, but they are a team that can overcome. Let's send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
You got to put some respect on the name, you know, the #1 EMEA seed coming into this event. All smiles from the Liquid camp as well, if you were paying attention to some of the player cams. But EG are just too damn good with these pistol rounds. Let's see if they can add another one to the stat card, Josh.
I don't think they even need the pistol and bonus to win this game. But
that's a hot take, isn't it?
Well, I mean, let's see if they can get it anyway.
Yeah, let's see it. Decent amount of util. It's going to be lobbed into tower to clear that one through. The nade and the Trailblazer. It's all used together, so they give up pretty much a lot of control of the site. Nanoswarm setup, though. Look at the way this is being played. Solcast holding it down. It's towards the one fight. Wants to try and take it up, doubled up as well, but Demon One backing away. It's a squeeze. Boostio trying to put the hurt on them. What? That was jumping over the top. Again, they're just fighting and reacting into it. Right up into tower, across the ropes. You're not going to be set up for it. Left to just Com. And so finally, another pistol round lost potentially added to the column, but Com's going to be trying to prevent it. Isolates one of the fights. Where's going to be that? It's okay. Double face with the flash. Pistol round for Team Liquid. All smiles. Listen, we're going to have fun with it. It's
Team Liquid are a team that like to have fun, keep the energy high, and also it's quite easy to brush off a situation like this because you just go, it's their map pick, GG.
Yeah.
And you just think about, the ones coming up. Yeah, this one's going to be annoying, I think, for all of the stats fans out there because, like I said, it's another...
That's how we starting the game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's another one of those pistol round losses. They've only had 2 pistol round losses this entire tournament so far, both of them on Fracture. You know, weirdly enough, both on the defense side as well. Clearly a massive gap in their playbook. Potter should be ashamed.
Yeah. Got to go back to the lab. Got to fix that one for later. All kidding, of course, but should be an easy one again. Sights wide open on the A side of the map. Nat's going to be able to collect. Oh, not quite. Oh, no, wait a second.
Boostio picked up Redgar from Dish.
How's this happening? Uh-oh. Dropping these players.
I mean, you can't give them thrifties as well.
No, you just can't, man. I mean, the site was open, in theory. Okay, now we're going to be able to get that plant down. Have to hold on to Hall's control, but there is 3 players meeting them up close. How do they want to take it? It's a wide jump spot. They do collect onto that one. The dart as well. Nobody can follow, but it's just under save. Oh, boy. It's crumbling. It's crumbling, man. 75 health. Got to do so much more than that. You've handed over the weapons. That is a thrifty win. He's rubbing his tummy. He's hungry. He's a hungry lad.
Oh, God. Even when EG don't win the pistol, EG win the pistol.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Oh. Great shots from Boostio, though. I mean, oh, what was this? We won't talk about that one.
I love the way that they ended up taking this retake as well into Halls. I mean, it's Ethan who's... Oh, he wasn't rubbing his tummy, he was tapping his chest, he was gassing himself up.
I like the idea that he was rubbing his tummy.
I thought he was saying, oh, I'm hungry, guys, let's wrap this up. I don't know where I was going with that. I couldn't hear it. Couldn't hear the comms.
The Boostio high-pitch pop-offs have been some of my favorite things to listen to on these comms check-ins as well, though. So here we are, map point for EG. We had a strong suspicion we were getting there in this half, but not exactly sure.
Right here.
We predicted the exact way that we were getting to this point.
Okay.
Launching smoke.
Glad though the Team Liquid are just laughing it off a little bit. I'll be feeling worried as we headed into map 2 if they were all quite stern and stoic, stomping off the stage at some point. This is a common position that Cyphers do like to play on the attack side. Hugging close to the wall with a cam to just watch for a deep push out, regrouping.
Yeah, definitely something that Nats likes to do, something that EG could try to punish with a north side crunch at some point, but we may not even get there in terms of their defensive playbook.
Yeah, we'll see. Cam was, again, spotted out there. Nats is going to seek to, again, hold that one line here, but they're just contacting through, trying to take it. Team 1 was crossfire. Oh, the paranoia goes so damn wide. Team 1 couldn't quite land that shot, so crosshair placement wasn't good for it. So Yampi enters himself onto the site. That's going to be the plan from Soulcast. Get themselves into it. Have to hold this back though. It's up to Nats once more. Satchel is so damn wide. He's jumping and skipping it off, and well, can't quite get the 2-piece. Almost getting it done. Left it into a 2-on-2. EG, this is for the map. Could isolate these kills alone onto the site. That's Soulcast. Weak enough, he will fall. Sprayed. It's labored. It's messy. Yampi's got the Seekers, has to use it. Jorgamo onto half, dodges the flash. Seekers in his face, and he still wins the fight out. It's just so damn clean. 13-2. This is the team that got 13-0, by the way, and now putting up close to similar scorelines against the #1 EMEA seed.
Loud absolutely dismantled by this squad, and it looks like, at least in map 1, Team Liquid to follow. #1 seed means nothing for EG. They are taking down trophy lifters left, right, and center. We got Haven coming up next, which is, I think, the best chance for Team Liquid to find a weakness in EG's map pool. It's a map where Team Liquid have looked good with that double flash comp, and EG have something like a 1-4, it might even be 1-5 record in Americas on Haven. Although there's lots of good teams in that region. There was no real need to show safe down to the turret, was there? But it really was not the greatest omen for how Liquid were going to perform on this map.
I mean, this was a very Liquid game in my mind. I'm not going to lie, it was a bit of a Liquid game. They're all smiles, a lot of individuality as well. We saw some amazing moments from Nats as well, trying to get back up, deadlift a little bit, but EG, they just have too much variation to how they play this map. They're too clean right now.
If you wanted to be harsh on Liquid, you could be. There was a lot of contacting around the map. It didn't look great, but I think just more credit to EG on Fracture.
Absolutely, yeah. That's map 1. wrapped up entirely. Plenty more in the series left to go as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm standing by with Potter, who just came off of an outrageous stomp on map 1, as it's just become kind of customary on Fracture now. But what do you think needs to be carried on to win map 2?
the same kind of confidence. You know, we're not playing to lose at all. We're just stepping the gas on the foot pedal, just constantly. We have a lot of good flank pressure, and we have map control across, especially Fracture. But even on Haven, we're going to need that to beat Liquid. So, yeah, just map control.
Thank you so much, Potter. Best of luck to you. Back to you, GB.
Thank you so much, Doug, for that. And yeah, great map control. That truly is the name of the game. And we've been seeing that time and time again, Paper Thin, where it's just very clear that this EG squad has a brilliant read on how they want to execute, especially on Fracture.
Oh, they're just absolutely brilliant. And I mean, it's everything for them. I love the way Potter's talking, because two of the biggest takeaways I had from this map was their disrespecting of the utility that Team Liquid was throwing at them. They would just step ahead of it and play ahead of it and get ahead of it. That's been their MO on this map. Yeah, exactly. And the flanks are all over the place, and their patience and their timing with them as well are brilliant.
Yeah, it was just a masterclass. You know, the most dominant first half that we have had in the series so far here at Masters Tokyo. Just absolute brilliance from them. And yeah, you know, I said, okay, this Cypher from Nats, he's going to be able to lurk. He's going to get a lot of information. Those trapwire setups, he should be able to maybe slow them down. Did anticipate that this was still going to be EG's map at the end of it all, but not as concise and decisively as it was. This was a brutal slaughter, and one that TL need to be able to bounce back from.
And I think it's important to note, Sideshow mentioned, it's not the comp from Team Liquid, it's how they are playing this, and it's also how they're playing with the information that is given. And someone that wasn't even really mentioned that much in the cast, and I don't blame him because there was so much going on the side of EG, was Calm. This guy is so effective with his utility. The Sova has been unreal for him. It feels like I'm watching, you know, like Crashies 2.0. They're both just so good with this agent, and the impact is so profound.
Oh, Sova players all over the world are rejoicing, because I think you're going to see a lot more Sova on this map with the way he plays it, the way that he's so good at not only setting up his team, but just finding the angles, finding the timings. He does a lot of lurking. He does a lot of flanking with this Sova as well. It's a very kind of uncommon way to play this agent.
Somewhere Jesse Batch is going, I don't have to play Fade anymore. I'm bringing up the Sova, baby.
It's my time.
He absolutely pounded this whole way throughout. It was just such a star-studded performance from Calm. Comes in, I mean, maybe not the top ACS, didn't quite get to see it, but certainly the highest KD. I mean, he was at one point was like 16-8, kicked things off really cleanly as well. This is just a gorgeous performance from him the whole way throughout. And from, you know, we're talking about the overall run back here from EG and how improved they have been. Calm did not particularly look good at the start of Americas. It was a really rough time for him, but man, the glow up has just been absolutely fantastic.
And you'd also see it, I mean, you know, if you ever get a chance, you ever come to the Americas arena and you get to meet Calm and stuff, you see just the confidence brimming from him. He has grown exponentially as an adult, as a player. It's been magical, genuinely, to see. Couldn't be more proud of him, and that's the reason why they were able to walk away with such a dominating performance. But let's go ahead and detour a little bit, as usual, as we take a look at the Aim Lab shoot-around. This time we're looking at Demon One, who honestly, he was the talk of the town, you know, in Americas leading up to this event, obviously, because the world wanted to know whether or not he was going to be able to participate in this tournament. But now that he's here, it's been really nice, and I'm sure he's happy with it too, that he can kind of go into the background while the rest of his team, Achilleos, steps up and meets the moment, and then Demon One can kind of just do Demon One things.
And that's the thing, and what we were talking about during the pre-show is that you can highlight any player on this roster because it is
it's no longer just the Demon One show.
He has those times where, yes, it is Demon One go kill, but even then, there are so many backups to still find success here for EG. We can see the pop-offs from Bustio, from Calm. It doesn't matter. They have so much firepower on this squad. So even if he is having a quieter performance, it's usually not because he isn't finding the impact. It's just because it's been so evenly dispersed across the 5 players.
Yeah, it's everything for them right now. It's everything for EG. Obviously, the most dominant performance we've seen here so far at Masters Tokyo, but, you know, switching over to Haven, a map that is Team Liquid's playground.
This is where they come back.
Exactly. This is where you would expect them to come back, and I was going to say that the pistol rounds were going to be oh so important here for Team Liquid, but then they won that second half pistol and then proceeded to drop the eco right after. I mean, it just seems like this EG team is, yes, obviously they're rolling on the pistols. Yes, that's a huge part of why they're succeeding, but there's so much more to this as we've seen so far in these last couple games.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Of course, we did get an opportunity to catch up with Emil ahead of this map. Doug is standing by. What you got for us?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I'm standing by with Team Liquid's head coach after the loss. And listen, you guys have seen EG's fracture a number of times. It is well known. Was there anything different that you saw that maybe caught you off guard or surprised you in that match?
A little bit how we used the ults were different. We know we must swap something up, and we had a pretty extensive anti. So some of the stuff was a little bit different, but I'm just going to be honest, we just didn't play our game. So, like, that was it.
Best of luck to you in Map 2 and the rest of the series. Back to you, GB.
Thank you so much for that, Doug. And I just like that Emil was just straight to the point. They didn't play their game. I know that they know that. They felt it when they walked off that stage. But this is the time where Team Liquid turns it around. I know that this team has that capability to do so. And you just have to rattle some. And by the way, that cosplay is incredible.
I'm loving the KJ gecko right there.
But this is the opportunity where you find a chance, I think, Paperthin, to really rattle evil geniuses with this Haven pick.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is a map where, again, when I've watched Team Liquid on this, it's like they have such good counter moves to some of the aggressive plays that other teams want to make, some of the unexpected plays. It seems like they've always got backup plans in their head. And to me, it particularly falls on the Nats and Soulcast. Redgar as well has some of these great moments where they're doing these counter lurks, where they're able to kind of anticipate the way that opponents are taking the space, what's left open for them that they can capitalize on behind that.
Yeah, and while I do think that this is the best chance for Liquid, and it's a map that they need to win, obviously, if they want to stay in that upper bracket, EG, obviously, no slouches on this map despite being 1-4 on it. They still do rack up rounds. They make close series. The least they've ever picked up on a map was 9 rounds, and that was versus 100 Thieves in a loss. So they still can fight back, and given the form that they're in today, this could still be very tough for Liquid.
Team Liquid, though, still have that opportunity to come back into this one, and you'd be a fool to count them out. We'll see how things pan out in the halftime, but for now, we'll send it back to Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get this one started. Map number 2 in this series here, and this is, listen, that fight as well for that minimum top 3 finish at Tokyo between these two teams. EG 1 map away now from potentially stealing it away from Team Liquid. And they've been on a tear, Josh. I mean, you were mentioning it as well to me just in between. They haven't dropped a map yet in this entire run of Masters Tokyo.
How wild is that?
Yeah, it's nasty stuff from these EG players. They are firing on all cylinders. The playbook looks immense. Their map pool depth is really the only parallel towards it is teams like Fnatic, I would say, as well.
Yeah, it's just been incredible watching EG build out every map that they focus on seems to improve. Most recently, their Haven improved. They managed to get a win over NRG after losing fairly consistently within Americas. Beating NRG on this map is no mean feat. Let's keep track of the pistol, though. It looks like there's going to be a very heavy clash over towards A. I feel like Liquid need to win it.
They need to win it. Get some momentum behind them. They're all smiles, but got to convert it into a potential win. That's disrespect shown off the rip by Team and 1. Takes the fight. Our Jet head-to-head already made manifest. There's a flash to set it up, but again, it's just really a bit scramble, isn't it? It's a bit scrappy. It's contained well by Team Liquid. Com also gone for another attempt to no way in hell! How was he getting away with that?
I'm absolutely speechless. I can't believe it. He's completely alone on the site. Swings in, bad pre-aim on where Yampi is, and then just tapping away with the ghost. Look at his player react in the bottom corner. He can't believe what he's done either.
Bro, there is disbelief on both sides of the stage.
They're winning those kind of pistols as well?
Yeah, I mean, just get out of it. EG are winning the whole thing. They can't be stopped, apparently. After that, after witnessing that.
I'm confident that we're living in a very fringe timeline. It all started with Chosen getting that knife kill.
Yep.
And he's actually, I don't know.
He's seen it, hasn't he? Lovely shot from Redgar, so he's evened it up a little bit, but...
He's completely used that knife to just split the timeline.
Yes, yeah. If Chosen didn't get that knife kill,
like something
what could
from,
have been?
Like something from his Dark Materials.
Yeah. Do you think 100 Thieves would be here instead?
Yeah. 100
Thieves,
Thieves would be in this spot. Absolutely undefeated in terms of the maps. Oh, God.
Insane.
Well,
What
Team
have we
Liquid
witnessed?
might have found themselves an opportunity to get into the C-site here, although only with Sheriffs on board. Lucio picks up one, and oh, the stun was good, but the flash was not.
Yeah, blinded up here. Got to get a quick reload on. Stuns, shock darts, aftershock into the corner. The utility is really being used a bit disjointedly. There's only going to be some sort of follow-up the pull, collecting and colliding all sorts of players, and yeah, eventually collapsed on. Slightly dangerous. 2 players surviving. It's not the healthiest anti-eco in the world for EG.
Okay, I've got a game for you, Brent.
Okay.
In what bonkers fashion are EG going to win this bonus round?
Okay.
Which of their players, I mean, what, are they going to get a 5K with the Aftershock? What's happening here?
They're going to do a quad push down A lobby. A lobby, there's just going to be a flash, so Team Liquid are essentially just going to let them take that space.
Right.
Because the smoke at the back is going to push them back. And the quad push is going to collect 3 kills.
Right.
And that's how they're going to win.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Well, let's have a look. It's not the best weaponry in the world for an EG bonus. It doesn't look likely for them to convert it.
Okay, so here's the disrespect portion of lobby. So they get the smoke at the back. They have deep A lobby control. The dash is active. Now they're going to wait for a good timing. Probably when the smoke fades. Going to go for something else. Here's a drone up close. Yep, so here comes the next level of disrespect, like I was saying. And at this point, yeah, has to use the TP to get out of there with the deep drone. Tags onto Redgar. Are they going to push this further?
Yeah, well, you're wrong!
Oh, you're wrong! It was boosted with the 2-piece garage! I couldn't have predicted it, Josh!
I mean, how could you not, you fool? Team Liquid rattled in a 3v4. And there's weapons down that Redgar feels like he needs to try to defend. So that's another player that's kind of isolated from the pack. Presenting potentially like a 1v3 that Redgar would have to fight if the whole of EG decided to convert into him.
Can't give up the rifles here. But they are starting to get a bit of a collapse on into garage. Redgar is so alone! Line him up for him and take him out. Redgar moment, gives us highs, gives us lows. Recall, Star, pops up, sets it up for the fight, but here we go. Team Liquid, okay, they win that gun round. No bonus round win today, at least for this first part of Haven.
Yeah, and Redgar having to do it all there. He was really put under pressure. Up towards top garage, had players all over the place, but let's take a look at how Boostio got these two.
Yeah, okay.
The first one is spectacular. And yeah, the spacing just not quite there for their the EG players trying to overwhelm Redgar.
Come on, stand up again.
Getting into it.
Rifle round on board.
Tom has a Hunter's Fury. Kind of player that he loves to throw out this ult as well with little ideas to get cooked up by EG. They don't actually save it for lockdowns most of the time.
So Com used his recon dart there in the same kind of play that you would if you were going for the Fnatic ult down mid. Team Liquid are cautious, but they're still moving forwards into grass.
Yeah, I think Demon 1's contact here. Okay, drone deep into mid. Trying to timing it. Demon 1 activates the dash. Now there's an aftershock as well. Shot darts all being fired through the util. Close fight. The potential's on the board, isn't it? Demon 1 is on the angle here. So Com at his back, making sure to cover some of that. But it's very slow at the beginning here for Liquid. Now they start to explore towards a lobby.
And we heard from Kakuka on the desk during the last Team Liquid match. Team Liquid, the slowest team to be able to get those first picks online. Very cautious in the early round.
Redgar?
That's accidental.
Fires a shot. Whipping the mouse around. That was accidental. Reveals at least that there's one player there. Now they're going to be ready for it. Look at this. Nana swarm into the fault line, and it is just obliteration. You can't walk through the choke point. Comms there, ready and waiting. He's got a Hunter's Fury. Okay, he wants a piece of the action, piece of the fight. Right off into the corner. He's like, where can I predict the next player? Can't quite get the third shot off, but enough damage done to Yampy. Drops into 45.
And
Spikes in his hand. There's no
10
chance.
seconds. There's
yeah,
no time.
Chance. No chance at all.
So not only did Team Liquid try to play really slowly there, and to be honest with you, I think Redgar's calling is fairly decent in that spot. They put a little bit of pressure garage. They don't actually get into that area fully. They don't hear any Killjoy utility. Maybe they feel like they don't need to. They go back over to A, and it's only the Killjoy set up here until Ethan got himself into the spot. The big problem to me is that he gives away that they're contacting into that area by just
firing a shot.
Nervously, yeah, missed input, I think.
Yeah. Slamming the mouse into the keyboard or something, but unfortunate for Team Liquid revealing that.
I do, though, like the way that EG was playing the defensive setup. Normally, like I said, there's going to be Killjoy utility in Garage, and that time, it was just Demon 1 looking for a fight. Sometimes teams are a bit sloppy in terms of how they take Garage control, because they expect it just to be held by a turret or an alarm bot.
Oh, that damage. Predicting that Orb's going to be played for. They bring Yampy down to 1 HP. The heal, so
And EG are also playing a different defensive setup here, Bren, where they've got Ethan and Demon 1 at the start of the round predicting a B hit. They have Nano Swarms ready for safe to go for that updraft play that the EMEA teams like to do.
Here we go, though. Flashes. Full line to push it back as well. The util exchange as well, pumped one way to the next. There isn't really too much committal here. Exploration, safe, hoping maybe for a rotation from B.
None of this makes too much sense to me, Bren, because they haven't pushed Com off the line on A. They needed a smoke there or something.
Yeah. Now there's a smoke. Trailblazer. This is trying to fake that A pressure and presence. Drone's going to be used now. Only spotting the 1.
Does it pull anybody away from C? This is designed to be a C re-hit.
I don't think there was enough behind that A hit.
No.
Com's calling. He's like, guys, this is a fake. No one is budging from EG. Maintaining the ground. Not giving up the space. Here comes through into Drone. All the way through. It was an anti-flash position played, but Boostia still collects the 2 kills. Redgar's in the spawn. 20 seconds left. Potential the round might have just been overcooked entirely. That's his last one left. Not for much longer. For the 1. Looking like a similar beginning to Fracture right now. This EG team, they're unstoppable. The form they're kind of in, all the players individually firing off. They have really good ideas. The structure that's behind some of their setups as well. It's always got a backup to it.
But this attacking round, not a fan. I mean, I don't think it made sense the way that they were trying to push and pull people around the map. They had early pressure towards C that felt real, and, you know, there was a bit of backing behind it, but they never had anybody deep down A. They weren't trying to create A pressure afterwards. I don't know. Overcooked, I think, a little bit. You think back to how Liquid were able to deal with an on-form EDG and eventually get that across the line. To me, it was putting safe in positions to carry them. Getting aggressive executes like this.
Dash into the dog. Collides into it, so safe doesn't quite get into the site entirely, but they do have B control now. Starting to with the plant. Stun. Fault line. Everybody really just unable to play that one. That spam coming straight through the smoke. Nats is able to collect it still with the crossfire setup onto the rifles. Yampy and Nats are still left alive. They got to try and stop Demon 1 though. The reposition here is so intelligent. Smoke drop down. He could be anywhere. He leaves Yampy guessing. Where is he pushed for? Crossfire setup. They're trying to re-clear towards spawn. They don't know where he could be. Just misses the timing on that one.
That's great from Yampy though.
Both of them had to clear this one. Space granted to them. Left just down to Ethan. Stun in his face. He's got half on the defuse though. Buys himself some time. 3 seconds to the fault line. Has to take a fight though. Taps it. It's the 3-2-1 swing. And it's clean from Team Liquid. Clean. They invested some minor guns into that. I believe, you know, just Guardians and Ghosts across the board, but he still got the round on the board. That's the important point.
And I'm telling you, the faster rounds from Liquid, they just look better. Because what I've been impressed with about Team Liquid is the way that safe entries and the plans that they come up with in the post-plan. Not all of this slowly map control, moving around, playing the info game. I think that's actually where they've looked a little weak. So I'm fully in favor of running more fast hits like that.
Let's go, boys!
A lot of the time, Boostio's been putting his utility to try to deny those fast B pops. This time he's got one Nano Swarm over there. They don't. It doesn't always have to be towards B.
Smoke does obfuscate quite a bit towards A lobby. Now the dog. Straight into garage. Alarm bot dealt with. Never smoked across. Buys some space for the lockdown, but they're backing away from this immediately, giving up the control. It's a lockdown used in response to try and push them back. So
I like this.
Ult for an ult.
Yeah, but it allows Team Liquid to go towards B, and they only have to worry about the A connect.
Here it is, yeah. Updraft. Into the dash as well after shock deep into the corner. Spam onto the common angle here, just in case there is that refight attempt, which there is. We can see this. Team Liquid. Save, skip, hop, jump. Resetting the aim. Shorty's out, but Yampy covers for him. Okay. Doesn't get dicey, doesn't get dangerous. Boostio flooding back in, but with no support, it's Team 1 left to try and retake with the op. He has to save this now. Got to back away. Another round win for Team Liquid.
And another faster round, too. They instantly took garage control, lockdown, stops any defenders being in the C connector, go back, pivot B, plant, fight A connector. These are the rounds where I feel like Team Liquid show brilliance. These are the rounds that they need to be pulling out more and more often if they want to beat evil geniuses. It has to come here on Haven.
They won the op. You're right, the faster plays are working out.
I mean, God knows for Liquid, they almost need a dominant map here to get their mentality in the right spot, because map 3, both teams are very good. This, in theory, should be about the weakest that you're getting, EG.
Coverage was there as well, refighting towards the connector.
Yeah, I love the call.
Good calls. Yeah, exploiting towards B as well. You know, it's where these round ones have been coming from. Potentially because the setup isn't quite, you know, entirely their defensive with EG's utility, leaving it open for the retake. The fault line and the dart push them back away from A lobby. Means Com can farm up the orb without too many worries.
Redgar's inside his smoke at short again.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, he was doing that often. Sprayed through there. Damage done. Lighten him up. Yep, Redgar's been caught.
Redgar was getting caught inside that smoke at short constantly in the game against Edward. And now he just pulls it out again. And they're down. No smokes. So much more difficult for Liquid to convert.
This close reposition could be incredibly punishing for Demon 1. Safe for the updraft dash as well into the smoke. The dog, it catches. There needs to be at least some help out. Demon 1 backs away. Here's a rolling thunder though. One left in the chamber here with the blades. Needs to land a shot there. Soulcast was stunned up still. Hits it blind. Gambi can't see a thing. It's left up to the two Liquid players. Enough damage has been done by EG. Still spotting it. Fault line used. They know where at least one of the players is. And process of elimination. Now starting a bit of a re-clear into garage to put the squeeze on them. There is a gap. Team Liquid have found it. Found to the back value. Okay, that's the spike dropped, so it's going to be called out for his team. An impossible situation for Soulcast. Ethan with the jiggle just gets info, doesn't give away his life. Baiting it out, spotting it out.
But that all starts with Redgar dying in short. And that, I think, is just absolutely brutal. He's playing inside of his smoke, gets droned out, and decides to try and fight it aggressively. Com plays it very intelligently. But I don't mind Redgar doing that play inside of his smoke occasionally. But if you have an option to retreat, you've got to take it. You can't be running forwards like that and offering yourself up as a pick. The smokes are just so crucial. On attack side as well. Looks like Ethan and Demon 1 are going to have an explore down mid.
Yeah, fighting for it. It's a dash used. Even a Busio. They have to collapse and they have to help him out. There's a Hunter's Fury that was earned prior. Right into the window. It's over like that. Blink of an eye.
What a strat.
Shake it ahead.
I love it. That is almost like the Fnatic kind of play, where you use your Hunter's Fury and you have a jet push down mid, but it traps everybody in that mid window. So they have two people facing mid, one that's going to swing off contact in garage, and then also the Hunter's Fury is the final follower. Definitely ways of countering that, but only if you know that it's going to be coming.
Yeah. Another amazing ult from Com.
Hey, that's another thing, actually, to give credit to EG for. They use a lot of tactics, but they don't copy them, they don't steal them, they invent them. They're, you know, new, different twists on things.
Yeah, innovators. Team Liquid going back to the default, which has been working for them. Fast plays into B. Jumping around with the knives, though, safe. Can't quite claim that kill. Bustio locked in towards the back. Across their placement is just set up almost for the three-piece, but eventually shut down. Spike was dropped to one side of B. And a lot of map has been compromised as that deep look down into C. Flash play. Even one will fall. This is getting a bit awkward.
The map's flipped.
It's flipped entirely. It's an odd situation. Still eager to take the fight. Ethan is so smart with it. Doesn't open himself up, just continues to spam. Gets the warband kill here. They can hear the plan. They got to know that the map has been flipped to some degree as well because they gave up space towards C. That's why Com is playing so passive right now and safe. He doesn't know where Nats is.
That flash tells Com that there's nobody playing in the A connector, because otherwise, why would Soulcast be looking for info? So now Com can creep forwards.
Here we go. Right over the top. Soulcast, he needed to force an early fight here, needed to win it out. He's been revealed entirely. Nats, though, he does win his one. He wins the second one, forces it down, and wins it for his team. That's 3 in it. A classic Nats round when his team most certainly needed it.
Nats about the only player that was able to have those big performances on map 1 too. Take a look at how he does this one. Sneaks through the smoke. Ethan caught just pulling his gun out after using a piece of utility. Excellent work there from Nats. They have an Operator and an Odin now for Team Liquid to deal with.
chance to make this a reasonable half. Dart misses, I believe. Meant to sail through that slight gap above the top of the door.
It's also a risky spot for Com to play. If they go for any fast garage control, he has to just backpedal and pull the Odin out. But Liquid are heading over towards A.
Turret contact?
No, the turret, I believe, is in B. This is just a double setup.
Yeah, okay. Just off of some sort of queue, but a fault line and a swing.
But also, they've just got setups all over the place, don't they, EG?
Including the same Nana Swarm that's down there. There's an alarm bot close to the feet of Boostio, but it won't help him out here. He just needs to land a shot, and he will do just that! There's 2 ripped away. Boostio, when he's under immense amounts of pressure, just feels capable of almost anything. And again, it's left up to players like Nats to try and pick up the pieces with this deep lurk all the way through. Chaos in the round. That is such a deep position that's being played in the spawn by Com. Look at this. Because he knows that the TP came through from Red Guy. He knows Red Guy's in heaven.
It's so ridiculous.
They're aware of it. They are certainly aware of it. Red Guy spotted. There it is, cleaned up. Now they're like, okay, set the sights over towards the other side, and Com has got the read entirely. Yampi with the plan, but it would have to be a 1v5. The reposition into garage. Can he find a solo player, an opening, a fight to be taken? Popping up, there's the first one. There's a fault line. One flash available. The fuse being stuck by Com, teammates holding it, triple face. They shut that one down, doesn't get dangerous.
I know we're heading towards potentially a competitive half. There's chances that Team Liquid can get this back to 7-5, but it already feels over. I mean, the way in which, that's the second round in a row where Boostio has been able to shut down Safe on the entry. That's a massive problem right now for Liquid. Safe is 3-10 on attack side Jet, when normally he takes over games. This is the guy that's been hard carrying Team Liquid at times, throughout their run in EMEA, throughout the run to get the trophy.
Yeah.
And he just keeps running into EG players that have got the read, got the angle, and shutting him down.
Which is insane, you know, we were talking about the Jet head-to-head being a potential factor.
They're both at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, both at the bottom of the scoreboard. I mean, this is Safe as well, the kind of player who shut down Kang and paved the way for his team to get the win. But jump spot was anticipated to a degree, but the shot goes wide. One pinging close, like there could have been somebody looking up onto that angle. Garage is being explored. Smoke dropped. Fakes like somebody could be crossing.
But look, EG don't even use their defensive utility. They don't buy it. They know that Liquid like to fake this map control. So Ethan just uses one flash to re-clear garage. All right, no one there. And that means you don't have to invest, you know, fault line, aftershock, all of that kind of util dump that defensive teams often would. And Nats is sat here knowing now that he doesn't have presence in garage anymore.
Shot just missing in between. The adjustment couldn't be there for Demon 1. Now he knows. Under attack towards the B site. There's a lot of util being used, lighting up these players into the connector, holding it through, picking up the rifle in the moment, but only the one kill, and not aware of it. That is aggression towards the extremities, straight into the connectors. Team Liquid, they run their way all the way through. Nats is caught into mid though. Locked down. Eventually going to be destroyed.
And Ethan already knows that this is headed towards A. A 2v2 though, oh sorry, 2v3, that's very difficult for them to win.
Safe being healed up as well. That was the one advantage that EG had. Okay, Red Guard, I mean, he's going for a deep lurk timing here. Doesn't need to miss it. The shot or the kill. Damage being done. Dodging off the flash. The rifles in their hands as well. Definitely doing the most, but well, it's Team Liquid. They contain. Also, setups there. Listen, it was scrappy again. Very labored, but they have made this half decent. It's 7-5. A chance that they can bring it back.
Yeah, definitely. It's competitive, but like I'm saying, I feel like EG is still in control. They are just, you know, in a slim margin by the scoreline, but Liquid are having to do such unusual things in order to get things across the line. You know, you've got Red Guard TPing all over the place, pivots from B to A to... Oh. Yeah, it's been crazy.
It's been crazy stuff. Well, that's the first half wrapped up as well. Send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Excellent half there, truly, from both teams. It was great to see Liquid really begin to just kind of clean things up a little bit, but we have to address the com-sized elephant in the room with our Verizon high-speed moment, because That was one of the craziest pistol plays I've ever seen. That was one of the craziest plays I think I've ever seen in my career. That was just bonkers, man. The faces from all the players, Paper Thin, they were all stunned at what they were witnessing.
I mean, that last bullet is a fadeaway, too.
I mean, there's no ambiguity about what Ethan had to say after it, but you can see Liquid not being, you know,
what do you do?
Really kind of roll with it. I mean,
what do you do? What do you
after
do?
that, like, there's nothing else to be done there, but it's still a tragic loss of the pistol. Again, EG managed to scrape by and maintain that just incredible pistol round win percentage.
I'm not going to give him flowers on that pistol because Com had to clutch up big time. Liquid did a lot of things right, but it came down to those moments.
They did, but we find ourselves now in a 7-5 half, and had that not happened, this could be the opposite side. This could be Liquid having that added momentum right off the rip. It could be a 7-5 in their favor, maybe even an 8-4 if they are able to get that pistol under the belt nice and early. Instead, it is EG finding themselves with the advantage. Granted, this is their side selection. Now they're going to be flipping over. This should be where Team Liquid start finding their groove a little bit more, finding a little bit more comfort. But if things like that continue to happen for EG, there's just nothing that TL can do.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid looks a lot better here. They're making better counter moves. They're kind of reading the map a lot better. You're seeing some of those classic Nat moments where he disrespects some utility, comes in and clutches out around. So right now, I think Team Liquid is a little bit more engaged than we saw in Fracture.
Yeah, no, Sideshow pointed out before, right? It was great to see that aggression coming out. The thing that got them over the line against EDG. It was good to see them really pivot to that here against Evil Geniuses. But now, let's see what EG could do as we flip sides and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, I'd love to see it, honestly. Team Liquid to bring this one to a third map, winning this one out. Map 1 wasn't really, you know, the taste that I was hoping for with this this kind of level of match where we're here in the upper bracket, but maybe they can make it even.
This looks like a very similar pistol to what we saw when the sides were flipped.
It really does. So much emphasis being placed towards it. Team Liquid, the paranoia. It's just running it straight into it, Ethan. He negates the near side, still seeking to just, again, barrel through and disrespect the players that might have been holding further back and tap onto it. Now seeking to also just try and clear out that, but the right click, it blesses him with the 1 kill. They give up on that prospect for trying to remove him from that position, instead just taking the C side, planting towards the back of it, and Com has already lurked his way to a bit of a further back angle. Surely not again. The Trailblazer does this clear it. It's being watched for. Safe holds that angle. It's a flash in the face of Demon 1, and there's too much to overcome there. So, a pistol round for Team Liquid.
Absolutely major. If Team Liquid wanted to halt this momentum that EG have in the tournament entirely, but also in the match, I think this one was a must-win. And they have a very similar setup. 4 players over here, but they choose to fight it even more aggressively. And the key is the paranoia from Redgar, a tool that Jorgamo doesn't have access to on Astra. And it allows them to get extremely aggressive, push up there. And Nats plays his situation hyper intelligently, just realizing that everybody was trying to bait him into a bit of pressure. He just tucks himself in garage.
Careful there.
G might be sending their sights towards B. A bit of a faster play, try and get the spike down some way or form. It's a fault line re-clear here from Safe. Smoke was propped up in his face, just needs to make sure that nobody has worked their way past it, but they are quite unaware. I mean, it's an early Trailblazer being used to push them back. They know that 1 player's there. They missed the timing on it. Oh my. Shots hitting with the Sheriffs.
So much danger.
Just like that, it's a 3 versus 3. And you just never know, do you? You just never know. Quick reload. Get the bullets back online. Demon 1 low though.
And he's holding that angle, trying to take a long-range fight against Redgar with a Marshal when Demon 1's on 7 HP. The confidence is never lacking, but they're heading into both initiators on Team Liquid, who have double Bulldogs.
Demon 1's grabbed himself an upgrade, hasn't he? Close to the corner. Dart's broken. Watching for the lurk play. Good anticipation here from Yampi. Fault line pushes it back once more. Aftershock into the corner. Demon 1 now steadily creeping ever so closer. Com also taking a lot of damage in this one, so both the EG players are weak. Team Liquid,
they'll have heard Com run away here, so Demon 1's potentially set up for a kill.
They're trying to noise bait and pull the rotation. This looks like it. Uh-oh. Demon 1 finds the first. There are players in front of him into the corner, close. Shots here, fired off. Not enough time on the clock, so okay. It's a little bit all over the place. I mean, The energy levels coming into that. You expect it to be Team Liquid's win, but you just never know with these EG players.
Yeah, there's some big shots. I mean, one of the biggest strengths of EG is their individual aim. And the way that they've been able to put themselves in spots tactically to maximize that. But yeah, the individual aim stuff you get to see on those rounds where they just have sheriffs on. A reminder, EG have yet to drop a map in this tournament. And this looks like their biggest test to me. Team Liquid's best chance of being able to pick one up is right here on Haven. And they've got to do it for the match's sake.
Possibility is theirs for the taking. It's all about converting it from here on out because they made it even, 7-7. Set up here from EG, looks like potential for a fast pop into the C site. You can see Util sailing over the top. It's a dash play, flash into the back on top of it. Nanoswarms lay it down as well, so nobody can really flood into this, but they didn't clear the close corner, and the reposition from Safe is good, and so is the aim. This guy is crispy, right when his team needed it, jumping right-click, oh my. Finds 3 in that with a flood attempt at Team Liquid, and Soulcast with the over-rotation. He's like, where's all the players at?
He did a good job though, Soulcast, getting over there. But now he's going to be stuck in a really tight spot. I think EG have made a very good read as soon as they identified that Soulcast had popped his way over to C, instantly getting themselves back over here. No utility to work with. Still over 15 seconds for Soulcast to get a flash online.
And that is a brutal one. Contacting for now, though. Doesn't want to reveal his positioning. He's hunting for information, a sightline, anything to try and win this round out, but it's so damn hard. Safe position being played by Jorgen. Here's a flash. Drops down. Wow, Ethan not getting baited by that, is he? Playing the anti-flash, realized it wasn't being popped immediately with the 180 shutdown.
So that's a bonus attempt by Team Liquid, stifled. They'll still have enough money to be able to buy. I like the fact that we're seeing Safe getting online a little more, though. Even though Team Liquid weren't able to win this round, it looked like we were going to see a complete dominant defensive jet performance from Safe, with the Bulldog in hand. Now in round 16, he picks up the Operator. He's got Op and Bladestorm to work with. They're fighting for Demon 1's ult orb here so that the EG jet also has Bladestorm.
No semblance of counterplay here from Liquid. They don't deny the space, so they let them have the Bladestorm up. Knives online for Demon 1. And it's about trying to spot this one because Safe could be a difference maker. He's tucked into A. Great mid-rounding here, Nats punishes it. Boostia was alone when he was breaking that utility.
Very good punish. Usually, teams are going to try and use a Nanoswarm to break that close Nanoswarm on the other side. Instead, Demon 1 choosing to shoot it, and Nats is ready. You can't get scared of them, right? The more you get scared of EG, the more you allow them to get away with moments like that without swinging and going for the punish. So I appreciate that Nats still has that confidence, even though he got brutalized, and the entire team did, on map 1.
I like this play by EG, though. It's both flashes, I believe, used by Soulcast for information, and the Trailblazer that was broken in the top section of the lobby. Gathered a bit of info here, but it has pulled the rotations over. I mean, it's the trouble running the sky. You don't get that concrete information in the mid-round to make decisions like that, and so they just leave the site completely open. Redguard playing for his life here. Gonna try and flood back in with the retake. Jorgamo becomes another layer to the lurk. Turret also taken care of. That has dragged 2 players away from it. Fault line into the side here in the corner. Safe shuts down the jet opposition once more. Dash into the back of the side, not wasting the time with it. There's a flash re-peek. Ethan is also not able to find too much value. Fight. Beautiful movement from Soulcast, and they do just face it. Straight down the main, all the way down that angle. Good game plan from Liquid.
Excellent round from them. I mean, really well played. Love the fact that Safe now has a rifle in hand as they go for the retake back into C. And Safe wins that duel that could have been imperative, as Demon 1 sneaks his way into an advanced position.
Spike planted.
I feel like for this Team Liquid squad to be getting big wins like this on the board, they need performances from Nats and they need performances from Safe. And that's what started to seriously happen in this defense side. We were talking about Safe being at the bottom of the scoreboard not too long ago, at the end of the last half.
Yeah.
Now he's climbing his way back up, defense-sided jet.
Stopping Safe from getting value here. It's going to be quite important. Nanoswarm That's what the purpose of it was, so that he can't set himself up onto that angle, onto that line. Denying the chance, but Boostio peeks into this, he might be in trouble. No, Safe just gives up the angle, realizing that A-Long was completely compromised. It's a rolling thunder that pushes them all the way back, so they give up the site. No counterplay with a util. So we set ourselves up now into a post plant. EG, how concrete is it, and how good is the retake from Liquid? Safe has the knives. Might go for a double updraft play on top of the boxes, but no, just wants to follow the Trailblazer in. Aftershock deep into the corner. Cuts it down. Hunter's Fury is offloaded as well. That's Com just using it to try and punish us. Again, the attempt for the retake starts to really get moving and get going. Boostio, he's going to have to really shut this one down. Just a stinger. He's low, repositions to the side, but eventually traded. There's still a pull. Jorgamo, it's going to be important that he stays alive in this one. Aftershock as well, delaying all this time. Ethan needs to be cleared out of here. Here's the defuse, but again, the pull is online, and there's the damage being done.
Time.
They have to get onto this right now. The shots are fired. They don't know where Jorgamo is. Here it is. Landing 3. Ice cold in the moment, and so much delay.
He's so good in these spots. It's ridiculous how impactful he's been in this tournament run so far for EG. In the clutch, on Rays, on smokes.
Last player standing.
Prioritizing his life in order to get the pull off, and then realizing that he can step up a little more aggressively. The rest of EG did a great job in terms of taking the time down. And I still like the way that Liquid are playing their retakes. I think the retakes look drilled, they look good. They're swapping the operator off to Yampi so that Safe can entry again back into the sites. This is going to be a serious battle, because Liquid look very disciplined here, but EG have got that magic behind them.
Barbox cleared. Oh, spam onto it. Right onto the corner, it's damage. Being done. The intention of this one, of course, just to clear the Killjoy utility. A bit earlier as well, the alarm bot was broken into A lobby very early on by Safe, which is quite important. Does drag a lot of the EG players as an attempt to punish with the fault line. Trailblazer spotting it.
Boostio's talked about the way that he likes to call his attack side sometimes. It's just ask Demon 1, where do you want to find a pick? And then he pushes Demon 1 into that area. But Demon 1 hasn't really been firing today, so they're going to have to adjust how they play these mid-round moments. Safe almost got a freebie onto Com.
Show him respect, though. Used the dash immediately to get out of there. Was worried about being punished with some form of utility. 3 players of Liquid seek to reinforce the defenses over towards A. Now there's not too much presence there. Asher Star up top. It's a deep dart from across the map and a fault line. It really makes this feel like an A hit from EG, but they have no intention of going over there. That puts the pressure on Redgar. He's got to put a stop to this now. He's going to be calling. Here's the hit coming through. It's a lockdown. Good ultimate in usage as well. This is going to mean that the site completely clears out. There's nobody going to be playing close. Nats can afford to take this timing now as he realizes they're all flooding back off of it. Aftershock. It's used preemptively. No one playing close now, a lockdown of their own. They have to try and break this one. Com does not get the kill. Being that backstab, sticking through onto the defuse. Yampi gets half. He's brought down though from the util. The timing has been poor, and it comes down to spam. The bullets are landing, raining down onto them. Updraft will not save you. Lockdown away. One player detained. It's down to just this. Soulcast has to do the most, but he's shut down, and Nats is detained off to the side. It is half under the fuse. A potential is there. Turret's going to be taking contact. Slowing him all the way down, and there it is. Boostio with 4. Pure RNG, spamming down the line of sight, but it gets the job done.
Team Liquid go for another retake, and it fails this time, so it's going to knock their economy down. I wonder what would have happened in this kind of situation had Redguard chosen to smoke the spike instead of just smoking the choke point. I think it would have offered more opportunities for Team Liquid to take advantageous fights down long, put pressure on those post-ban players, and not just allow them to spam onto the pings.
Let's go.
And Redguard also potentially had the opportunity to just use his paranoia and fight there, because he knew that there was both initiators committed to faking A. Anyway, what's done is done, and EG have flipped the momentum in this half immediately by winning a Thrifty and then a crucial eco swing gun round. And that's it. Suddenly, Team Liquid are on the back foot again after looking so great.
I gotta give credit to EG's calling here as well. Going up against IGLs of the likes of Redgar. I mean, systematically crossing off all of some of the most major IGL players that we have in the game, in VCT. Just cross them off the list, man, because that was I felt like pretty well thought out by Team Liquid. Yes, they had players over there, but they had a lockdown to clear out the side. They had a clear idea of how they wanted to play it. But then it was EG that were one step ahead. They had their own lockdown to push it back. Yeah, it came down to a bit of RNG with the spam down a long angle, but they had util to play as well into their post with the nano swarms.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, EG love to run those kind of fake plays. Boostio is very good at finding the right moments to call them. And they're playing off the kind of expectations of the defensive team. When they use stun recon there with 30 seconds left, you expect a commitment behind it. So much of the Sova breach composition is about those 40-second regenerative pieces of utility.
Here's some aggression. Right into A lobby. And push past the flash.
It's slow and quiet behind the recon. No stun used. Makes it feel like they're saving Ethan's utility to just pop into A, actually.
Yeah. And they've been doing some conditioning where they haven't been playing it up close. The smoke has popped up now, holding that deep flank, but yeah, wide swing, safe with the Blade Storm. It's a fight you do not want to take, so immediately Jorgamo seeks to play his life. Dash forwards here, trying to punish these players into the short angle. Flash around the back of the site. Redguard's inside the smoke, though, still playing this one. Round and round we go. Soulcast eventually traded, but he did bring down Demon 1. Maybe it could be the difference maker, yet Jorgamo was not cleared out of that position. Again, he's got that global presence of utility. He's playing the Astra. Yampi with a Ghost. It's a crossfire setup. Graffiti to default. Swing off of it. It's perfect.
Bren, you know what to me is some of the scariest stuff watching this game? EG are taking down the #1 seed from EMEA, while Demon 1's not even having a good performance. And it's not just that he isn't fragging, like he's actually beefing some of these situations that you expect him to win 9 out of 10 times, and yet EG are still winning.
Yeah.
That should strike cold fear into the hearts of everybody else in this tournament. Because yes, of course, their pistol round and bonus round win rate are excellent, but this half, they didn't win the pistol. Obviously no bonus. This half, Demon 1 is not going crazy, and yet EG are still out there winning.
The macro play that's going so well here. Nats is pushed up, stun in his face with the drone. He's traded. Felt like he had to make a play in the moment. Now a Rolling Thunder through the backside of it. It misses the platform, and the Cosmic Divide, there's a space and a gap. And of course, Redguard jumps right on top of that one. Still, they don't have control of Garage. He goes for the repush anyway. Now's a Rolling Thunder. Not waiting for it. The transfer cannot be hit. Jorgamo once more lands it. Safe. He's the last one left. They don't know where he is. Could be backside, could be on the flank. You can feel it in the way that everything's just being cleared. Spike drop down in the middle of nowhere. That is a position you just do not anticipate. Crouch down at the top of logs.
What absolute filth that angle is.
Match point.
Match point. EG, they 2-0'd Foot, 2-0 DRX, stomped loud their domestic rivals. No maps dropped. 13-2, the most dominant map we've had so far in Masters Tokyo.
Let's go, baby! Yes!
And you can tell from the reaction that they are just one round away from being able to seal up another major squad, 2-0. This is the new guard, Brent. This is the new guard sweeping away the old crusty people from before.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
New kids on the block, man. This is an EG squad that, you know, not only are they all popping off individually, they have the ideas behind it, as we've been mentioning over and over and over again, but it's the perfect storm, I feel like, as they've come into this event, because you think back to the Americas playoffs, we've been rehashing this point all the time. They weren't even expecting to make playoffs. It was out of their hands by some sheer chance, by Chosen's knife that boomed some teams. They made playoffs, but they grasped that opportunity, right? They earned their spot to Tokyo from that. And since then, it's been just a level of whimsy and vibes, I feel like, just added on top of already the usual good ideas, the individual talent. It's all there, the perfect mixture to just make a statement at Masters Tokyo, one of the biggest events that we've got in VCT this year.
4 opportunities to close this out. And Team Liquid themselves, they don't get rattled too often. Normally, they've got those big personalities on the team that are able to still keep the energy high. People like Yampi, Safe, Redguard too, just keeping that energy up on the squad. Do they have what it takes to be able to pull this one back? It would be ridiculous.
Reclearance and a refight. That's a very wide face by Safe. He does not want to lose that one. Takes out Com nice and early, and he knows now that there's some presence from the EG players. And guess what? What do they choose to do? To contact Reclear of themselves. Not worried about it. There's a timing in between this, but Solkas is holding that crossfire angle. Safe on top of it as well. Holding that short push. Nats. Hey, what is occurring here? Demon 1 still alive and kicking, but not for much longer. That's Solkas. That was all over the place, no?
Yeah, that was absolutely bizarre. So Nats went for an info play down C and tucked himself into the cubby and was begging to go for a knife kill. And then probably realized, probably shouldn't do that when we're down 9-12. Or 8-12, I suppose, at the time. Good from Team Liquid, though. Safe really turning up in that round to be able to shut down what people were going for over towards A. The more they can get Safe activated and use their utility to give him favorable fights, the more chances they've got of getting back in here. He really is performing better than Demon 1 right now. And you got to grasp that period of form while you can.
Spam. That's a punish. They know that EG love to play for these orbs. Con was 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Those are the moments you need to drag it back, to potentially bring it to OT to stay in this series. Aftershock is committed for the turret, removes it, dash forwards with the knives. Demon 1 is not quite hitting, but he gets the refresher anyway. With Solkas falling towards the back of the site, any util to set him up, jumping, right click. It brings down Yampi, and no one's facing the backside of it. It's down to just Safe. He's got to pick this one up. The pieces all over the place, and maybe forge a round win, but he's got to do it against Jorgamo and Boostio. Cosmic Divider's online with the plant. Big ult. Maybe enough to seal it. The positioning is all over the place here. Jorgamo, not too sure what he's got available with the utility. Doesn't look like too many stars, and he's cleared out the space. Smoking the connector. I think Safe's not going to anticipate that he's there.
That's Nanoswarm on the spike at the moment, and Boostio's still got a second.
Yeah, and it's just delaying.
The time here is not going to work for Safe.
It feels inevitable. Safe is clearing all the usual angles, has to use the dash just to get on top of it as well. Smokes it, has to get half. It's the only way he wins this one. Another smoke used as well, and here comes the pressure applied, the run and gun to finish it. Evil geniuses are just not losing maps.
This run is something different, something absolutely different, because they're not just beating out teams, they're not having a close Cinderella run, they are smoking people. They are taking your trophy lifters from EMEA and rolling them around. Map 1, the most dominant map that we've seen at Masters Tokyo, and Map 2, they felt like they were in control as well. And that's without Demon 1 performing. He only had 150 ACS. We were watching his POV, he's not hitting shots that you expect him to hit. Wait until he wakes back up for one of the later games.
Then you're in some real danger.
And it's just incredible what the players like Boostio, Con, Jorgamo have been able to put up. When you were watching them in Americas, it was all about Demon 1 and then Ethan being that second big player for them. The other half of the squad has just taken to the stage, the atmosphere, the crowd, the pressure, the vibe, the run. They've taken it all.
Yeah. Immense credit to the coach and staff, Potter, and the crew that she's assembled as well. I mean, the ideas are all there. The vibes are good. It's just tremendous. And it puts them in that minimum of top 3 at Masters Tokyo. That's the furthest that this EG squad can fall from this point on. That's what they've earned by knocking Team Liquid down to that lower bracket.
Truly unbelievable stuff. I think the team that's most similar to the way that they play is Fnatic in terms of how tactical they are, in terms of the plans that they come up with around the ultimates that they play, and then also just the raw form of the players right now, which might sound utterly ridiculous, but then also Com's doing that.
Yeah, it feels like luck of the draw in some instances, but the consistency is there everywhere else. I mean, credit to Team Liquid. They were all smiles. The vibes were good.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't get disheartened after getting absolutely stomped in Map 1. They made Map 2 a bit more competitive, but they will be getting sent down to that lower bracket.
Where they'll face off against NRG. So, huge battle down there in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, I'm just excited to see who EG are facing. I would really love to see a battle between them and Fnatic, but if PRX can end up coming through in that game later on, we would have just runs on runs. Something with PRX, EDG making a run, Evil Geniuses. This tournament has got it all.
Cinderella runs all over the place. Take your fancy. Pick your favorite up-and-coming team to do some damage, because right now it is stacked to the brim. And still plenty more to go, of course, as well. Plenty more series left in the day. On top of it, that is going to be it for match number 1. We'll see you on the other side of the break. We'll have the rest of the series to catch up to. Don't go anywhere.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. And Evil Geniuses absolutely stuns the world. A 2-0 finish with map 1 not even being close, and an incredibly competitive map 2 in Haven where they weren't even favored to win, and they walk away with the dub. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Paperthin as well as Achilleos as we break everything down. And I think we have to address the fact that there was a pivotal round that shifted the tone of this game completely and was a snowball effect. That was round 17. It looked like things could have gone very well for Team Liquid here, but Jogamo Paperthin had other plans.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, his Astra play here, this delay setup that EG has in this round, to just delay, with all of their utility with these deep post-plant positions, even on an eco. I mean, you don't expect this on an eco. A lot of times you want to get up close and personal on an eco, fight it out with those stingers, with those, you know, dirty weapons, those shotguns, those kind of things. But this was just a brilliant strategy here from EG.
Yeah, anyways, at the most pivotal moment, because you're tied up, you're at 8-8, it's in TL's hands, you're knocked back, you have this weak bye. To be able to pull out a win like this was just absolutely immaculate. Then you go into the very next round here as EG just continue on with the dominance. They get forced all the way back out. They're getting set up, they're trying to rush the spike into the side. A lockdown comes in from Nats. It forces them to get the spike down and have to evacuate out to sea. And then from there, they're just able to whittle away at them. They find that follow-up round win. They once again start breaking down the economy on Team Liquid. They forced out 2 timeouts, just 2 rounds separated from one another.
Yeah.
So it was Emil just dumping everything that he had at his disposal to try to get Liquid back into this. They were able to find one more round at the end of it, but they couldn't try to make that run back into OT.
Yeah, and it's very hard, right, to do that, especially off of those eco rounds. You know, that we have really praised EG for putting together, and the emphasis that they're putting on those pistols, Paperthin, has just been so profound. And it's like, how do you stop these guys? Because it feels like they just get away with murder sometimes.
Yeah, they're hard to read. Like, they're all over the map. They're phenomenal with the sheriffs. They're phenomenal at just all their movement, all of kind of reading, making adjustments. Like, right now, everything is clicking for them. How do you stop them? You're just going to have to be better than them. You're just going to have to come in and kind of outperform them, and who knows if it's going to be PRX or Fnatic next, either one of them.
Yeah,
you know, obviously I agree with them. Yeah, is it possible? I don't know if anybody can beat EG right now in this form. I think Fnatic has a good chance because of how similar they are.
Yeah, and really, when you think of phenomenal, one player definitely comes to mind. It's Demon One. He's actually standing by with Doug It Fresh for that Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, GB. Demon One, you son of a gun. You guys did it again. We haven't had the chance to talk to you since you've arrived, but you've taken down multiple teams on the international stage. This is a different place for you to play, and we saw you take over Americas. What has the competition been like here for you?
I would say it's about the same. You know, it's still really good teams. Everyone's like doing the same thing. It's like, you know, you can VOD review or whatever, and like, you know, we're doing our thing, they're doing our thing, or their thing, and we're just beating them.
You're not, there's no like upgrade in talent or competition or anything
no,
like
I'll
that?
Say it's about the same. Yeah.
That's wild. Given the performance that you put on in Americas, to be able to translate that to the bigger stage, if you will, is outrageous. I got to talk to you about Fracture, man. You keep picking it. People keep leaving it. Nobody wants to ban it, and I frankly don't understand why. What is it that makes that map so special for you guys?
We're just really good on it. I don't know. Everything we do just works, and no one can just stop us. And I don't know. I'm playing Brimstone, so like, and we're winning on Brimstone. I'll take it.
But you guys are, I mean, there are minor adaptations that you guys are making.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
Speaking to Emil in between maps, and he said we were very prep heavy, but there were little things that they kept doing that just kept throwing us off guard. Are you doing that team to team, or can you give me a little bit of insight into that?
We are looking at like team by team and like what they're doing, and then like how to counter a little bit. But yeah.
You guys have been putting on an outrageous performance, and now I want to ask you this. You weren't even supposed to be here, right? You guys are here because of a knife from a coach. You make your way into playoffs. You guys work your way all the way up, and now you're 8-0 in maps. You haven't dropped a single map yet, and you're now sitting in the upper finals awaiting the winner of the 2 teams that are getting ready behind us. Just give me a little bit of what that's like for you emotionally, for you personally, the wild ride that you've been on this year.
I mean, I'm really happy and all that, but it's like, whatever. I just play the video game. I don't let it get to me like that. I'm just happy to be here.
Feel it after, right? When you're done. When the job is done, you can let it sink in. Congratulations on the win again. Best of luck to you throughout the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it to the Verizon, the Prime Gaming. Sorry, that one was free. The Prime Gaming post-match highlights. A little bit more Valorant on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Two teams from different parts of the world who faced similar adversity this season, but despite it all, managed to persevere. No one gave them the time of day, but now this day belongs to them. Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid, let's get it on.
Not shying away from the fight, is he? Takes it straight to tower and regains control of this one. Left up to Nats and low enough that a single bullet will do it. There's another bonus round for you. Giorgamo falls, but he wants to refight. This does get a second one before it's traded, but the fight's just been won out anyway. He knows where he is, and that is just precise. It's surgical, man. Onto the spike, it's a tap, damage done, gets him off of it, he knows it, he takes the fight again! 13-2, this is the team that got 13-0'd, by the way, and now putting up close to similar scorelines against the number 1 EMEA seed. Com also gone for another attempt to end! No way in hell! How was he getting away with that? Needed to force an early fight here, needed to win it out, but he's been revealed entirely. Nats though, he does win his one, he wins the second one, forces it down, and wins it for his team! Here's the defuse, but again, the pull is online, and there's the damage being done. Time? They have to get onto this right now. The shots are fired, they don't know where Giorgamo is. Here it is, landing 3! But he's shut down, and Nats is detained off to the side. It is half on the defuse, and potential is there. Turret's going to be taking contact, slowing him all the way down, and there it is. Boostio with 4. Evil Geniuses are just not losing maps.
This run is something different, something absolutely different, because they're not just beating out teams, they're not having a close Cinderella run. They are smoking people.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
my love, sending my love to you, praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love. Sending my love. Sending my love to you, praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love. Sending my love.
Welcome back to day 8 of Masters Tokyo and our second match of the day, Fnatic versus PRX. Of course, I'm still Golden Boy here. That's still Achilleos. That's still Paper Thin. They're really trying to make us earn that paycheck today, I have to say. But, you know, I'm kidding. I wanted to be here for this matchup because, well, it's the #1 Pacific team taking on our lock-in champions. And let's just jump right into this one and talk about it because, fellas, PRX is coming into this one without something, and I'm not talking about the word, I'm talking about the player.
Yes.
In case people are just tuning in and think I'm an idiot, but it's okay if you think I am. And this is going to be problematic because something had a profound impact on this team in the Pacific region.
He really did. And it's something that you can see pretty much immediately if you take a look back at their match records. You know, they were still able to get some wins when they dropped the series of Secret. They had a really close bout, you know, versus Detonation Focus Me when they were playing on Lotus and whatnot. So there was some cracks in the armor there. But then as soon as something came in, yeah, they got beaten battered by DRX that first time in the group stage, and then after that a switch got flipped and they just started dominating, and that's what led them onto their run into the grand final in Pacific, into beating DRX for the first time, the second time, now a third time here, sending them to the lower bracket. And as we saw yesterday, they got eliminated. So they still are that #1 team because even without something, they were yet again able to topple DRX with CGRS in this roster.
Yeah. And they're a tough team to predict, you know, in any, like, in the best of circumstances.
Yes,
it's a tough team to understand exactly how they're going to play. They're very aggressive. You know, of course, they take pride in the WK Gaming moniker, but that's not all about what they are. They're a very organized kind of chaos team. Like, they have... Their comms are a little bit messy at times, or at least they seem that way from the outside because their IGL role has been shifting a little bit. But overall, this is still a strong team, even with CGRS in there. And I imagine that's still going to cause Fnatic some problems. DRX talked about it in their post-match that there were some things they just weren't anticipating because of the difference with CGRS in there that they didn't fully expect the way that PRX was going to play.
I mean, the advantage that Fnatic does have is now getting a glimpse of it, seeing how CGRS did play this one. So
for sure.
How much more does PRX have up their sleeve? Can they catch Fnatic off guard? That's going to be the big question as we go into the series.
And there's always the you know that Fnatic are in the lab, researching, looking at everything, VOD reviewing. They know, or at the very least, they want to be prepared for what to expect here today. But actually, Forsaken had a little bit to say at the press conference that, well, guess what? The IGL in that last game on Split, it actually wasn't Forsaken, it was CGRS. The replacement for something was coming in here, Paper Thin, and making calls for the team, but it made sense considering how they were playing with that composition.
Exactly. Since Forsaken was forced to move back over to a duelist role, it was clear that he wasn't going to be as comfortable. You know, he's been playing a lot of Harbor and Initiators, things in the back line where he can set up for the team, where he can get a bigger picture view and kind of lead the charge. They said it was probably about 75% of him during the last couple matches there in Pacific of him doing the calling, but now, you know, they needed somebody else to step up and CGRS of all people. You think maybe it'd be Devi or Mind Freak isn't loud enough to be the IGL, but but definitely it was incredible. I mean, he comes in there, his KD wasn't great, but he led the team to a victory.
At this point, I think they just pick a name out of the hat on a given day, and then it's like, oh, you're the IGL now, and then they just go that way.
Hey, whatever works for you, works for you. But we had an opportunity to talk to Devi. We had Doug stand by earlier today. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Devi, a very cool question for you before you go in. Fnatic are playing some of the best Valorant that we have ever seen. What's your main focus heading into this match?
I think coming to this match probably just as usual, like just having fun, and obviously I'm very excited to meet the Fnatic new roster. I think it's gonna be fun, but I hope we win so that we get to explore. I get to explore Japan, you know, like more days to explore Japan. Yeah.
Best of luck to you today, man. Good luck. GB, back to you.
I love how all of our players are like, I really hope I win, bro, because I want to go to Shinjuku and vibe, you know? Like,
I just want to stick around for a little bit longer. I mean, you could. It's not that long of a flight back, whether you're going to Korea or if you're
back
just
to work.
They don't have to play in LCQ. I mean, they're going to go. Like,
you can stay here as long as you want on your tourist visa before they kick you out. But I love Devi, always a bundle of joy, and always just, you know, that's the thing. It's like, wants to have fun in everything, whether it's going around Tokyo or playing the game here and trying to stay in that upper bracket. It's always about fun, and I think that we are seeing that is the secret ingredient for a lot of these teams. EG, vibing out of control. EDG, vibing out of control. All these teams that are able to just enjoy playing the game and go wild in the lobbies are the ones that are kind of dominating.
It's almost as if video games are supposed to be fun.
No way.
No? No? Am I off the goop in any case?
You're off the juice. You're off the juice.
Sorry,
man.
I'm off the juice, baby. But you know what, though? That being said, I mean, it's really great to see CGRS step up the way that he did. We're going to continue to hammer this point home because he really is the I don't want to say the focal point of this team. I mean, if he's calling, he definitely will be in this matchup because he's going up against Boaster, one of the greatest IGLs in the game right now. But also, I think it's just that he's clearly just bringing a different vibe to the team, and they've positioned their squad around that.
I think that the amount of time for a turnover on this is astounding. You know, again,
really is.
Even against a weakened DRX, I thought that they were still going to be able, they were still going to struggle trying to be able to take them down because of this addition having, you know, being forced to come through. But CGRS, you know, a little bit rocky in the beginning in that first map, but then as they moved over to the bind, he goes to the Gecko, which has kind of been, you know, prior to that series, the only thing that we saw him play, because he played Gecko on Icebox of all places, it looked a hell of a lot better, a lot more comfortable from him. And the fact that he was looking that comfy while also IGLing the first time on stage in front of all these fans, I think that speaks volumes about how well they've been able to integrate him and how much effort CGRS is putting in.
I couldn't agree more, and I think, again, an impressive accomplishment for CGRS, something he has to be proud of. But the problem is that this time around, across the stage, you're facing up against the lock-in champions. You're facing up against one of, if not the greatest team in the world right now. A literal super team of EMEA's finest put together to forge this Fnatic lineup. Every single player here can contribute in an effective and meaningful manner, whether it's the calling, whether it's the util usage, whether it's the ult usage, whether it's the clicking of the heads. I mean, Paperthan, these guys can literally do anything.
You're right, they're the complete package. I am really a big fan of this team. I rated them as the best team coming into this tournament. I rate Leo as the best player.
They made NRG just look
yeah, no, it was silly.
Light work, man.
No, that's how good they are. And they're just so aware. They're all so cracked out of their minds at each of their roles. This is such an impossible team to deal with. The coordination's insane, the calling's insane, the util usage is insane. There's no weaknesses in this team right now, it feels like, other than their match against Liquid, where it just frankly seemed like they ran out of gas during that stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've been through a lot. They come out of lock-in, immediately go right back onto the grind, have to play out a long season. Granted, obviously Liquid under similar circumstances, but I agree. It just looked like, oh God, we're just exhausted. Can we go to Tokyo already? So, you know, while I don't want to take anything away or act like I'm taking anything away from Team Liquid, it's a great effort from them, and Fnatic were trying to fight back. It just feels like they were definitely out of it, but they had a decent amount of time to rest. They're pushed forward, and they just crushed energy.
Yeah, it really was impressive to watch Fnatic take it to NRG the way that they did. We did get an opportunity to catch up with Coach Mini. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy Mini. A quick question for you. Last time we see you guys take down NRG, highly anticipated matchup. Everyone was watching. What are you doing to make sure that the team stays focused and you avoid a hangover against PRX today?
The hangover? I mean, to be honest, it's quite an easy one because none of our team drinks. So, I mean, for us, that's pretty easy. But I got my eye on Alpha because he just turned 18. In the past, I just like threatened the cops on him because obviously he's not allowed to drink. And for Boaster drinks non-alcoholic beer, and we all hate him for it, so, you know.
Best of luck to you today. Good luck.
Yeah.
That was an interview.
That was one of the interviews of time.
We cut. It's one of those videos that cuts too short because Boaster's climbing into what looks like a dumpster at the end of it.
Don't know where the heck Boaster is.
I think we need to run that again.
Oh man, but look, guys. I mean, look, Fnatic, right? They won lock-in, second in their region, but then they come here and then they roll NRG, and everyone thinks that this team is truly an unstoppable force. But here's a little fun fact for y'all: is that they do have a tendency, Achilleos, to struggle against Pacific teams. Now, granted, this was 2022.
Yeah.
They didn't have Leo and Chronicle, but regardless, that core has struggled against these Pacific teams in the past.
Yeah, throughout the whole of last year, they weren't able to get those wins coming through. Granted, that was also during some of the more miraculous runs that we have had from the Asia teams. You know, Zeta getting their third place finish over Reykjavik, PRX making it into the grand final for FPX, and then TRX as well being able to knock Fnatic out of Champions Istanbul to then go on to get that third place finish. So a bit of a rough year for them, but with Chronicle and Leo added into this roster, it has just completely been a different beast comparatively.
Yeah, and I think that takes us to Leo and Chronicle, right? We have to talk about them because these are the guys that just got added in and have had so much of an impact, Paperthin.
No, it's just brilliant the way they play. I mean, A, they're just insane, like individually, mechanically, but B, they're so good at setting up their team for success with their utility, in particular Leo. I think the best info gathering initiator in the world right now. These Sophus guys that he has, and the Fade as well, absolutely brilliant when he's on them. Yes, you're going to see a lot of him just clicking heads, but he's better than that. It's a lot of the way that he sets up the team, and of course it is a entire effort along with Boaster to kind of combine all that information, put it into their computer, and spit out wins. But like they're just absolutely insane. I mean, look at these stats between the two of them. The KDAs are through the roof. The assist numbers are through the roof for both of these players.
Yeah, and I mean, for Chronicle in particular, you love to see it because as we were looking at Lock and we were looking at all of those former Gambit players and whatnot, it was rough performances. Just like, oh god, are any of them going to be successful this year? Is it going to be rough around the edges? And Chronicle came out the gate and said, I'm getting myself a second trophy, took that home, and now he's looking for a third.
Yeah, and which has been an immaculate run, honestly, from Fnatic, outside of losing out on the EMEA finals. Paperthin, I do want to get your thoughts real fast, both of y'all, real fast. Who do you think's winning this one? You're going with Fnatic?
I have to.
I gotta go for Fnatic as well.
It kills me. It kills me inside to do it.
Right, little dead inside, right?
Look, if PaperX walk away with this one, I am going to be beside myself. I'll take the whole team out for some A5 Wagyu or something like that at the end of this because they will have deserved it, but man, I think Fnatic's got it.
I will join you on that one as well. But folks, Minnie and Alex are standing by with the map picks and bans, so let's go ahead and have a listen in.
All right, let's shoot. Let's go then. HyperX, you are higher seed, so would you like Team A or Team B? Team B. So Fnatic, you will be Team A, and you can start with your first ban. Pearl, your ban. Haven. Map number 1. Side on Lotus. And then map number 2. Side on Bind. Okay, we'll start next set of bands starting with Fnatic. You have Ascent, Faction, and Split. And Fracture. Your band, you have Ascent and Split. Okay, so map number 3 will be Split, Fnatic side on Split. Okay, I'm gonna through this, make sure we are all good. First set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Lotus with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans are Fracture and Ascent. Map number 3 will be Split with Fnatic on attack. Go to both of you.
Fnatic. PRX.
Despite PaperX being the #1 Pacific team, at the other side of the stage, you have a squad in Fnatic that have rolled one of North America's finest teams in NRG to get to this point. It's going to be a monumental effort from PaperX in order for them to take down the juggernauts of Fnatic. But when you talk about PaperX, Paperthin, well, anything is possible.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm still keeping my eyes on Jing. He had a stellar performance the last time. Can he continue that today? He's going to have to be the guy today. If PaperX is going to get over the line here, he's going to have a similar, if not better, performance than the last time they played.
I mean, not only that, but obviously Forsaken as well has to be in that conversation, given that we saw him shift back over to the Jet, something that we didn't get to see from him for quite some time because something was in this roster. And it looked like he was right at home back onto the Jets. So I think that he and Jing as that dynamic duo back once again as the duelist for this team. They need to have impact, but of course, CGRS, what is his role going to be today? Is he doing more calling? Is he going to be more of a side caller, or does Forsaken really undertake that role once again? And what kind of, what agents do we see from CGRS? What kind of figures can he put up? Because this is about as tough as it gets.
Ain't that the truth? And of course, we didn't even talk about Durka. I mean, arguably one of the greatest players in the world. I know that sounds like a little bit like hyperbole, but I don't think anyone would argue with me on that. Durka has brought it time and time and time and time again, so he's going to be something to look out for in that server. But I think it goes without saying, though, that for PRX, they certainly have understood that they are going to be going up against a force here in Fnatic. And if there is a win condition for them, yeah, it is going to be Forsaken. It is going to be Jing. It is going to be those guys stepping up. Can they do it, though, against the likes of Durka?
Maybe. A lot of pressure is going to be on Durka. I'm really glad you brought him up because, like, one of the things that really gives PRX a big advantage is their individual trading ability. Like, they are some of the best in the business. They were dominant in their region in that. And so I'm really curious about what PRX wanted to run here. I mean, I figured CGRS was going to be on the Gecko. It's just kind of his perma role other than the split. He just basically got put in Gecko jail and had to learn this agent better than anybody in the world.
Yeah, I talked to Mindfreak in a post-match interview that we had, and I asked him, what's up with the Gecko? Said Alex told CGRS, go into the lab, play Gecko, learn the ins and outs of this agent. Maybe that could be the difference maker. They were combining the utility gorgeously on Bind. It's clear that they have a game plan with it. We'll see, though, Achilles.
Yeah, still minor adjustment here for the side of Forsaken. He's going to be coming out, running the side room. We're not going to be seeing the Killjoy here from the side of PRX. But it's really going to come down to CGRS. Can he set Jing up for these explosive entries on that raise to try to take over sites?
A lot of pressure on that young man to step up on that stage. And Fnatic, it could very well just be another day at the office. Let's go ahead, though, and send it over to two incredible casters as we have Pansy and Hypox standing by.
Thank you, GB, and the desk. Lovely to have Achilles and Papers in here as well. Always good to see him at the event. Had a wonderful cast, but again, let's focus on the game in front of us. Because bring it back a little bit. But talk to me about what we've seen so far, because they have been only glimpses of these two teams. So can you just compare and contrast the form thus far?
Yeah, and I do want to start with PRX because I think obviously the opening series, there's a lot of comfort there with a familiar opponent. I think as well that. I mean, Paper Thing was talking about, you know, what plays into their strengths, what kind of gives them advantages in the series. But to be able to execute that versus a familiar opponent, it feels easy to execute, sure. Versus Fnatic, the structure that they bring, it's a tall ask now to carry that confidence across and actually really build behind that sort of play style. So coming into today's series, the fact that we start on Lotus, both teams only losses this year all the way back at lock-in. But Fnatic have a ton of reps from the regional season here.
Absolutely do. And if we do want to discuss that NRG game, there's a lot to take away from that in at least the form conversation. For now, we'll focus on what's in front of us with PRX starting out on the attacking side. Of course, that then means Fnatic going to be having to hold back on these sites. And you're right, they do have a great deal of reps. And again, some specialists here too, taking some of the very few wins against certain teams who made this very much a home in EMEA. For now, though, PRX looking like they want to end towards C, testing a little towards B, but the end goal looks like that C site. But there are already two players here. Forsaken has to be cautious on the way in. Leo waiting patiently, as is poster. Contact's made.
Does actually slip away here, but tagged down to 6 HP. Leo's going to give up a lot of space as well. CGRS to retrieve potentially both bits of utility there. Hesitant on the second, but Fnatic, I was going to say, might get a shot at a kill here, but Chronicle not able to pin one down.
No, felt so close to it, but it looks like PRX actually want to swing CT. Not necessarily a bad idea. That pain shell going to send them scattering. Does a lot of chip damage. But where's that next layer of pressure? Fnatic not quite working in perfect unison yet. It's going to give opportunities to PRX. Still hold this down. You're still seeing two standing. That one's going to hurt, though. Durka posts it to the pocket. Oh, that's not a bad shot. Back to a 1v1. Durka. Oh, there he is. Welcome to the stage, Durka. Lovely start for him.
The first stage was beautiful, but then picks up 2 kills off camera to find the reset there. And so much chip damage done with the first that actually the follow-up paint shell does secure a kill. And it looks a little dicey there because PRX are able to take so much space, and like I said, CGRS actually sets in motion this push into spawn. Forcefully divide, just can't find. Well, yeah, I mean, 30 HP on the right click potentially to close that one out.
Yeah, Durka's now over halfway to that showstopper too. 4 kills in round 1. That's how you do it. Straight on the rifle. Bulldogs coming out as well.
Yeah, interesting to not see Fnatic also opt for that typical Marshall buy and spread the funds a little bit.
It did seem to become common practice when we saw them throughout that regular season. But now they're going to note the orb has disappeared over towards B.
But it's just going to be PRX taking that tour. Do what they can with this.
I'm curious as well, we've seen 2 new setups so far in the first 2 rounds. Again, haven't seen that pistol round setup from Fnatic previously. And here, Chronicle's actually committed towards the C site with Alpha. I don't know if this is just because this is a very, very heavily invested round 2. Maybe a different setup shown here by Fnatic. Conceded a lot of space outside A as well. You can see the spam coming through from Durka and Leo, but no real damage. Forsaken down to 66 HP.
That's a nice bit of info, though, for Durka there. The jump spot should reveal potentially 1 or 2 players. Not sure if it was the same player he saw, but that's enough to indicate that this is maybe worth pulling the additional player over. Yeah, Leo now going to start feeling that scrutiny. Sight under contest. Yeah, Leo comfy on this. No one able to really close that gap here. PRX desperate for an opportunity. Durka's farming. He's got a showstopper ready. Yeah, beautiful from Fnatic. This is pretty much largely in control, not falling to any of what PRX would have wanted, and a Prime Gaming flawless there in the second round.
I'm curious actually if on the buy round now, Chronicle is going to drift back towards that A site anchor that was demonstrating very comfortably throughout the season. But already here, seeing some changes in the setups from Fnatic.
But I quite like that, because we were starting to, not necessarily question, but we were noting that, again, when you're the team coming in with a big target on your back, you have to adapt. Yes, we obviously watched that Liquid game that gave us a lot of worries. There were moments throughout the regular season where there were gaps in Fnatic's approach, but obviously we're just being very critical of one of the best teams there. We have to be, right? It's you got to look at it bigger picture. So nice to see during that downtime between regular play and here in Tokyo, they've definitely come up with some new bits and pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Even seeing changes here in a 9-1 record this year on this map. That's what we know Fnatic for. Another setup variation here once again as well. Alfaya, a little bit of utility here to help Leo and Closter on this hold, but save CGRS actually can't find the first. Jing will find it with a paint shell though.
Yeah, so much invested just to clear Boaster.
Down,
Alpha's here as well. Leo's sit towards CT, so I think Alpha's gonna dip away from this, give up the space, maybe allow them to get that plant here. Actually, get the spike and back away.
Jing actually swiped the spike there.
Very nice.
Maybe to peel away from this. We'll leave Mindfreak posted up, but Forsaken has found so much space on the other side of the map.
I wonder how diligent Fnatic can re-clear this area. Obviously, there's a problem, right? Forsaken's position is brutal. Mindfreak still going to try and sell that they've got that end goal on C, which does draw a player back, but Leo's got his eyes set elsewhere.
Going towards B.
30 seconds they haven't got an entry yet, though. There's still utility in the way. Forsaken does very well to find Leo, but this is still a non-starter. Durka's going to take down Forsaken, and they still haven't made it in towards that B site. Alpha's got this on lockdown. They haven't made it through at all, so they look back towards C. And now they're down to 15 seconds. They've got to make this one stick. Chronicle's gotten close, but the flash will force him away. 10 seconds now. If they deny the plant, that's where it could get problematic. They haven't. So with 5 seconds, wait. Okay, denied, hold on.
He's got it.
Has he got that down in time? I think he's just about. Yes, he has. Durka, though! He's got him right back. Beautiful work from Durka. Divine out. 1v2. Alpha's position will be considered. Flash in 1 second. What can he do with this? Not an easy situation. Spots it, loses it. Alpha's got it. And Fnatic trying to mirror them. Match for match here. That late round attempt towards B, Mike, it had nothing behind it.
Yeah, so well handled. The fact that PRX actually don't capitalize on all that space that Forsaken's taken and try and find the timing, a window of opportunity towards A site, very, very strange. Because he's here for so long. Again, they know that Alpha potentially started towards C, and again, you've got to argue that the assumption's there that his utility is still set up towards B site. And Forsaken's way ahead of that. He's gone all the way through A. I don't know if the question mark is there that potentially there's another player unnoted from Fnatic towards 3, or maybe towards drop or something, but very strange.
Have to just quickly note we're in round 3. And I'm pretty sure Durka is 10-0. That's the start, though. Jing flies in, takes away Chronicle. So that does open up an avenue towards C if they want to lean into it early. But there's space being taken elsewhere. Instantaneous answer back from Durka, taking the space away from Forsaken. And look towards B. 3-play stack. Fnatic still controlling so much space in this map, even after conceding the C site.
Yeah, they counter that first blood by finding 2 elsewhere on the map. Devi very disconnected from this right now. Plant's coming through. Jing, gotta be careful. He's caught on the way back through. CGRS is going to be under a ton of pressure here, Lauren.
Yeah, but he has to be good for almost 2 in this to even make it doable for Devi.
Does the flash come through from Devi here?
He's got 2, he might as well give him something. There's 1, tries to swing on it. Doesn't get what he wants, just the tag, that's not enough, he needed more! And Devi's fallen. CGRS can only do so much. Overwhelmed in the end. Let's take stock, Mike. We're at 4-0. I mean, Fnatic are looking very good here. Give me your thoughts on what we're seeing thus far.
I mean, this is a beautiful example of where actually you do get an advantage versus Fnatic, and immediately they aggress on the other side of the map. They look for the weaker side of this potentially default, or at least the setup here early on. After that, things just spiral out of control for PRX. Like I said, Devi's lost so far away from this. I'm not surprised to see a PRX timeout so early on because there's very, very few tangibles for them to take away from these rounds.
And
like I said, they've got to be kicking themselves about the Forsaken lurk round. That's one that it took so long for them to make a decision.
And I feel against a lesser team, you might have gone away with maybe not capitalizing on that bigger chance you had. You might have still found a bit more timing, punished a little bit more with Forsaken getting there, but Fnatic were matching them throughout this so far. I love the fact that kind of almost denoting it in that previous round with, as I said, as soon as they get that first pick, well, Dirk is already working on the other side of the map. There's very few clean advantages you get against Fnatic. Hyper proactive to answer it.
This is the thing, it's very rare you get those sorts of rounds, those opportunities versus Fnatic. In my eyes, the 3 best anchors we have in the game in the form of Chronicle, Alpha, and Leo. So the fact that that's one that slips through their fingers, again, makes me feel like maybe PRX are actually not coming into this as confident as they were in a familiar opponent in the form of DRX.
Yeah, this kind of echoes back to the start of how we were discussing this matchup of...
Maybe that's the IGL factor as well.
Absolutely could
Whoever's calling what in these games.
Absolutely could be. Now, they're going to have to try and fashion a purchase, a half buy coming in, so Stinger's coming out, Sheriff, and 1 Vandal for Jing. That's about it. Nice little start he had over towards, I think it was Chronicle he caught on C, but it didn't really amount to much beyond it. Now we're going to see the 3-play stack from Fnatic over on A, and obviously the entirety of PRX here too. Jing trying to do some of that early work he's been quite good for, and actually the flash is fantastic. Makes something of it, he desperately tries to. But it's Leo to trade out, and all of that potential starting to dwindle a bit. But look at the damage done. Chronicle down to 1 HP, Leo is tagged up, and maybe a rifle can be recovered. It's a little deep, but they could probably get hold of that. Maybe get 2 into their hands here. There's something to be had in this.
Chronicle's actually burned up the second snakebite as well, so luckily enough, able to get back up on the road, but Fnatic got to be cautious on the reapproach here. Will concede the plant, and actually Leo's going to fall.
Yeah, this is lovely work from PRX. Yes, the flank's on the way. Alpha, hold on. Why have you given him a chance? He was the monster on their initial debut. Dirk has somewhat taken the role here, but...
He's heard Mind Freak reload, potentially.
How close can Boast to get? Yeah, oh, it's a freebie. And now down on 1. Devi, it's all on you. 1 flash to hand, and the spam starts. Alpha spots him. For the time, it doesn't even matter. Fnatic taking back the site. PRX had a good start. Again, they find that first pick, but then exploring beyond that, they're being given nothing.
They actually get past the trap play here from Fnatic. I say trap play. They're ready and in position to dump Util behind rubble.
Yeah.
Set a beautiful flash. Sets Jing in motion, but I feel like he's got to be good for 2 in that. It's a situation where unless he gets 2 cleanly, and Fnatic can't reset after that initial exchange, it almost amounts to nothing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing operators out for Durka. On the other side, Odin, I guess, was Forsaken. A lot of ults to work with.
Sorry, Fnatic are switching up once again on the defense.
Is this maybe the operator in play? Is it? They've got some amounts to work with, or maybe just a read so far. This is an all-in piece towards A so far, it looks like, for PRX. Just maybe for the spam to try and deny that jump spot on the corner. Saw it being cleared through here. GRS going through the protocol list, but Fnatic seem well enough prepared to slip back from this. You're going to have Leo and Chronicle being the 2 to face what's on the other side. And there's not much beyond just this standard progress towards A here.
Once again, Fnatic conceding a lot of space, don't want to give up anything towards this ultimate from CGRS. PRX will find themselves on site. Wingman will find the plant as well, and actually an aggressive showstopper here from Jing.
So many ults, Mike. They are investing everything to this. Fnatic already sitting pretty deep. There's nothing there. They've completely evaded all of this. Plant finally going to go down, but now the counter utility from Fnatic will be pretty solid. They've got the ult here from Leo, and if they're playing actively on site, they're going to get noted by this. Now, did Jing get pinged on this one? Might get away with a little bit of something here. He's a little bit further ahead than maybe they expected. Still going to go through all of the kit for Leo. Perfect synergy, allowing Durka to swing. Forsaken denies the follow-up, though. That's fantastic. And now down to a 4v3. Forsaken to buy CGRS. Can they hold this one back? Not like that. Alpha keeping very competitive in this. And Fnatic's retakes are looking gorgeous.
The PRX is just desperate to find a peek from somebody from Fnatic, looking to get this retake started, but can't find anything. This is even with the showstopper being completely denied from Durka. And in that exchange, there's still 3 members of Fnatic standing.
One down.
I didn't even catch actually what denies the initial plant from the wingman. Beautifully executed by Fnatic.
This is a masterclass.
Yeah.
This is very impressive to watch, really, for PRX. Again, yeah, they're getting a couple of plants down. They're doing
5
everything right,
diffuses on the timeline.
It must be incredibly frustrating, right? You think of it in that regard. You're doing what you're meant to be doing, and it's just not really working out. You can't hold on those retakes. And once again, with no challenge across the map, this is standard now, it looks like, for PRX, trying to head back through spam. Not finding as much as he'd want here. Maybe a little bit of chip towards Forsaken, and that's about it. A little bit more.
Forsaken down to 89, not too much damage done, but PRX feel as if they will have success towards A once again. This time around, Alpha has the lockdown. No other ultimates available, but minimal utility invested so far from Fnatic. Seems to be the game plan, and it's working so far. We have the Odin here, so we've got to be careful with the wallbang onto this ultimate. Yeah, it gets picked out here.
Nothing's stopping it so far.
It's not been dealt with.
Nope. Yeah, it's still going to tick on through, so they have to fall away from this. Mindfreak was waiting for Alpha, though. Sense of paranoia, not going to find much, but time ticking now. Fnatic need to get a move on. Can they clear these lines? No, not like that. CGRS going to find Durka, put him down. Jing next, the one looking vulnerable here. Now they're starting to clear out the side, but they got to get on the defuse. Time is running low, but can Forsaken and CGRS do anything to deny it? Flies in! Fantastic work. Back on the defuse, though. Boaster holds it down. Barely getting it.
PRX do everything they can to buy some time here. But still, Fnatic get the half defuse, and even with some heroics coming through from CGRS to barrel towards the spike. And like I said, this is just a game of utility. Fnatic burn nothing, concede all this space, happy to give the plants up because the lockdown's there, and they have so many tools to retake once again.
Without sounding like a pessimist, unless I don't know if they can overhaul enough here for PRX to really change much of this outcome. Maybe they can get a couple of rounds off an individual, right? Maybe Jing activates a little bit. Maybe you get, you know, a round here or there.
Yeah, but he needs to go nuclear.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, then best the likes of Durka, who's having a big game. Alpha's done activate too. It's such a hard team to look at and go, okay, well, this is where your win condition is against Fnatic. They're very well rounded as a collective. Looks like PRX trying to test another option towards V here. Haven't seen them fully start with this intent, so we'll see how that goes for them. Setting out a bit of kit there. That should be Leo confirming that they are indeed on the site. And maybe going to get themselves a plant.
Tough to hold on to, though. Another situation where there's quite a lot of utility to come back through. Durka on the operator, though. Maybe going to slow things down. Actually, PRX getting a little bit aggressive here. Got to be careful. Alpha's found the first. He gets the second as well.
Yeah, the Wonder Kid looking real good today. Fantastic tournament from him so far. The last two as well, Divide and Forsaken only with Sheriffs. This was the best attempt so far, but it looks like fate will repeat itself. History repeating itself. The defuse is going to be happening, and PRX can do nothing to deny. Fnatic are going to make it to 8. This has been very clear-cut.
Every single round, and we know where PRX's strengths lie. It's in creating that chaos in some of these site executes. There isn't a single member of Fnatic committing to an opening engagement. They back up, they mitigate all this risk. They don't want to get involved in the scrap on site.
Perfect read.
It's a beautiful adjustment. They know that that wave of utility and, like I said, chaos is going to descend upon the site, and Fnatic aren't even there.
Oh, that's not super deep.
Yeah.
They've read this very well every time. And then also keep in mind they've got a nice amount of utility still in the pocket because they haven't been challenged super early. They haven't been brawling out early round, but they can still play these retakes so well. There's this overhaul that PRX would need here. I'm a bit worried is out of reach for them. So at this point, it's just, okay, well, what can we make of this half? We're down massively, 8 rounds against you. I'm a bit worried that this is going to fall flat. They have a couple of ults to work with, but again, it doesn't even feel close, Mike.
Yeah, I'm very worried because it's 8-0, sure, but we're in a situation where we're talking about we need to see PRX slow things down and play outside of their wheelhouse and actually look at some of these rounds a little differently.
Because the evolution of Fnatic has given them so much more depth, right? Like, I kind of like what the Devs did by highlighting those previous results that Fnatic had struggled against certain, like, Pacific teams. So, you know, previous to now, you look at the upgrades they got, you know, the likes of Leo coming in, Chronicle, that changing it. There's like, and here's our depth. Now we don't have to worry about this.
That's what this super roster was put in place to address, is to fix some of those results where consistency was lacking, sustainability, all these other discussions we've had about Fnatic in the past. Some ultimates available here for PRX, but again, these rounds haven't really come down to them. A bit of a switch up here. Alpha might get caught. Dirk is there to find it though. Jing removed.
Yeah, and Alpha is sticking around on this. Now the ult's coming his way. He's going to have to handle that, but he's still tucked in the corner. Spots out another pixel and gets away. Paranoia does land, but he's got to safety.
Look at that investment though. All of that.
Just
to find mound control. And they concede the first blood. So what does the mid-round look like for PRX?
Well, with Mind Freak going down, not great, I think is the outcome.
Smoke's gone.
Yeah. And now how are you going to force Durka away from this as well?
Well, CGRS is actually tucked into a corner here, and he doesn't have any utility to cross back over.
Nope.
Oh, there you go.
And that's a spike. You're playing perfectly into the hands of Durka here. And Boaster's all too aware. Look at this, look at this.
It's like they're in their comms.
Yeah, 100%.
They know exactly what's going to happen.
Nice attempt for Durka. He's not giving this one up. Yeah, great round from Durka, but honestly, it's everything else that's so impressive. As I said, even Boasting so deep in CT there, so aware that they try and get that player towards those backlines, play behind the wire at the start of it, when basically saving Alpha's life in that.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but there's not much else to really discuss about the rest of this map. I mean, if PRX can come back and find 3 here, it doesn't feel likely, but that would potentially change the conversation ever so slightly.
Here. Yeah. He's in the right place. He's on 17-4. I'm terrified for PRX, because Durka in good form is already terrifying. Durka in great form is almost unbeatable. So we're going to have to see if he continues this level of performance. Obviously, Alpha in that first series against NRG was impeccable.
Godlike.
Yeah, it was kind of the rollback to like, okay, this is the kid that everyone was terrified about. But PRX, we're looking to see, can they find something here? Boaster could be actually very vulnerable, yes. Lovely timing coming out from Divide to break that wall. Even Boaster in no man's land. And first, really, the... Oh, that doesn't seem fair! It doesn't seem fair!
Spike planted.
The accidental headshot coming through for Chronicle. Bring it to a 4v4. Another shot of the retake here.
Wonder Kid himself has to get past CGRS. Does so. Easy work for him, making it look so comfortable. And look at this synergy. It's perfect. Absolutely pixel perfect play. Fnatic. Oh, if anything, I've got to say, Mike, this is statement worthy, right? This is when all the other teams go, bloody hell. Well, Loud didn't look so great. Okay, coming in one of the better teams. NRG already lost them. You're talking about all the heavy hitters. Fnatic so far looking above them.
I mean, this is ridiculous. You don't need to give Chronicle those sorts of kills as well, but even here, Jing, the reveal comes through, the boombots zipping towards him, and the swings come through at exactly the same time. Nice! This is so well drilled by Fnatic. And like I said, the perfect adjustment.
It's
completely nerfing PRX's win condition. Not even giving it to them.
Oh, not even close. They're calming the chaos, right? There's no opportunities here for them. Absolutely outplaying them categorically. And proactive on the other side of the map. The deep prowl is going to come out. It's going to reveal, well, there's no one here. So you can either push up Durka, leave him there if you fancy. Don't even have to really do much behind that because they can't back away now. Cornered into the map. Hello and goodbye, Forsaken, dead in the blink of an eye. Most, yeah, got to get out of there a little bit.
Hands out here.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh well. Yeah. You've walked into the blender.
This feels... This doesn't feel like an upper game. This really doesn't.
No. For the watershed, too.
It's just... I mean, somewhere in the world it's late, I'm sure. Right. Well, they've got...
A showstopper.
Yep, but they're on the site. They've got the... I mean, they've done that before. They've gotten the plant down. And it's going to be so much for this. The flash was quite nice, but it kind of denies on the same time. Duck's going to land. Here's Mind Freak, good for it. But again, the numbers simply succeeding in every way. Fnatic. I mean, yeah, this is quite hard to watch. No one above 5 kills for PRX.
This is just such a beautiful way to see Fnatic switch things up. Honestly.
So Durka currently sat on 19 kills. I think the sum total of PRX is barely ahead of him.
Yeah. By 2 kills, I think.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's not a great stat if you're looking for a competitive game here. But if you're an enjoyer of someone absolutely biffing another team, now this is quite enjoyable. Going to juggle away that operator, get that rifle back into safety as well. Make sure that's not vulnerable. Leo, though, might get a little test here. Looks like they might try and explore that option on Boaster, but he's not going to fall for it twice. It's way deeper now.
Door will swing. Nobody comes through on the other side here, but Leo and Dirk are both tucked into tree right now. Forsaken disconnected, Mind Freak set up outside B as well. Look at how much space Alpha is commanding here. The turret dealt with will pull Boaster a little bit further back, and Chronicle also in spawn.
Double ops. We did note that Durka did have a rifle on the ground as well, so it's not like... if
he was juggling, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like they got everything they need if he does get pressured in a way that he doesn't feel comfortable with, or maybe a retake on B, for example, which is looking like the most likely option. Now, Jin gets away with not being checked on. That gives him a little bit of room to work. First pick is found there towards Durka, but then Fnatic are so prepared for what PRX wants. And in a flood, in a blink of an eye, they're all gone. Yes, they've got the spike down, but both players now tucked into the corner. How are you meant to deal with this? Diffuse already going to be started. Nothing to stop him so far. They've got to go walkabouts. Leo's going to find it, as is Alpha. Well, well, well.
Blink and you miss it. 12-0.
This game might be over before it even begun. 12-0. We do not see that often at this level.
No, you really don't. This is... Again, you talk about form versus NRG, but this here is really a testament to the preparation and Fnatic's ability to completely mitigate anything PRX can bring to this on Lotus.
I don't think there's much more to be said about this one. This has been very one-sided. PRX need to wake up and they need to do it soon.
Zip it up. Real talk. Real talk. Wrap it up. This, I mean, that was clinical. That was disgusting. That was physically uncomfortable. I'm not even being ridiculous. Like, I'm not trying to overdo it here, but the game started off. We'll just go ahead and roll this real fast. Just jump right into it. Durka, going to talk about it. Why? Because he started off the first 3 rounds with 10 kills, Clinton, already out of the gate. Obviously, 4 of them came off of an incredible pistol, but then from there, it just felt like the beating continued.
The beatings will continue until morale improves. This is just absolutely insane, the way that he's performing. We highlighted it, that we said, you know, this could potentially be a key player for this matchup because of the way that PRX's style is, this go fast style that they like to play. They like to play for trades, and he was good for it every single time.
So scary. Yeah. This is like, really realistically, and look, the EG Team Liquid game, obviously EG had a really banging half. They looked really good, but not like this. This is just on another level.
This is on another level, but so too is PRX. That level is just a hell of a lot lower than we're used to seeing. Because, well, Durka, yeah, 417 ACS, 19 kills. Look, he's doing incredibly well. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, we are not seeing PRX even hitting shots that they normally hit. They're getting out-read across the board, but they're also not expecting people from flanks that are very common.
There's no nuance.
Complete misread on this game. They are not hitting the shots with the crispness that we usually see. Something is out of sorts. I don't know, not intended, but like, I don't know if it has to do with the map. I don't know, but something needs to change.
Yeah, you know what? I think we'll just go ahead and take it from there. Pansy, Hypoc, I guess we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like this one might be over soon.
Yeah, as we get back into bind.
Well, look,
very shortly.
No. Have I told you the story of the 12?
I'm here for it.
Yeah, it was the comeback.
Cool.
I might be lying. I can't even tell you that story. I can't do it. When Dirk is playing like this, I can't do it. Right? It's just like, well, oh.
Have we ever had a 13-0 on the international stage?
I don't think we've cast it. I don't know if we've had one. I'm sure GB or Space or any of the others who are, you know.
I don't think we have.
I
Not
feel
on the
like we
international
haven't.
stage.
Especially not at this point in the tournament, I feel. Like, especially
This
not
is
past
upper
playoffs.
semis.
Exactly.
by the
That's
way.
ridiculous. Like, the difference here. Anyway, we'll focus up for this one because this might be a very short half. So, away we go towards B. The one man standing in their way with CGRS. Nice little trade work. And take down Chronicle, but will lose out to Durka. Sight now looking ready to go. Anyone going to get a little curious? Boombot sent, but doesn't make much odds here. Durka's away. And look at this picture. That little crossfire. Actually, they deal with Alpha. That's huge. That opens up an avenue. Oh, Leo's closed it. That's much better from Jing. Going to feel the void, and now it's all on Boaster. Is it going to be 13-0?
The clutch man himself.
Look at the HP, super low. Mind Freak down to 3, Jing down to 23. Oh! Well, the dream is dead, Michael. The comeback is on.
It all starts with a pistol.
There it is. Here we go.
And 26 HP.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
See? You're stubborn.
Here we go.
How
Told
far
you.
down the rabbit hole?
We're all mad around here, mate. I'm down for it. You know, the worst thing is I do remember casting a game, different game altogether, and it was MR15, and it was the, you know, the furthest it could get, 15-0, right? Sort of look, and I said, there's no way. It happened. So I've also cursed other games, but I don't think my curse is this strong.
4 appearances on Lotus,
Yeah.
70% defensive win rate.
Big.
I think maybe it's 68, but I gave him the extra 2%.
Yeah, you rounded up. I like that.
Because of the pistol here.
Oh, see, there it is. First step, take down Durka. Big un. Lovely. Now let's see if they can keep it clean. Flash to follow, Boaster. A little bit of a challenge. Now they're going to push on this one. Okay, he should be dead. How is he alive? There we go. Spike now down. It's all looking rosy. Until Leo does connect one, but a quick trade for Jing, and we're all good here. That spike should never fall back into hand. HyperX, look, 4 standing. Chronicle can't take them all down. They are low HP-ish, apart from one.
Well, 3 of them are 1 hit to a Sheriff, by the way.
Yeah, but Forsaken's still alive, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
And look, there we go. He hasn't got a leg to stand on now. Nothing. See, look at this angle. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. There's the second.
Yep. Clawing their way back into this.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, I'm seeing rifles for Fnatic. It's fine. It's fine. They've got a good bonus here.
Well, at least, I mean, the positive is that PaperX actually being decisive here in the early rounds there. Again, I'm not saying it's likely.
Right.
But this is a difference between what we saw in the first round.
What, them winning 2 rounds?
Yeah. It absolutely is.
I like that.
That confidence is back.
Confidence is in the building. All right.
Jing's on double digits.
I mean, he's flying. All right. Space taken. They don't want any of it.
Heading towards the site where it's only Forsaken.
It's okay. It's okay. Here we go. Site takes on. Clear. Okay, clearing all that util. Forsaken's in a lot of trouble. He needs to back away. Yeah, okay. Site is Fnatic's. Actually, they want to try and take this back early. HyperX going to try and play into this, but Qualis will be waiting, and as this Durka, Trade's going to come out, Divide does well. Now we look at the follow-ups. The damage is being done. This is great. Jing's there. And now it's all Alpha, 1v3. Wonder Kid himself. What can he do? There's a flash. Doesn't get away from it. HyperX, that's 3.
Reset the economy up, Boaster at 900, a couple of others around 300, so might see some light investment here. Sheriffs maybe.
Ah.
Showstopper burnt up, but no other ultimates available for PaperX right now.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, we have the stats man coming in hot. We're looking for 13 zeros here. Oh, that was almost our third international 13-0. The other two were by Gambit when they had Chronicle.
Oh, well.
Well, thank you very much, Space. That's our stats man coming in hot with that one. For now, though, you can see the buy coming out. Stingers, bits and pieces. But every round is incredibly dangerous for PRX in a very real way. One rifle recovered. Oh, that paint shell very fortunately placed for Jing there. Actually going to catch Alpha Bri. Any chance to close that gap, but the plant is in. So pressure now comes back on. Pokemon in. PRX doing very well here. Durka, the only one to deal some damage. That's a rifle found. And he does take one more down with him. But the defuse is there. We're up to 4.
Trying to come through, find the plant, though. Some weapons removed, but the fun's just about there to protect a further purchase for PRX. 4th on the board. Showstopper available for Durka. Leo let's have his Nightfall as well. Chronicle one off the pit, so Fnatic can get to a post plant here. Some opportunities to secure. Actually, both 2 away from the divide as well.
Okay. You know, getting there. Bated breath and all that. Jing's starting to activate. 17 kills for him now.
Looking to get aggressive on Mound once again. Fnatic not here to greet it, but how deep do PRX force the issue here?
And the quick response looks like it's from Durka anyway, and Fnatic taking that B site. Instantly to work. Chronicles isolated one very early on. Jing with a fantastic response. Claiming 2, cutting them off at the knees on the way in towards that B site. Fnatic left down to Leo and Boaster. That heal towards Jing. He's been a superstar for him so far. Boaster going to find one. Jing on the trade. And now a 1v3. Boaster, this is a tall task for him. To even get that divide going, though. That'd be very nice for him if he can even get that coming through here. That spike is not where he'd like it. That's a horrible amount of players to work.
Look at the setup on X-Ray as well.
Even just the high-low from Mindfreak
I
and
mean,
Jing's enough, yeah.
so deep in the pit as well.
Yeah. Good luck. Not going to happen, Jing. All right, it's 5.
I think this time around with the light shield, they will be able to reforce back into this. And yeah, look at the ultimates.
They've almost got that snowball round, right?
Yeah. 3 away, basically, from having a full house.
Heroics from Jing here, wow.
Yeah, wait, what?
That was 1 HP was left on there as well.
Well, I was just looking at the scoreboard. I thought, man, he's up to 21 and 14 already.
It's forced Fnatic into a timeout.
Easy.
Maybe considering that snowball round we're talking about.
Yeah, how they want
and how to execute with so many tools. And Chronicle with 3600, he will be able to get the light shield and a rifle in hand. Full utility available already.
When do you call it? This is the question. I'll always stop the comeback. Just sorry, those at home. When do you call it a comeback? 7? 8?
No, with a 12-0 half, like 9 or 10. 9 and 10? Yeah. There's 7 chances for them to close out.
You're sounding like Sliggy. 7 more chances. Oh, it's down to 5, 3.
Nah, this is good. Like, I'm worried when PRX are getting close to 10. Because basically, Fnatic, with this many rounds, with this deficit, Fnatic have another chance to build a second snowball to close this out. So you give Fnatic 2 snowball rounds to close a map out. Don't say should. They will close out.
Oh, will.
Will.
Strong statement from you. Okay, so this is the round. It's done, right?
I said if you give them 2 snowball rounds.
Well, this would be the first, wouldn't it? So they'd win it here, right? Or is it just the attempt of
It's not a snowball. They haven't got all 5 ults, so... Unless Alpha.
Unless Alpha.
Unless Alpha.
Right there.
12 to 5. Here we go. It could be the snowball round for sure. There's plenty of ults to be played with, and almost all of them high-impact ones as well.
Divine on the operator as well. I was going to say, he's got a deeper angle than Forsaken. We'll actually sort the Trailblazer out here. Boaster to deal with it, so presence noted. Look at the switch up here at the B side hold from PRX. Fnatic felt a little bit of freedom towards that previously in a couple of the openers. Mindfreak is fairly committed here. I'm curious of the range of his TP to retreat from this if Fnatic do actually swing out.
He's got 10 more seconds till his next smoke's back in hand, but Fnatic are actually shifting away from this. Gonna invest the ult to try and maybe just clear. Just try and find a little bit of that information. Fnatic are really keeping their cards close to their chest. Now, temptation for Alpha maybe to try and swing on that, but it's not gonna be. Smoke gonna go towards B, but you can see the goal here for Fnatic is that C side, or at least the look of it.
2
but
kill
they're
trips
faking.
on the site, yeah. 2 kill trips on the site. Forsaken has the Odin, Divide has the Operator.
So it's all about connector, it's all about that A-Link. Divide's gonna go up, and the 2 players from PRX need to try and do the damage from here. The paranoia is very good, but the cross gonna happen regardless. Showstopper popped. Durka trying to close that gap, held back 10 seconds now on the plant. You're gonna have the Viper Spit as well, just to really add insult to injury. What are you meant to do with this one? Plant gonna come in. CGRS is, oh, that was huge, one attempt! Doesn't get what he wants. Leo gonna deny him. But the spike is in, time's on their side now. It's gonna get messy. Durka tries to play his life. Trade comes out, 3v3 now. Still on the site though, Chronicle surrounded, looking a little bit worried here. Chip down to 47, dips away, and you can see Jing trying to close that gap, trying to get closer. Left down on 1 HP, Chronicle holds the ground, good trade as well. Alpha keeping this very firmly in hand, and Mind Freak with so much to do. So many players to find, and so little time to do it.
Snakebite on it.
Yeah, that's time, oh my word, he's desperate to try and make something of this. But he's running low on those seconds, those precious couple of seconds. The spray from Leo, he's got him dead! The snowball round was enough. Fnatic cross the line, PRX get held on 5.
Absolute masterclass here from Fnatic in the first half here. PRX making the best go of it in the second, but like I said, that deficit is so huge. I just want to come back to the adjustments here that Fnatic demonstrated. It's so frustrating for a team that rides so heavily on, that front line point of contact and being able to create so much chaos and catch teams off guard. Fnatic just didn't entertain it.
No, they played that incredibly well. Very well situated coming into this matchup. Yeah, in the second half, got to give credit where it's due as well. Jing activated very well after being kind of hounded in that first half, having very little play.
Yeah, I think
second half did well. Ooh. I love a bit of EG.
Yeah, love a bit of EG highlights. There were some in this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were so many examples where obviously PRX are able to garner side control, and you see how deep they actually have to dig to find an engagement, to find a kill, to convert that plant into something a little more tangible, a little safer.
Well, it's the next step up, right? This is kind of that conversation we were having of the disparity between facing someone like DRX and facing someone like NRG to base our opinions on form coming forward. For now, I'm going to say it, Fnatic come out looking near on flawless. 13-5, yes, there was a little bit of wiggle room at the end, but you're right. As soon as that snowball round hits, it did feel almost inevitable.
Yeah, I think once we're asking PRX to slow things down and you're at an 8-0 scoreline, that ship's already sailed. The map's already over, and it's almost easier to forget these sorts and go on to map 2, Lauren.
Yeah, map 2 is going to be Bind. You don't want to miss it. That will be PRX's map. Hopefully, they've got more to bring than we saw on map 1.
too codependent. You hate all of my friends. Don't know how to fix it, but losing you's like taking my last breath. We're so disconnected. Like every time we message, I really thought you meant it. You took it all and now it's nothing left.
Welcome back to Masters Tokyo. I'm standing alongside Fnatic's head coach, Minnie, and you guys just dominated PRX, but it really didn't feel like a complete effort for the entire roster. This may be a hard question, but what do you feel like Durka needs to do in the second map to secure the win? Because it was spotty.
Yeah, it wasn't his best. There was a round specifically with the Raze ult. It's something me and Boast will be going over and over with him, is that like he's ulting too quick. So like when he does the satchel, you saw that round, he went to go ult, instant death. So that can't be happening next map, otherwise it could be a very close one.
I really hope you guys were able to fix those little things and walk away with the dub on map 2. Golden Boy, back to you.
I was taking that interview seriously for a moment, and I didn't realize what was being said.
It's good. I'm glad that Minnie's identifying all of the issues that they had there on that map, and that they're going to be able to clean it up and come out here and have a stronger bind, because it's getting down to the wire.
Yeah, I was concerned there for a minute.
That Fnatic team, let me tell you, a couple bumps. Am I right? You know, I'm kidding. Jeez Louise. This has been... okay, so first and foremost, you know, I think it's important to note, right, as we look at the team breakdown and where things landed, obviously the thing that sticks out to you is that, contrary to what you heard in that interview, it was quite the shellacking by Fnatic. That being said, we were starting to see PRX really show why they are able to really catch teams off guard, Clinton, because they were being aggressive. They were being proactive. It just came too little too late.
Yeah, once they get a little bit of confidence, it's fine, but it's just the beginning of this was just too powerful. I mean, the start was so hot for everybody on Fnatic.
And the retakes are out of this world from Fnatic.
They were brilliant, dude. This is just straight up brilliant stuff. I mean, the way that they were utilizing their utility, you know, the patience to play at the back of, you know, waiting out the attacks from PRX. That's one thing a lot of teams don't want to do, is fight toe-to-toe with PRX, because you kind of can't sometimes, because of players like Jing and Forsaken, who are just so individually talented.
True.
It's hard to diff them in 1v1s, even with players as good as Durka, Chronicle, Leo. But these guys were doing it anyway, so it's huge.
Yeah. And I think also, and something to note as well, is Jing, right, Seth? Like, he did have, I mean, just look at the turnaround that he had from the first half to the second half. Give me that Jing every time.
Yeah. ACS in the second
and this is across 6 rounds only, obviously. So, you know, there's going to be some inflation in that regard, but also the numbers he was able to put up are just incredible. So the turnaround that he was able to get going into that defending side, where it's worth noting, oddly enough, this was a bit of a defender-sided map in Pacific, you know, for the most part. So a little bit team dependent, but even for PRX, that's a side that a lot of the Pacific teams were finding the most successful on, and you can kind of see that there where they started getting their groove once they had swapped sides, but it was still very much the Jing show. There was still so much lacking from the rest of the team, and Jing picking up 3, 4Ks, etc. was what really started racking up those rounds for them.
Yeah, otherwise it would have been a donut shop, you know? I mean, they would have been opening up a bakery over on the corner of the street there with the way that PRX were playing.
I mean, Japan is well known for its bakery, so if you're going to do it anywhere, here it's not a bad place. But look, it's...
I prefer they don't.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Play the video game instead.
Yeah. that would be appreciated. But look, I mean, I think the thing to take away from this is they didn't give up. They still tried, you know, on that second half. They won the bonus. They came through, stringing together some rounds. So I would say, like, you know, I always make this joke in Pacific. It's the Mobius strip of W gaming, right? Where sometimes it's just really brilliant, and other times you're like, what are they doing? And leave you scratching your head. Maybe we're on the other side of the Mobius strip from that start. Maybe they have figured things out. Maybe they're going to be able to bounce back, use that slight momentum they had. Because this is a team that doesn't get mentally frazzled, right?
Yeah.
They went down 2 maps to nothing to DRX in the Pacific Grand Finals, and then strang 3 maps in a row to beat them. So these guys have the mental fortitude to do it.
The first and only reverse sweep that's happened here outside of, you know, the Game Changers events and whatnot. So, yeah, they need to be able to turn it around, but this is still a cause for concern. They're going for bind. That might be puzzling to some people who watch Fnatic absolutely body the ever-loving hell out of energy. Because that was a 13-4 victory
Let's
for
explain
Fnatic.
why. Let's explain why PaperX would go for bind.
Because CGRS plays Gecko, and Gecko good on bind. That is basically it. That's the logic.
good on bind. PaperX
is
also good on
sure,
bind.
They are, but Gecko,
yeah.
we've seen the most and probably the best implementation of Gecko on bind in particular as a map. We saw, you know, Lotus, you can get away with a couple different things. The wingman in particular is good. You've got decent util to try to clear out a lot of these sites and whatnot. But bind in particular is where we have been seeing the most success for it in Pacific, where PaperX have been running it, you know, as well as T1. And I think that they just said, okay, we're going to go there because that's where it looked good. That's where we saw CGRS put up a strong performance versus DRX. They feel like that's probably their best map right now. So.
Well, let's actually go ahead and get some words from Coach Alex as he caught up with Doug a little bit while ago about map number 2. Let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Coach, Fnatic doesn't lose Lotus very often. They're absolutely incredible at it. You found yourself down 12-0 at half. What do you say to the team at that point? Is it GG go next, or what were you trying to say? What were comms like in between maps?
In between maps or in between the half?
Well, I mean, let's go with in between maps.
Yeah. So in between the half, basically, I think we just try and not get shoved 13-0. You know, we try to keep the mood light because there's nothing you can do when you get like boom that way. That was an impressive half from Fnatic. Like props to them. It was incredible to play against. Probably should have started defense. Yep. We just try to keep comms light, and it's the same thing for now. After the map, we're just making sure that everyone is okay. You know, we just wanted to get our momentum going, and I think we did a little bit at the end of the map. So I think we should see a better map too from us, hopefully.
Yeah, Jing played exceptional. Hopefully you guys are able to continue that. Best of luck to you, Golden Boy. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Doug, for that. And actually a few things from there. Coach Alex saying probably should have picked defense. Why? Because you saw what they were able to do with their defense. Very effective, aggressive, and in-your-face gameplay. And also, it allowed Jing to be proactive. That could have been a confidence boost for them. And to Seth's point earlier, maybe this bind is that confidence boost that this PaperX team needs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it can be. I mean,
yeah.
Look, I never
count them out.
No, I never count this team out ever in any event because of how wild they can get and how impressive individually they really are. And they do combo well. And I also really want to highlight Forsaken's Harbor on this map. I really like the way he plays it. It's very different than a lot of players. You're going to see a lot of high tides that most people don't do. He'll do weird stuff like just cut off elbow. And like because he's trying to isolate players. A lot of times what PaperX wants to do is they want to set up themselves for these, you know, one-on-one, 1v2 fights that they know they can win. So he's going to use the cascades and things like that. Like, he'll know there's like 3 people coming. He'll throw a cascade in the middle of the 3 players to isolate 1 player, get the kill, and then back off. Things like that that not many other Harbors do.
Yeah, very difficult to be able to do that. So to have that kind of precision's nuts. Of course, you see the Prime Gaming agents select their Geckos back in rotation again. Seth, your thoughts real fast.
I mean, completely unsurprising that they're going to be running that. But just another point here. If this is the first time you're watching Forsaken's Harbor, be sure to watch the minimap a lot. It's going to help because they really like to segment the map, segment the sites, so they can go for those picks.
And it's different than most teams.
Yes.
Well, let's see how this pans out for PaperX, but of course Fnatic are looking to shut this down 2-0. We're going to send it right back over to Pansy and HyperX for the call.
Yeah. The crowd's seemingly in good spirits. Probably not so many PaperX fans, I guess, here after map 1. Maybe they've taken a little bit of fresh air. Well, I'm not saying they have or they haven't. I'm just saying the fans look in good spirits. It was just, you know, it was a good map for
VALORANT, regardless.
Really?
Yeah, you enjoy games like that.
Oh, yeah, you love them, unless you're playing them. However, map 2, hopefully, is a little bit closer here. I do want to have a competitive affair between these two. I don't want to see this being a massive blowout, but even just the caliber we saw from Fnatic on map 1 has me worried. However, this is the best opportunity for PaperX, right? This is the map they chose. This is meant to be the one that they feel safest coming into.
Quirky comp as well. Fnatic aren't necessarily going to be well-versed in dealing with these sorts of things. So, again, actually, we're testing the preparation factor. And something to know for the second half, I'm actually a little surprised to see Fnatic stick to the cypher pick here, looking to still execute the same game plan as previously. But hold that thought for a moment. PaperX take a lot of space away from Fnatic here, force them to rotation towards Fountain. So whether or not actually Forsaken was going to hold an active angle here, because there's a big gap between him and Jing right now.
If they get the timing right, Forsaken can say nothing about this. They've kind of herded them into the site that really Fnatic seem pretty comfortable with here. Yeah, so Plant should be coming in the next couple of seconds. Durka is joined by one of them who's got Chronicle by his side. Forsaken flies in. Great trade as well for Jing, but again, it's a brawl, right? So it's just who comes out on top in the trades, and it's Fnatic. Boaster puts his body on the line, and the Plant gets held off for a second. They had to back up that fight.
Alpha has to find something from Long here. Boaster and Leo isolated right now, separated, but Boaster's still nice and healthy. Divine Mind Freak untouched as of yet.
This is tense. It does have to be kind of in the hands of Boaster a little bit here.
Yeah, now it does, yeah. It's going to swap out to the Ghost, so an opportunity to potentially find a pick here, but Alpha creeping back into hookah. Yeah.
I like that from Alpha. But Device, oh, just missed that window. Did he catch enough of a glimpse, or maybe consider it? Flash there for Leo. Good flash. Boaster can't quite close the kill until then. Good trade. Better follow-up. Mind Freak making it all possible now in the 1v1. 6 seconds, Alpha! Come on, give him a chance.
What a way to start things off. You can see the reposition from how Device playing that, from how Mind Freak is playing it. They had no idea where Alpha had slipped through to. Expecting a flank through from Spawn.
Last player standing. One enemy
Heartbreaking as well, because Mind Freak's in a committed position here. Alpha 33 though. Crucial headshot to hit.
Squeaky bum time on
Yes,
that.
yeah. Yeah, because he's got to make the drop out. He has to reveal his position as well.
Uncomfy by all accounts, but what an aggressive start from HyperX as well, flooding through over towards A. That was a little audacious from them. Fnatic now will have to maybe keep that in mind, right? So, okay, we've got to temper ourselves a little bit, sitting super deep here. Boaster all the way back by Shower, just in case you got them sat very, very patiently.
It's a Forsaken wall, if ever I've seen one, by the way.
It's curious. How does it make you feel?
Just throw it out.
It's like a Rorschach test. Just what do you see? What I see, though, is a stack, Mike. We've got 4 players here. How far does Fnatic get before they maybe identify this?
I think actually plenty of utility to work with here. Fnatic very cautious on approach here with Divide. Spotted. To peel away from this though. I think now Fnatic should figure out that there's plenty of bodies here.
Yep. Scramble time. Fnatic stand and fight. They've got rifles. They haven't got too much to be worried about here. Dealt with the brunt of it. Divide, what's he got? Oh, only a classic. I was maybe hoping it was maybe a frenzy or
he was
or
noted,
something.
but didn't actually swing when all that pressure comes through from the other HyperX players.
30 seconds left.
Scurried away. Okay, Mind Freak though. Oh.
That was an 8 in your face.
Oh. Is there any chance? Oh, and he's seen him as well. Nice shot from Mind Freak, but yeah, position noted. 3 still standing. Should be able to get the rifle in the hands of Alpha potentially, just in case. Yeah, that's a Bulldog. Is there another Vandal? Did that already get collected potentially? I mean, a little bit dangerous. Stack worked out, I guess. If you're HyperX in that regard, you're happy enough. You got, to draw some blood there. But the buyback in this bonus isn't going to be particularly weak from Fnatic regardless. This is still fine.
No. Let's see if Leo's just going to play this through. Maybe stack up with somebody and hope for an upgrade at some point in the round. Actually, now going to get rifles across the board here, so it's only Boaster's Bulldog. I guess the chink in the armor here of the inventory for Fnatic.
It's just the pace in which HyperX are trying to take space on this map. It's done so early. I mean, you can backfill it. Yes, I guess it'll cost you some of that utility to re-clear, but at this point, first real contact is, I guess, made here. Yes, there was a little bit of a scrap towards Long, but it wasn't particularly committed behind. That's been dealt with. All this happened. Still looking at the likes of Chronicle, sat towards that A site. Creeping a bit closer here. They felt a lot of pressure towards B now.
And we look at the trade-off though. It's a spy cam for the Trailblazers to come out. Both flashes used by Divide. Now got one back online, but Fnatic have burnt up so much utility from HyperX, seemingly for free. So now have tons at their disposal and a huge advantage in terms of this A site here. Good molly to slow things down though, yeah.
That's very nice. Should allow another player to get over in a rotation. That's going to be Jing probably. Nice from Forsaken. Isolating Boaster here, and that does remove the smoke, so some of that safety is going to be taken away from them.
30 seconds
that advantage now has passed. HyperX able to stall this out effectively, Lauren.
Do they take a TP? Do they just What's the plan now from Fnatic? You've got 20 seconds to no safety. You need fight, you need something going your way, and you don't have a great deal. So they're going to send Chronicle digging deeper, and that's what you get! 13 seconds though, and the site's not safe. The swing, he wants to try and deny that plant! He can't do it. Plant's in now. 3v3 post-plant.
Alpha, I don't think he's noted as of yet, but has to try and find something behind the smoke here. Swings onto it, finds it first. Forsaken will trade though.
Big work from Forsaken this round. Tap on the spike as well, trying to draw out Durka, but does he respond? I think that's enough of a check now. Leo closing the gap as well. Forsaken! Oh! As soon as you think there's a little bit of hope, Durka rips it away from them. 8 HP, all he's left on, and that's enough for Fnatic to make it up to 3.
The bonus converted. May as well call it the full buy with what they brought into this.
Yeah.
Heroics from Forsaken, and beautiful stall here, but there's just a moment where Fnatic are stacked up and they're ready to go hyper aggressive. Chronicle on the swing finds 2.
Whoa!
And a 3-0 lead now.
Not what you wanted to see if you're a PRX fan. Trying to play this aggressive, in-your-face game style is going to get harder and harder as that score just gets further and further away from you. See if they can keep it up, though. Still got the rifle out on CGRS, but the rest left wanting. This time, not quite as proactive, not quite as in their face. You can see them already trying to clear down towards Fountain, seeing nothing. This could allow a little bit more room to have Forsaken lean back towards A.
Yeah, eyes on Jing as well. Stinger in hand, one off the showstopper. Plenty of utility to potentially find a cheeky kill off the plant, maybe, or the spike being tapped, but Chronicle just charging on through.
Yep, pain shot to follow, and bye-bye Mind Freak. It's going to be a clean take so far. There's the threat. There it goes. You saw it on the X-ray. Jing taken out in a second. The rifle now revealed as well. CGRS will note that. Seeker's going to be sent.
Right there.
Let's see where these players are waiting. Forsaken now in trouble. Has to get out of there. Can you work off that flash? Not really. Fnatic sitting here playing this post plant.
Yeah, Molly goes up as well. It's going to come down nice and early. I should deal with the wingman trying to find this, but actually CGRS has found a kill.
Might try a little bit more. Forsaken. Going to be noted on that. And Boaster. Comfortable. Yeah, that looked chaotic for a second, but again, you've got to keep in mind Boaster was still alive, had the ult, had the molly. Time to be purchased here. If you get a plant from this side for Fnatic, you've got a lot of kit to run through there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might seem like an overinvestment for the orbital strike as well when the molly's already sent down, but Durka 2 off the showstopper, they have another massive ultimate. Another round shot. Beautiful shot from Chronicle. Like I said, this is potentially as well Jing actually finding the showstopper from a play like that.
Right here.
There.
Ultimates are plenty for PRX now. They're just missing the Seekers. But walking the tightrope in terms of the finances.
Same.
Yeah, same.
Did you pick a skins this tournament?
I did actually, yeah.
You did?
I wasn't going to mention.
Okay. I want to see what skins he's rocking this time. If it's just the glitch pop again, then I think he's just gone back to what he normally does. So just lying to me, but, well, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's because of all these... Whoa, bloody hell, Forsaken. That was a very dangerous
I think that was the step on the decay as
well. It
well.
must have been, because he got taken down very low.
Yeah.
Whoa. But it's the patience coming out from Fnatic now. They're having to kind of match this. Oh dear.
It's just so crispy today.
Yep, he's looking good. CGRS though will get played in. Gets the hell out of there too. Doesn't want to stick around too long.
A very early reckoning.
Wait, look at this push. Jing's down there, sends it from a mile away. Chronicle's caught. This is the first big player advantage that they've had in some time. 35 seconds, Fnatic. They're back to the wall here. Mind Freak going to be forced out of position, has to fall away. Looks like the molly went in though.
If it's deep, it's not necessarily going to stop safe passage to site. Mind Freak has found Alpha though.
It's on Durka and Leo to try and keep this hand. First big chance for PRX. Get themselves on the board. Nothing more to be done for Durka. Looking dangerous, yes, but Leo's caught. He can't get away. PRX finally carve around into the scoreboard here. Now 4-1.
Massive investment though. What, they had 4 ultimates here and 3 of them are burnt up. PRX desperate to just stop the momentum of Fnatic early on here. I was talking about questioning over-investment previously. Now Fnatic in a position where They have the pit, the showstopper, neural
30
theft
seconds left.
available as well. Potentially a mid-round audible.
One enemy remaining.
Find a kill. Durka, I think just, not expecting something to be drifting out the pipe so deep here. Yeah, only the orbital strike available to find for Durka. Straight off here with the showstopper though.
Oh!
Missed attack from the spike and the information from Alpha.
It's so good! And the pace change is nuts, just complete gear shift here. They've been respecting PRX till now, and Booster strides in, kicks down the doors, takes down Jing, takes down Mind Freak, and the site's all theirs. What is Divine meant to do? Oh, pops the Seekers, that seems...
Futile.
Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Gave it a go. But let's kind of roll back to what we saw in this round. All these kind of starts, they've been respecting the aggression from PRX, right? This time, almost just...
This is beautiful though, because a couple of times, PRX are here to try and deal with this spy cam. They come forward to shoot it, but Alpha actually gets a tag, notes a player, and Durka is in position to burst immediately. That early conditioning, PRX are desperate to take away some of the tools from Fnatic in the early round. This time, they punish them for it. They bait them in.
See, I do have to give credit in these sort of moments because, as you said, those sort of things can come out fair. You know, a timeout with the coach, but just coming up with that on the fly again, just kind of noting it and working around it. Really nice to be seeing. Now 5-1, this puts the pressure back on PRX. Can they halt this progression from Fnatic?
Ooh, Forsaken's position it. Look at where Chronicle's got to. I was going to say, yeah. I looked at the minimap for a second. Chronicle just walked straight up short here. Maybe trying to catch somebody off guard.
Well, the pendulum swings on the other side of the map, though. Durka. So look towards CT. There's a player in towards elbow. That's going to be Devi. Devi seems very aware of this. And now Durka's dead. There, lovely combination work there. Isolating one. It's labored. Boaster outdoes CGRS, and Leo said to try and follow up, but now down to the 1v3. This is a tall task for Alpha, but he's the Wonder Kid for a reason. Bringing it down to the 1v1. He's got the spike, he's got a plot, and he has room.
He's got his camera as well. They can post this up and can play a very safe position now. Forsaken only just making it towards spawn.
I must wait a moment.
He's creeping closer. Does Forsaken turn? Alpha backs away. Running around each other now, Forsaken paranoid. Just the tap on the spike and Alpha gets closer. 2 kills already, needs the third. Drawn in! Oh, the shorty! Seals it, signs it, delivers it. Fnatic move forward on 6 with a Red Bull clutch that they're gonna remember.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Alpha. Forsaken, a moment's hesitation there not to find the first half. See Alpha actually considering that.
One enemy remaining.
That disgusting second shot. The worst thing is Alpha's closed the gap here, gets inside the cove with a shorty.
Nice! This was one of the maps that always stood out to us with Alpha originally as well. Like rolling back to when we first started to see glimpses of him, when Fnatic first looked to pick him up, this was one of the big highlights that stood out to us. Great to see that diligence still there. And it's just nuts watching this team work. As you said, it could be any of them. It genuinely could be any of them. Currently, Boaster's top fragging. If you missed that, just a heads up. He's the one leading on 8-5. Had a really big bailout round just not too long ago, pushing deeper towards CT there. But it's a timeout from PRX, right? This was meant to be the map that they found the most comfort on when they were in the veto. And I mean, they've tried to dictate the pace, right? They've tried to come into this.
We've seen flourishes of what we saw Lotus end with, where PRX are trying to take space away from Fnatic, be decisive, and almost kind of flex out a little bit, posture up, but it's just not amounting to anything here. Fnatic have the read in the mid-round. They're able to counter the aggression perfectly, and also waiting out some of these little utility pieces that PRX are basing it around. I don't know if the answer here is to maybe take a little more control on the extremity and hold on to that. But Fnatic pretty much have free roam here across the entire map.
Yeah, I haven't seen one, like a singular look that fully deals with what Fnatic have been up to. Jing trying to get aggressive again, just doubling down on this. And while they do this, they've lost territory over towards Hookah. You're going to have Durka taking that space, and they should have the information. Oh dear! Oh dear! And Chronicles caught them on the run. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Fnatic are in full form. CGRS.
Hang on. His leg's sticking out.
Oh. Well, how much can one man do? Not a great deal. Not a great deal. Empty.
Wasn't CGRS the one that actually got stunned by the Trailblazer?
I think so,
as
yeah.
well? The fact he's able to get out of the orbital strike. Again, such a reactive piece here.
Beautiful.
Like I said, Fnatic aren't scared to use some of these big ultimates on the anti-ecos just to secure rounds. Shame it only got to one.
Well, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. So you might as well, you know, have a bit of fun. There we are, rolling it back. And now they have to back away. Well, you pick your poison, don't you? There you go.
Alpha's here to greet the TP on the other side, actually. Got to see some pressure come through from Showers.
Little wingman on the way. Bless him. Oh! Ooh, all right. Oh.
Opposed is like, yeah, I'm trading you.
That was an impressive trade, honestly. Oh dear. Chronicle's just battered Jing, hasn't he? And now he's just walking to the site. Anything to stop him? Actually, yes, there. Forsaken does well to find Chronicle. After he had his eyes drawn by Durka darting across. What do we have now? Smoke's still going to be in place for this. Forsaken doing very well. Exceptionally well, actually, to even make this doable, right? This is a 1v2 now, but look who's still alive. It's Durka and he's on the run. You should be able to get a plant here.
Say, with the plant, it'll be one off the showstopper, so you want to see Devi and Mindfreak stacked up here for a trade. Problem being, Devi has an operator. Durka looking to play deep on this. The smoke going to force him back in.
Did he get spotted?
There was no ping.
No, hold on. Tries to go for the first shot. He has to be almost proactive in this, right? He's committed to this sort of play style. Does Devi even expect it? The barrel surely shows. First, it doesn't matter! Durka so
Nade
quick
as
with
well.
it. Oh dear, he doesn't want the nade, he wants the rocket! Oh, Fnatic just ripping down PRX. This looks done, Mike.
Played to perfection. This had no hesitation at all. Even I didn't even spot, actually, gets the paint shell reset as well off that first kill.
Enemy remaining.
Devi, unfortunately, the one with the operator has to come forward, take something, and the spacing just not there. 8-1 the scoreline here on Bind. Ultimate's online now for PRX, only missing the orbital strike, but very little for them to work with here. We're almost back to stack roulette here, 4 over towards A site.
Yep.
Forsaken left to try and anchor here on the other side.
This is a lot to handle.
PRX dumping everything here, Lauren.
Yeah,
everything.
Including the kitchen sink at this point. There's a lot of pressure on Fnatic, but there has been no kills. There's been no blood drawn at this point. They're still just holding towards long.
The only space they've really taken away is on A short here, with CTRS posted up deep now. Now drifting into a 3-man stack onto B. Fnatic. No damage taken yet.
That's the first. Divide as well. That's not bad. Flash. Mindfreak swings it. Gorgeous. Lovely. Finally getting a bit of a fight back here.
Spike down B.
Now a 2v4. Was a 5. They know where these players are, but the spike is down on long. Can they get that back?
I have
retrieved the spike. Alpha going on a solo mission. Chronicle off towards Hookah. They've split their forces, PRX. Didn't see it, I think. Chronicle not noting the player. Hearing the jump spot, spots the player. Forsaken should have this cross though. He does. Clean with it. And now Alpha, this gets very difficult and it becomes impossible. Forsaken is putting in serious work here for PRX.
Yes, he really is. Thank God they convert that, because it's a dump of utility and ultimates at the start of this, and it feels like it almost amounts to nothing until Devi finds this kill, then Mindfreak doubles down on it.
I know.
2 on the board now. PRX string anything else together behind this. Only got the pit to work with on the side of Fnatic, so not too many tools available to throw at this to convert.
Yeah, they're going to hear the jump spot. They're going to get another punish on this. And you can see Durka trying to close the gap. That was the call at the start there. Going to force the hand a little as well. Utility gonna slow on the back of the mosh pit. Fnatic taking space this time, but they have a bit more of a default to lean back to. There's no stone left unturned this round.
It's another 4-man stack towards B this time, but Mindfreak, I guess, with the orbital strike and ability to stall out, buy some time for the rotation to come through if Fnatic try and find the plant there.
They're trying to re-clear, but they're going to be behind the curve. They can send Forsaken over towards A, but it depends on the timing that he gets here. Okay, right about now. Smokes to go up, so we can't really change too much. Let's at least get out towards backside, but Long going to be tested. Anything to stop it? No, and the pit's going to be invested too, Mike. This is a lot of ults coming on in. Forsaken does find Durka. Blanc gets denied, 28 seconds, and Boast is detained.
It's going to find 2 here. CGRS will fall as well. Fnatic now in a 4v3.
Thought you'd done enough taking down Durka, but Leo's still alive. There's still a chance. Mindfreak, though, has been critical, as has Forsaken. They lose out Mindfreak, but with 11 seconds, can they get the plant down this time around? Fnatic, yes they can. 3-player advantage to the 2. Make it just 1 now. Forsaken struggling here. How do you find these 3? First couple of steps in. Managing to navigate past
The bait works for him, actually, with the weapon drop. Decay taking effect, though. Forsaken will fall. Fnatic find their 9th. And this is one where, actually, it doesn't even come down to the orbital strike to stall out. No. PRX are here so early. There's so much pressure on this plant coming through, but Leo digs his heels in on that lamps hold.
That's big.
2-9 now. Unable to string that round together. This is when we're in a drought here.
Yeah, round 12, a Stinger comes in, a Sheriff's here, no ultimates available. Staring down the barrel of a 10-2 half, another demoralizing first half performance.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. This isn't fun to play if you're PRX, really. I know, they've still got smiles, still trying to keep their heads up, but you got 2 rounds on your map. This isn't really how you want things to be going, but that's a good start. Isolating Alpha towards the backside of Shower could be great, but you could already see the consideration. This is going to be an A-piece ending. Durka's already creeping closer. Work with this utility going forward.
Molly invested fairly early, actually. The Cove as well to cut off the sight lines, but it's going to be difficult for PRX to do much once this first wave of utility goes down, to be honest with you. Savai in a key position finds Boaster. It's now a 5v3, and actually Fnatic don't get the plant yet.
No, Leo was waiting back for a really long time. I'm not sure what he was maybe waiting on, but...
Hoping that Chronicle and Durka will find kills here, potentially.
Maybe. And on the drop, wait, Chronicle found the kill there. Took down, wait, Chronicle found a follow-up! They had so many bodies on the site. But Leo's got the spike here, and he's in so much trouble. Durka needs to try and bail him out. He can't do it in time. There we go. A little bit of relief at the very end there for PRX. Making it to 3. I mean, it's not a complete loss, but it's certainly a very uphill struggle.
Something to cling on to in terms of hope or cope. But we need another big comeback here, similar to map 1 from PRX. Fnatic just in the groove right now.
Yes.
It's such a terrifying rhythm.
Vibing.
One enemy.
Yeah.
Just vibing. I mean, I don't know what you're meant to do against this, and I don't think PRX does either. This is their map choice. They got 3. Yes, it's a little more than they had before, but it's still not much to play with. Fnatic looking fantastic. I don't know what to expect for the second half.
Fnatic are cooking with fire. Even though it's a 9-3 half and maybe some hopefuls will be praying for the 9-3 curse, I would be honest with you, you would just be left in tatters because I don't know how that's going to work out for you there with the way the Fnatic's playing here at Kilios.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to scrape by that final round. Still was looking a little bit close. Chronicle coming up with 2 big ones there to make it look like it was going to end up with that 10-2, but it's still a very dire situation. This is going all the way back over to round 5, however, where PRX were finally able to get themselves on the board. They started things off. They had an overall very nice round to be able to shut down Fnatic. And as we got right into round 6, Fnatic turned it on its head, and they said, no, we will not let you build momentum, we will not let you string two together, and they just continued on their merry way with massacring PRX.
Yeah, they string together a couple really nice ults there to get the showstopper going, then Boaster hears Jing's blast pack, just decides, all right, I'm going to push past the smoke, I don't think they're going to expect it, you know, they're probably expecting us to hold back, and he gets 2 huge kills out of it, so it's the confidence here for Fnatic is clearly flowing. Yeah, sure, there's been, you know, great moments from Forsaken, a few from Divide here and there. You know, CGRS seems to be having a good time up there, but right now, certainly, it is an outclassing from Fnatic.
And when you look at those series of rounds, and the reason why we wanted to highlight them is because the amount of effort, and HyperX pointed out immediately, the investment. It was 4 ults that they had invested into that round to win it for PRX. And then on the flip side, Fnatic's like, well, we'll just push. And they looked so demonic on the approach there. It's quite scary to play against Achilleos.
No, it's absolutely terrifying, but they need to rally back, and it has to start with this pistol.
They need this pistol. Well, let's see if they can get it and send it back over to Pansy and HyperX.
Yes, they do need to start with a pistol, but it will be a long and treacherous journey to try and take this lead away from Fnatic. Now, they do have more than the first map on that first half, but it's still not much.
No, and I want to come back to a point here after the pistol. Potentially here, PRX get on the board. Talking composition once again for Fnatic. Chronicle, lots of bodies outside this, Wisely going to give it up. Tries to deal with the Trailblazer, not stand up, so it'll be difficult to follow up. He gets 2!
He's backpedaling away! They're all
my
here!
God.
They're all here! Mind Freak is the last one alive. He thought Chronicle was dead. Look at that smile. Drags them to their grave.
The TP pinch comes through, but like I said, Chronicle,
He's backpedaling away.
They're desperate to follow up on this Trailblazer. Denies the possibility of the stun, then gets 2 kills on top of it, by the way.
Look at this. Oh.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
This guy's very good at the game, isn't he? What on earth? Well, starts with a pistol. Oh, ahead of the wall. I'm hoping they'd negate the flash a little. Not to be. So we get the test. It's not really a stack, it's 3 players. So we get to see what Dirk can do. He's got Leo by his side. That's one.
Spike down B.
Paint shot.
Nice.
Away it goes.
That's good, yeah.
Okay, they've taken down 1. That's a recovered weapon. Oh, that's 2.
Oh,
That's
well,
a bulldog.
Durka, yeah, giving away the bulldog here.
Durka's got something to do tonight, apparently.
Yeah.
Just
Trying to
busy.
speed run bind here.
I'm pushing long. Huh? Fair enough. So,
Gets spotted.
Oh,
He's in the
that's
iPad, his
fine.
elbow sticks out. That's ridiculous. The CGRS down to 14 HP, a Stinger and a Bulldog to work with here, but...
Most is going to spot this. Should be... Oh, the dink as well. Bloody hell. Yeah, Alpha's feeling a bit of pressure there. They're both on this side. He doesn't know that. Yeah, cross through. They still haven't found him. How did he see? How's he found the second there so easily?
You know something we don't. This is brutal.
First
First and second on the board here. I mean, you talk about the mountain to climb once again.
It does have to start with a pistol, really. It's just okay. So let's say this goes the way it does. You can no. Let's call it. There's a bonus round coming in, but they still. The only issue for this quote unquote bonus is it's 1 bulldog. It's not
That's
like
the same bonus as they had on Lotus.
Exactly. It's incredibly strong. So it's not like they're really coming in with an issue, and you still feel as though from one of these players on Fnatic they'll give you a round. So it's like, where does PRX now find any semblance of safety? There isn't much. They're going to go for a little bit of a B piece, it looks like, or at least imply they are.
The utility investment here. It was all very early on.
Haven't made it to the site at all yet. They haven't actually cleared the Fnatic players either. Dirk has found a little bit of room to watch that cross. CGRS will go down. Leo going to be able to catch the cross.
Oh, my
How
God!
are they doing that? Twice now. Twice. It's... Put a fork in it. This one's done. That's
Leo
12.
didn't even blink.
Nah, he knew exactly where he was.
That is ridiculous. It's instantaneous as well, this last shot. I mean, these guys are just different. 12-3 now. PRX will be able to force back in here. Missing a shield for Devi. 2 Bulldogs. Jing with a judge. And they're going towards Alpha setup.
Cool.
It's Alpha and Chronicle to try and hold down the fort here on A site.
Good luck, PRX. This is the one that has to count. Will Fnatic close the series out and make it look easy, comfortable, untested? Chronicle, gun glowing, and for a reason. But PRX adjust now. It's on Boaster on the other side, all alone here. Rotations are on the way, but no one said save him yet.
Molly under the window is going to slow things down here.
Oh, there's the savior! Alpha comes around, gets 2 just. So you can see Jing getting towards the site. It's down to 2v2. Jing and Mindfreak up against Chronicle and Durka. Spike is down. They're yet to plant it, and Jing is desperate to try and hold on to this, hold that close territory. 91 HP. The first challenger emerges. Second, he's got him dead. Jing holding on for another round.
Only 2 survived though, so it's not going to give them any stability, any comfort in terms of the economy here. They're very pacey fake here. Boaster almost buys enough time here for a couple of members of Fnatic to swing out spawn, but doesn't come through. I think Durka's maybe a little bit hesitant just because Jing closes out that kill on Boaster.
Okay. Appreciate it. Give me a reason to believe. Give me something. If it's off the back of this player, sure. I'm down for it. Jing, show me what you got. There you go, found the camera. Take that away.
They fake the pinch once again with the Trailblazer here. I mean, Durka and Leo are ready to collapse. I guess kept in position now because Leo did note somebody deep on Fountain with that first flash, Will on the second as well.
Slow creep back around towards A. Once again, Chronicle and Alpha tested. First contact made. Jing lucky to be standing after that. An opportunity there. Passes. And the site now going to be flooded. Jing, lovely work towards Chronicle. He's opened up a chance as Alpha slips a little deeper. The position as the plant comes in, but the time is on PRX's side. But this post plant, what do they have for it? You can see Alpha getting so close, gets checked on. Fantastic work. PRX finally stabilizing a little here. And Jing takes away Leo from this. And Boaster with that judge ain't going to find much value on the playback here.
No. Shouldn't be given a kill. We're about to potentially swap out here to one of these weapons close by. I said it wasn't clean on the previous here. 5 standing is massive for PRX. In terms of the comeback, they have to get in motion early on. The ability to gain a buy-in hand behind this. And some ultimates starting to come online as well. Forsaken 1 away from the Reckoning. Mindfreak 2 off the orbital strike. 1 for the Seekers. CGRS and Jing already have theirs available. You've got to say PRX with an advantage here, at least in the next, what, 2 to 3 rounds potentially.
Yes.
They could be frugal in approach.
And Jing is starting to find a bit more value here. He was critical to them actually, almost making the scoreline not look atrocious in that one. He keeps doing that now, joined by maybe Forsaken. Those two could really get going. For now though, still a buy, still enough of a buy that you have to pay attention here for Fnatic. It's not perfect by any means. A couple of gaps here and there. But an adjustment made. The third player pulled over towards A and a proactive start towards Shower, but the response is good here from PRX. Try and take that space. Nice slow down though. They're just gonna go through it, disrespecting that utility. Careful, Jing! Flung back in. Posts the ult, almost caught on the cross, but not.
It's only the Cove that saves him there, I think.
I think so. I just heard it break as he was spamming. Trying to bait in.
It detained both of them.
Oh, wait, he got Leo as well? Oh dear. Uh-oh. Oh dear, okay, good. Nice work between Forsaken, CGRS. Wasn't bad. I was a little worried that Leo would have had them pretty much dead to rights there if they tried to chase down Boaster.
They just can't split up quick enough.
Yep.
Problem being, I said they needed to be frugal. Massive investment to get that one on the board. Still a 6-round gap. And now Fnatic actually take the upper hand on a light shield purchase, but rifles across the board and 3 ultimates to work with. See if Chronicle actually going to shut down Showers immediately here with the pit. He will.
Okay. Allows a little bit more. I don't even say less pressure on Alpha. It's a lot of pressure on Alpha anyway. He's got the whole team coming towards him here. All that utility invested. No plan to be seen just yet. Toying with it now. And Fnatic's still holding their ground here, and Jing is a little too ahead of himself.
Yeah.
That's a mistake to be made, and now wants to be punished. Good trade from CGRS though. Is Chronicle going to finally show his hand? Alpha swings out as well. But it's down to the 2v2, and there's still no plan.
And Dirk has got a showstopper, so he can deny it even further. Boaster with 1 smoke available here.
Pain Shot heard that scent. Is this a TP? Do they take it? No. Not yet, at least.
Mindfreak has the molly and 1 off the orbital strike, but Dirk is anticipating a rotation potentially. So yeah, he can't deny this now. PRX set up for success now with the molly and the orbital strike available.
Mindfreak needs to play carefully though. He has to play his life, right? Like,
She's preemptively.
That's not what I expected here. There's the showstopper. Does it find anyone? No. Forces them out into the open though. Dirk on 56 can't connect the shot. And now it's on Boaster in the 1v2 to close down the account. Now he's only going to get 1. PRX making it up to 7 now. Got a game on our hands here.
That gap getting smaller and smaller. Whilst I was questioning the investment for PRX, actually Fnatic now burn up everything. 2 off the orbital strike, 3 from the Seekers. They will actually call a timeout here. Maybe try and take stock, slow things down just a little bit. I'll take this chance to talk about the composition again. I'm surprised, obviously, with what you expect PRX to pull out here. Initially, this Cypher application for Fnatic was tailor-made towards some of the Viper compositions to deny that kind of mid-round flexibility. But what do you expect from PRX? It's all about the early round, it's all about the burst, it's all about chaos. All these words we attribute their playstyle to. And even here, perfect example in this round, there's 5 stacked up on short. These kill trips don't really amount to anything because Alpha's under so much pressure, he actually can't slow things down. Again, with other bits of utility that are going to clear things out, Jing's on the raise, Divide's obviously got the Trailblazer, there's multiple tools here to remove that utility. And also, you never really want to see your Cypher get full exec on anyway.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit unfair almost at times, but
so I'm surprised we haven't seen PRX favor a site a little bit more, to be honest with you.
It seemed, I mean, it's given them a couple of good opportunities, right? We've seen those chances there. Very characterized in the last. This time, though, leaning back towards B. So haven't committed to it fully just yet, but we'll see how the start goes.
To take nothing away from Chronicle and Alpha are playing fantastically on the defensive side. That's not to take anything away from them individually at all.
No, if we're just talking composition kind of outdos, you know, it is very hard to play that Cypher when you are up against 5. Now, the switch outs come in here, and Chronicle's gone over towards Fuka this time. Going to take first contact on the back of that dog, and it slips away deeper towards the site.
Progress towards long as well. Lots of utility invested here. Paint Shell might catch, but Boaster actually finds a kill. Oh. Gets the orbital strike off that as well.
This could be massive. When does he commit to it? Maybe off the back of this
info?
Nothing. It's just going to drive, and it's going to work very well for them. Chronicle capitalizes, and now a 4v1. Defy with it all to do. Insurmountable odds against him now, and he can't get across the line. Fnatic look formidable here, making PRX look irrelevant to the outcome. This felt like a good attempt from PRX to bring a closer game in that second half, but the damage was done on that first half and on map 1.
Yeah, I feel like PRX are just totally suffocated, silenced almost by the approach here from Fnatic. The amount of control you see in some of these rounds, and players like Forsaken and Jing made to feel or look passive because there's so few options. Yeah.
So first map finishing at 13-5, 13-7 here in the second. Good try from PRX. but I think we've all noted it. Those who watch EMEA aware of it. The Fnatic of past times is long gone now. This new roster is the full package. The upgrades were perfect, the selections were great. We saw it kind of first really showing that validity over, obviously, a lock-in. Followed up here, that form has really not dipped.
And this is a playstyle we haven't seen Fnatic have to employ in the region. We were talking about them potentially coasting, not having to dig too deep in the playbook. This was a masterclass of preparation and adjustment, especially on Lotus. Again, to make PRX look that bad, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And completely mitigate all that aggression that we know they like to rely heavily on. Was beautiful to watch.
It's very impressive. Again, I think some of us were left with a couple of questions coming out of that regular season. That little dip at the end up against Liquid definitely caught our eyes, seeing maybe there is a weakness there.
They've embraced it, though.
Yeah,
they've embraced it, and they said that from literally the moment that final round ended. They've embraced that, and I think that's already been demonstrated here in Tokyo, Lauren.
I completely agree. And there were two ways they came out of that. It was either going to be they rebuild, they get stronger, and they look even better, which is, I think, what we've come out with, or there would have been doubts, there would have been potential weaknesses, they could have been exploited. That wasn't the case at all. They truly started to come together as that deep-run team, that team that should be in a finals now. And I think we all recognize that they are currently the most stable team here. They have proven the best.
Sure.
Yes, we have underdog stories coming in. Yes, there's a couple of upset teams, but Fnatic look the best by a country mile.
Yeah, EG on a tear for sure, but you look at NRG coming in, and then the #1 seed from Pacific, and you look at these score lines and how well handled, how well composed they are, and the comfort, their ability to execute their own game plan. And I hate coming back to that phrase again, but this is a really good example of that.
It's very nice to see a team this capable right now. We've seen a lot of issues with other teams across various regions, either not quite finding that same synergy with the rosters, not quite finding that same capability to transfer here. I mean, Loud was meant to be the big team to watch in my mind, right? Joined by Fnatic. How did they look when they got here? Well, Loud aren't here anymore, but Fnatic are, and Fnatic are looking incredible. I can't wait to see how far they go in this, and who their first challenger will be, really.
We get Fnatic EG. That is a banger matchup with the form both of these teams are in right now. That one is so highly anticipated.
I can't wait.
Flavor of the month.
Yeah, absolutely. What an absolute treat is on the horizon there. I can't wait for that one. But what we have now is Fnatic in the best form that we have ever seen them.
Fnatic close out a spectacular showing for themselves at 2-0. You see Boaster signing in the crowd, of course. Actually, not even signing things. He's giving away the official Boaster. No, it's the Boaster stickers. There's a highly coveted, valuable items that are being given to the people in the crowd right now. He's got a new one for every event. I have one, and it's basically worth like millions of dollars.
I sold mine on eBay
ages ago. Terrible friend, and I will be sure to report you to the chief of police, aka Yinzi. Now that being said, though, guys, I mean, that was just a wild showing from Fnatic. Like, yes, we knew PRX was going to be obviously playing, you know, from a deficit, but to just see the way the Fnatic went in there with such composure, such grace, and just eliminated PRX's hopes and dreams was really crazy to watch.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reason for them to not be composed, especially after the start that they had over on Lotus with that very clean closeout. And in the end, you know, 13-5, they go in. PRX like a little bit better year on Bind. We're able to actually find, you know, round wins in both sides of the halves here, but still at 13-7. But Chronicle at the end of it all, good lord, what a performance from this guy on the Viper. Just such impact time and time again. And going into the second half where it's 9-3, he puts his foot down and says, yeah, no, there's no such thing as curses. They come swiveling out. And this round was pretty much just a microcosm of the entire series overall. It's just, this is basically how it goes. PRX, they might get like one pick, they might get one round, but then, you know, you have a step up from Chronicle, right, and then they manage to get 4 or 5 in a row, etc.
And one of the biggest problems here for PRX on Bind, actually they didn't play that bad when you kind of start really digging deep into it. The problem is they couldn't get into gun rounds. When it came to gun rounds, it was Fnatic, 7 of them, 6 for PRX. So that when it came to like even strength fights, PRX is actually doing pretty okay.
Yeah.
But the problem is they couldn't get there. They were losing pistols, they were dropping all these other rounds in between, so the ecos were really hurting them. They weren't able to kind of piece together some of those clutches as well. Those were all going the way of Fnatic. So at the end of the day, right now, with this current iteration, the Fnatic team is definitely better, and Hypox said it best, right? They're better at just about everything.
Yeah, and they're also just great at getting us amazing clips, kind of like our Verizon high-speed moment of the game. See how I did that? And it's Alphayer, and he just, I mean, we saw this and instantly knew, like, the boy's just there to take faces, and then on top of that goes to win the round as well. Achilleos, just the confidence that Alphayer has to be able to take these fights and do so with precision has really been awesome throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who, you know, maybe a little bit quieter in the regular season, but still obviously impact bound, then moved into the playoffs for the NBA, and then really just started stepping up and finding so much value and was just racking out of control. And yeah, it's another situation with Fnatic where it's like EG. Every single player at any given moment can be the one that goes off. You don't know which one it is. And yeah, it's
scary.
It's Alpha, it's Chronicle, then it's Durka. I mean, especially in the first map with the stats that he was putting up.
Yeah.
This is a terrifying team, and that's also without mentioning, you know, the likes of Leo and even Boaster, who does frag out as that IGL, as the puppet master that guides them all around and helps set up for these round wins. Even he is able to get involved, as we saw very much so in Bind.
Yeah, well, there was your Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and that takes us to our Verizon post-match interview. And guess what? It's actually with Alphayer as well. We have Doug standing by. What you got for us, Doug?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Alphayer, another dominant win. I'm running out of adjectives, right? It's complete, it's a masterclass, it's dominant, it's whatever you want to call it. You guys are good. What was it that made that series against PRX so easy looking?
I think we prepared I think we prepared themselves like very good. Like we played with them like in the past, and they're exactly playing like same. They are just pushing, and if you can hold against PRX, you win. And if your aim is good, we win easy.
And you did both of those. You held against PRX, and your aim was good against PRX. This is a Fnatic that we're seeing be the best at really everything we've seen. The aiming is incredible. Boaster's been calling a phenomenal game. All of the pieces are working together. Is this the best Fnatic we've ever seen?
Like I can say yes, because on team, everyone is the best there in the role. And we are just working too much. And yeah, maybe we can do better on LA, but we are also good right now.
You guys are incredible. Last question I have for you. You're going up against Evil Geniuses next in the upper finals. Yep. They've been taking everyone by storm. They are undefeated. They haven't dropped a map. Talk to me about that matchup.
Like Evil Genius didn't lose yet. but we have much more experience against NA teams. I think like they are good team. Also, we are good team. Yeah, we will see tomorrow. We are not a Liquid.
You heard it from the man himself. They're not Liquid. Tomorrow should be a banger. GB, close out the show, baby.
I love that, man. Alfia with the confidence. Hey, yo, we ain't Liquid. just let them know what's really good. But you know what, though? I think like something that Alfia really pointed out there, all those players, best in the world right now, and they're putting in the work, and even with that work, they still want more.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You got that one trophy. Chronicle now has historically two, again, but get the rest of the team that second trophy. Get Chronicle to a third one. Win a Masters event because, yeah, Lockdown, obviously much different formula and setup as a tournament structure.
Lock in.
This is, yeah, like this one here.
Lock in, not lock down. He said lock down.
Did I say lockdown? Oh, sorry.
Those Killjoy ults, they'll get you.
Killjoys
really
got me.
Yeah.
But they had that lockdown. They had that tournament lockdown. They got the trophy in the back pocket. Now they want to add another one because they also want one that maybe British Airways won't break on the way home.
Wow.
But so they want to get this one. They want to make sure it's nicely wrapped
Well,
up. And,
we know who's not sponsoring us now, Seth.
Yeah, way to go.
Sorry, I shouldn't have named them.
I'm kidding. It doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that what we saw today and also how the players have really been responded to by the fans here. It's clear they're going on that stage and playing with a lot of passion, whether it's Fnatic, whether it's also Evil Geniuses. Actually takes us over to the superhuman reflexes that we saw in our HyperX reflex moment of the day, because we're talking about Boostio and his jumping headshot in match number 1. I just really like this play because it just shows the fearlessness of Boostio in these instances.
Yeah, I mean, Paperthin's talking about them disrespecting util. This is just disrespecting the other players.
Positioning. This
He
is
knows
disrespecting positioning.
he's getting shot at on the flank, and he's just like, no, I'm gonna kill that guy behind that box.
And it's his only really hope of coming out of that situation with anything, really. So it's smart decision making. Like a lot of players might kind of stall and be like, oh, wait, okay, wait, I got to rethink this. This isn't good.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I'm going to make the best of a bad situation and just run him down. And Boostio was out of his mind today. He played just so phenomenal all day today. You know, again, EG looking great, Fnatic looking great. You know, Alfia talked about in their matchup coming up that, hey, we've got, you know, more experience.
Yes,
we're going to be better.
True.
But EG's been defying those odds the whole time, right? They've been beating teams that have way more experience than them.
I mean, I bought into that narrative versus TL as they come in here with the champion, you know, as the EMEA champions. They have all that veterancy. They have people who have won trophies before,
True
but
that.
EG managed to deal with them.
Yeah, and that is the reason why we are going to get ourselves a banger of an upper final matchup. It is going to be Fnatic taking on Evil Geniuses. But then as we take a gander at the lower bracket, Team Liquid versus NRG, and then PRX going up against Edward Gaming. Paperthin, there are a lot of great matches here. A few catch my attention. Curious to see which one you're excited for.
I'm definitely, I mean, obviously a little bit biased, but looking forward to EDG PaperX. I mean, you know, this EDG team really, we have to take our moments when we get them. Okay, GB? Like,
I'm sorry, Puppy,
give
I'm
us
sorry.
one time, okay?
I'm sorry.
But like, I mean, but really looking forward to seeing just like EDG, can they keep the engine churning here? Can they continue down this path that seems destined for maybe one of those, you know, runs that we saw last year with PaperX, with Zeta Division, where they had these hot streaks where they're able to get through. Who knows what that's going to mean for the future for them, but right now they're playing great. Can they continue on defeating PaperX?
There's not really a map out there that EDG won't really be happy to play PaperX on. They're gonna, no matter where they go, they say, oh, you guys wanted the bind? We're happy with the bind. Maybe they just banned it away from them, but you know, we've seen them playing Lotus. We've seen them put up strong performances there, Fracture, etc. They're good all over the place. So without something, this is a really rough spot for the side of PaperX, who would love to have that 2-0 record at the end of the day over EDG, because they did beat them back at Champions Istanbul. So I'm sure that Edward Gaming also want revenge for that, but a classic battle between NA and EU. I kind of have to go for that one. Energy versus TL. I'm hoping that one slaps. Redgar versus Finesse. That's going to be a banger.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And the good news is you're not going to have to wait that long, because if I'm correct, much as tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
Look at that there. I mean, time is a construct that I have no concept of. But the good news is that you don't have to wait that long. Plenty more matches coming at you tomorrow. Plenty more Valorant action right here in Chiba. It has been an incredible experience across the board. 2 dominating performances for America's teams as well as EMEA teams. I have no idea where the chips are going to fall in this tournament, but I'm so excited to find out. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, right here. Catch you then. Two teams Folks from different parts of the world who faced similar adversity this season, but despite it all managed to persevere. No one gave them the time of day, but now this day belongs to them. Evil geniuses, Team Liquid, let's get it on.
Not shying away from the fight, is he? Takes it straight to tower and regains control of this one. Left up to Nats and low enough that a single bullet will do it. There's another bonus round for you. Talking about falls, but he wants to refight. This does get a second one before it's traded, but the fight's just been won out anyway. He knows where he is, and that is just precise. It's surgical, man. Onto the spike, it's a tap, damage done, gets him off of it, he knows it, he takes the fight again! 13-2, this is the team that got 13-0'd, by the way, and now putting up close to similar scorelines against the #1 EMEA seed. Com also gone for another attempt to win! No way in hell! How was he getting away with that? Needed to force an early fight here, needed to win it out, but he's been revealed entirely. Nats though, he does win his one, he wins the second one, forces it down, and wins it for his team! Here's the defuse, but again, the pull is online, and there's the damage being done. Time? They have to get onto this right now. The shot to fire, they don't know where Jorgamo is. Here it is, landing 3! But he's shut down, and Nats is detained off to the side. It is half on the defuse, and potential is there. Turret's going to be taking contact, slowing him all the way down, and there it is. Boostio with 4. Evil geniuses are just not losing maps.
This run is something different, something absolutely different, because they're not just beating out teams, they're not having a close Cinderella run. They are smoking people.
It's going to be a monumental effort from PRX in order for them to take down the juggernauts of Fnatic. But when you talk about PRX, Paper Thin, well, anything is possible.
No one able to really close that gap here. PRX desperate for an opportunity. Dirk is farming.
Nice!
Alpha, hold on. But the time doesn't even matter. Fnatic making it look so comfortable. And look at this synergy. It's perfect.
Nice!
Absolutely pixel perfect. Fnatic cross the line. PRX get held on 5. Boaster outdoes CGRS, and Leo said to try and follow up, but now down to the 1v3. This is a tall task for Alpha, but he's the Wonder Kid for a reason. Drawn in, oh, the shorty! Seals it, signs it, delivers it. Does Divine even expect the barrel surely shows? First, it doesn't matter. Dirk is so quick
as
with
well.
it. Oh dear, he doesn't want the nade, he wants the rocket!
This competition, you can be friends in the hotel. Here, they're your enemies, you know?
To watch that cross, CGRS will go down. Leo gonna be able to catch the cross.
Oh my God!
Doing that. Fnatic look formidable here, making PRX look irrelevant to the outcome. This felt like a good attempt from PRX to bring a closer game in that second half, but the damage was done on that first half and on map 1.